Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go! Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Come on, everybody, bring it in. Side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go.
told you it was down here? Come along if you wanted a peek. I've seen your face around here. Come along, tell me under the table, what do you see? Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream. Welcome to the playground. What brings you to the lost and found, dear? Won't you pull up a seat? Everybody got a prize round here to play. Make me an offer, what will it be? Oh, what will it be? Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream. Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream.
You walk along the edge of danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shape the world in your hands? You will never make it through. Catch the fire burning out your soul. waste your life to gain power. You shift the game rules. How does it feel to reach the line that no one ever got to cross? Does it make you wake up now? Every sin will be forgiven if you lay down your weapons to the ground. Catch the fire burning out your soul. Just make it die, or you will fall. Catch the fire burning out your soul. Just make it die, or you will turn it all to ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood.
Hey, what? Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look down at the tide, it's our warning sign. It's time to rock the wave or get swept aside. Crash through barriers, our destinies untied. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. We become the light. We become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. two souls the same. With you I'm everything. You never asked me to change a thing. They set our world on fire, but our hearts will burn for miles. I see your beauty shine, you radiate with light. Our hearts dancing time, you're one of a kind. Stop.
Is he switching lanes?
Approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been.
A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer, and what a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect
They're about
fit.
to lock in.
Oh, what a pick!
What a way to close things out.
Explore over 30 hotel brands in legendary destinations. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
Red Bull gives you wings.
No, on to 5! What an ulti!
What an incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible! You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into...
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. I think he's got it all. He's got the pizzazz.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away
our Monday of LEC action. We are not in Paris. Well, Paris, not Paris, Ivry. But it was absolutely amazing. But we're also very happy to end the studio where we started, end the spring where we started it, which is in the studio. And Ginny was just saying that it feels like the last day of school because we get our last teams locked into the playoffs, Jack and Odo.
Is it the last day of school? Because I mean, for 8 teams, they still have school after.
Oh,
Sorry,
it's
6
true.
teams, 6 teams, they still have the school afterwards. So.
I'm glad you brought it up. Well, we mean there's like holiday, but Vitality's also playing tomorrow, not today. I was supposed to give you that info later.
For holiday, there's also 4 teams that are going to have a very long holiday.
A very long holiday. So it's kind of the last day of school.
Yeah, and I mean, it feels like kind of deserved for some of these teams.
For some of them.
Yeah, some of them have earned a break. Some of them
so dark.
No, but some of them have like earned this kind of a week off, while some of them are going to have a lot more than that.
Yeah.
Reflect on
which
their
they've
losses.
also, I guess, earned.
Yeah.
And some players just have an extra week off. You can figure that one out. If you want to be part of one of the LEC live shows wherever we go on the road and you weren't able to make it to Madrid or Ivry yet, don't worry because we are heading back to Madrid for the LEC Summer Finals in September. It is the end of September, and for me that definitely helps because it gets really warm over there. But most importantly, tickets are in general sale starting tonight at 5 p.m. CEST. That is in 10 minutes. So stay tuned, stay watching us, set your alarm, and then you can get those tickets to join us all in Madrid. And it's going to be absolutely amazing. We don't know who's going to make it to the summer finals yet, but...
You haven't gotten the script yet?
No?
Ah.
Come on, tell me.
Nice. I mean, I'm not going to spoil it ahead of time if you haven't gotten the script. I just thought it was like...
Do you have the script for today? Because we have one of 2 matches that actually mean something in terms of qualification. It is Team Heretics versus Giant X. This might even be a tiebreaker.
I mean, I think Giant X is going to take it. They just looked fantastic. But it's a matchup that nobody could really predict. And the fact that we're even here, and these are the 2 teams that are like fighting for playoffs, feels quite crazy.
Yeah.
And how close it is as well. Like, it's not just the game that counts, it's the game score. Right?
Yeah, exactly, because it's a novelty first because we didn't really have this last day of the split being so important for a little while now.
Yeah.
But at the same time, we're also finding ourselves in this weird scenario where Team Heretics, even losing today 2-1, just grabbing 1 game win is enough for them to, just...
So they can lose the series, but win at the same,
Yeah, but it matters.
You're making it let's
it matters how they lose.
One at a time,
Let's break it down.
Okay.
So if Team Heretics win, they're
If
just...
Team Heretics get 1 game, they're already secured playoffs. That's all they need. If they win 2-1, if they actually win the series, then Giant X are for sure out, and Vitality and Team Heretics are 2 teams that are in playoffs. But if Giant X win either 2-1 or 2-0, then they get to have either tiebreakers or lock playoffs. If they win 2-0, they lock playoffs. If 2-1, they get tiebreakers versus Vitality. It's a little bit complicated.
I hope you are correct, but I'm sure that the captains will remind us at everyone. But there's a lot of stakes here. What do we think about... Oh, it was actually in the prompter. It just didn't scroll.
It was on the screen, so yeah.
It was also on the screen. Regardless. So when it comes to GX and Team Heretics, I think for me, Team Heretics is a team that has very pleasantly surprised me, and I think that GX sometimes has maybe left me the most at times disappointed because what I think they could have achieved. Is that kind of a correct read?
It's kind of the story that they've been having for a while now. Even back in winter, they said they want to win a split, whatever it may be, winter, spring, or summer. But at the same time, they have been plagued by inconsistency a lot. They're one of the, well, nowadays G2 is not really the greatest. But for me, when you compare Team Heretics to GX did snatch wins off of teams like G2, while Team Heretics, they always beat the teams that have been lower than them, and above them, they couldn't really punch above their weight that much. And you can even see here, we're leading at the end now of their trip, and ooh.
Well, explain this. What am I looking at?
So this is the trajectory, pretty much of the whole split. It just goes from series.
So they won
losses.
-1 game.
Well, so if you lose 2-1, you're -1, right? So this is kind of just their form trajectory for how it looks like for the whole split. So even though Team Heretics reached this high over here and GX was at this low, now it's kind of there here, and the story will end somewhere here with either one being, neck and neck, or one punching their ticket to playoffs.
For me, it's really interesting because it just highlights the power of expectations, right? You have 2 teams that, depending on how the series go today, they could end up with the exact same score, but 2 completely different stories. One team that you feel like is revitalized, they're coming in with the rookies, and the story is so great, while the story of Giant X is failure. It's disappointment. But if they win today, they're ending up with the same score, and they're the ones in playoffs.
They rewrite history.
I love how you laid that out. You didn't tell them they were a failure in the interview we had with Giotto, though, because we did catch up with him and with Machuki from Team Heretic, so let's take a look. We have two very special guests here who have a very important match today. Their playoff lives depend on it. My name is Shox here with Jack Spectra and with Giotto, coach for GX, and Machuki, coach for Team Heretics. How are you both?
Good.
Good?
Just another day.
Is it okay to sit next to each other knowing that your faith is...
We have been next to each other many times, so it's completely fine.
And also, you have both coached this guy. So if you'd both have to describe him in one word, what would you say?
You first. One trick?
Of what?
I mean...
Aphelios Kaiser?
Draven?
That's two champs.
Actually, there's three champions. Okay, that's not a good word.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, work ethic, I think, is the first thing that comes to mind, no?
It's the best thing he had, for sure.
Amazing.
I think he's really structured.
Yeah?
Like, all his routines, everything, he make it in order to be as productive as possible. Sometimes he needed a little bit of push for the soul, you know, to like, okay, like I remember one of these reviews, you know, that we were like, let's order food, so we, you know, remember?
Oh yeah.
And I was like, food does not matter. Let's finish the scrims and then we can go for next. But he always does it on being as productive as possible. He had one of the best work ethic I have ever worked.
To me, it was one of the few players that didn't need motivation, and I'm a hater of motivation, so that was good for me.
Okay, I'd love to talk more about Jack Spectra, and I really brought it on, but I also want to talk about your team's situation. Is basically, Giotto, let's start with you. You're in a situation where you have to win today. Talking about motivation and work ethic, I know you're coming off a difficult week with the situation within the team and what happened to Noah, right? So how do you think the focus is today, and how do you feel like the motivation is, knowing that you need that final push now?
I mean, the week went well, and this is something that we were talking throughout the whole week. Like, I'm just proud of the work that we have been putting. I think that our start was really bad, but now we are happy with the way that we are playing. So winning today or losing today, I think that sentiment won't really change. That's kind of the mindset that we are going. So it's just another game of regular split, and if we win 2-0, we are in playoffs, and if we win 2-1, we'll win against Vitality, and if we lose, then we are out, and summer will come. And like, there's an expression that I always tell to them, that tomorrow, no matter what, sun will still shine. So it's like, it is what it is. We just have to do our best, and like, it's not today. It's not what will make us reach playoffs or not. You know, it's mostly what we did before. So
yeah, Machuki, you guys are not in the exact same boat in that you don't technically need to win, but at the same time, it's kind of do or die in the same way. How's the team been preparing? How are you guys doing?
I mean, it's not too different, even though, yeah, we have a tiebreaker secured. For us, I think every match we have been playing this regular split after the week against Koi and G2 has been a final. At least we have tried to live it with that mindset, because I know in what spot we were coming to this spring split, and only 16 qualifying. It was a hard task, and we are still on it. I think it's through the pressure of the last weeks of doing a fine or good job, not qualifying us yet. It's a lot to handle, but it's another day. As Giotto said at the end, is one more match of a regular split. And it's something that I remember actually, like before our Superliga final on Torrevieja, is like, our effort has been put already, you know? Today is about show up, having fun, enjoying the game, but there is nothing else to do, you know? Just go there, go to the Reef, and make the best League of Legends you can.
Speaking of having fun, it is something, I mean, Heretics has been one of our favorite teams to watch, I think, this season overall, because it seems like regardless of the big mountain you have to climb, because we have to remember, you know, Camilo is still very much working on that path. Your rookies are still working on that path, but it's always with a smile, and I wondered what kind of a function maybe Flacket plays in that. Does it come from him? Is that something that you generally instill in your players? Because the atmosphere seems like one of the best in the LEC.
I mean, I think the profiles are really important. I mean, we have to choose profiles that are likely going to act like that and are going to think like that. But of course, there is the no FF rule, no remake rule from first day, no matter how hard is the game. So I think players have been working the past few months with that mindset. And trust me, we didn't have the best start of the year in scrim terms. And yeah, I think it's resilience at the end, no? And they all really want to win no matter what, and we will find a way.
scrim data fake then? Because they had great scrims before winter, and it wasn't so good, and you had horrible scrims, but you did fine.
I think he had good score because he was playing a lot against us.
No.
The mysteries explain, Giotto.
No. I mean, at some point we did stop screaming against you guys for those reasons, but no, we were having, and I mean after the first 2 weeks of this split, we kind of went really down on scrims again. But now we bounced back, and like it's just to me scrims this year have been like not an indicator of how we perform on stage at all. Now we are again on a high, but it's like we were on highs before and lost before on stage when we were on highs. So just let's see how we perform today, and that's it.
We're out of time here, but so you're saying we might as well just flip a coin for you guys?
That's,
okay,
no.
That's the end of the interview.
No.
Thank you so much. Good luck, you both.
Thank you, Athia. All right, guys, Ginny here, and I'm joined with Jackie's ahead of your game against Heretics. Now, this is most likely the most important game that you're going to have the entirety of this regular season of Spring, because if you don't win it, you are in a little bit of a sticky situation.
Sticky situation? I think we are just out, right? So, yeah, I mean, I'll go home if I lose, but not really thinking about that. I didn't book my tickets yet, so
okay.
I'm going for a win today, yeah.
So you're manifesting a win, which is good, right? You want to be in that positive mindset. When it comes to a team like Heretics, though, one thing that we've seen from them continuously is a lot of resilience, where they, even if they're like down, I don't know how much gold, they always have a chance and they always find a way to make it back. How do you, as GX, prepare for something like that?
I mean, it's just do not throw the lead, right? It's like preparing like this, don't throw the lead.
Done.
Easier said than done, of course. I mean, many teams did it, and I think Heretics did not deserve the wins. They kind of had some of them, but at the same time, it's impressive to come back, right? Yeah. So it like goes both ways for me. So yeah, I mean, it's just from scrims, if you get a lead, make sure you don't throw the games, which honestly we did. So it's gonna be a fun series, I think, no matter what. So I'm looking forward to it for sure.
So when it comes to not throwing the leads, for you as a mid laner, does that mean not getting caught in the side lane?
Yeah, that might happen.
That might happen?
I mean, it's like my brand at this point, okay? Like, it will just... What the fuck?
Okay.
Okay.
Guys, Nocturne ult IRL. It's giving roadshow.
I've seen this before.
Yeah, you were actually
I've seen this
in it was in Madrid, but also surprisingly in Paris Saturday.
It's happening everywhere, yeah.
Yeah, let's see what happened exactly. Do we know what happened? Okay. What is that? Okay, that's Athia. Is that Ham? What the helly? What? Yo.
Sorry, I just wanted to make it feel a little more like a road trip.
Okay. She said she wanted to make it feel like the road show. Does it feel like the road show?
Then we do have the advantage for sure, yeah. Kinda.
Yeah?
Kinda, yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, the road show was really good for you guys. You guys had a really good performance. You've been on an upward trajectory ever since. So when it comes to this game, would you feel comfortable throwing out a prediction?
I mean, of course, I mean, as you said, road trip went good for us, right? From there on, we've already upgraded, I think, as a whole team. And yeah, I mean, it's easy 2-0 today for sure.
All right. Well, I'm looking forward to it. See how this is going to play out. Thank you for your time and good luck in your game. We're going to be heading over to our casters. So guys, take it away.
Thank you for that Marriott Bonvoy pre-game check-in, as myself and Nymira are going to run you through what is going to be our final, well, I was going to say meaningful series. It is the most important series left with 3 teams yet to lock in playoffs here in the LEC.
Quick note as well, the meme that Shox was doing, the Crepo Progress thing, 10 years old, by the way. That makes me feel very old.
I can't believe it's 10 years.
That the ham in the servers as we welcome our teams out onto the stage.
All right, well, Heretics versus GX decides both themselves and Vitality. This one is important, and Giotto before, I love how Shox ends it with like, should we just flip a coin? I don't know. I feel like this split, both GX and Heretics, some of the best series and some of the worst series have sometimes felt like flips, and you can take that with, you know, a grain of salt because we have seen some incredible moments out of these teams. GX recently after the roadshow in Madrid. Heretics have had some absolute bangers when you consider their win against BDS, their game 3 against KC, or the 3-game series. Wins recently against Vitality, against SK. Heretics do feel like they're a team charged, and all they need, as they said on the desk, is a single win to punch their ticket to playoffs.
So, Single win is all they need. Both the other teams in this race, every single game matters. We haven't said that for a while. Every game matters, but it does really do today. So a reminder from what was said on stakes, in terms of the desk, we are getting into that draft. If Heretics win, GX are out. Heretics Vitality lock playoffs. GX 2-0, GX lock, and it's the other two teams, Heretics Vitality, playing the tiebreaker. But if GX drop a game but still win, so it's a 2-1 for them, Heretics is locked and GX will have that tiebreaker versus Vitality instead. So every game matters in terms of tiebreaker implications or just regular locks as well.
We'll run you through. We've got some graphics to make it easy for you to absorb as well. Talia's one of the first bans, and no surprise with what we've seen over the past couple of weeks with first pick in Game 1, Game 2. Now that Talia's off the board, other questions arise. Varus goes with a 2, the Azir as well. I mean, that Maokai is the biggest question left unanswered right now, as that is a must ban in the first 3.
There's that. I suppose there's stuff like the Sejuani, which is very popular for both of these junglers too. We did see, of course, a lot of the kind of global combinations being picked up a lot recently, but we've had a couple of them banned away now with that Talia being taken out, as you mentioned earlier. It's the Vi taken off the table, so Maokai available. Sejuani as well. Maokai Sejuani, very popular here in the LEC. See which one is valued more, or actually, if you think, hey, we've got some powerful junglers both up on the table, let's pick something else right now.
Team Heretics maybe go for comfort, put Shao in a position of power, and for GX, instant Sion lock-in on the other side, and the Nidalee for Isma. This is the favorite of his, whether it's in an ERL, whether it's on the LEC stage. He's one of the few junglers that really love this pick, and he's going to have a carrying job to do against Shao here, when Shao's obviously on a very different role.
And of course, you've got that Sion now to kind of tank up that Maokai ultimate. Can in fact go unstoppable through the Maokai ultimate as well if you want to kind of trade engage for engage. They're hovering over that Lee Sin. I was wondering actually whether they'd flex the Maokai elsewhere because they see the Sion already. Go for the Gwen instead, so anti-tank top lane.
All right, you have an anti-tank, but do you want to round out something like a support here? The biggest question always is like locking in engage and getting yourself a solid comp when you already have some decent scaling. Maybe the question for Team Heretics. We're just going to watch them cycle for a little bit because all else I can think is maybe priority mid laner for Camilo. That's obviously not going to get locked in. That's a flex, though, as Tristana gets locked.
It is. We saw Kazui play it just yesterday on SK. It's a big player of that champion, so there is a chance that it does go down towards that bot lane.
Yeah.
Both of these teams seem to be going towards an arms race for front to back. We have good engage. We have great ability to just like screen off the front line either with a Maokai ult or just Sion's body himself, and then play for some longer range backline. GX could go into a multi-poke composition with the Nidalee if they want as well. So okay, now we have some weird stuff. Because we have Jackson, we have Nidalee, and we have the Sion. One of those is not going top lane. I mean, we have to really consider now with the last couple of picks, where all is this going to end up? Is this going to be Sion support, as we've seen in some points? Nidalee support?
Because it's Isma, I don't think it's going to be Nidalee top. Like, it's not the flavor of, you know, of the East right now, where this Nidalee runs into either melee or short-range matchups, gets free grasp off with the Nidalee E that gives attack speed steroid. I feel like the Nidalee's the one thing where I'm like, maybe that stays, but you're right. Yeah. Like, Sion could go support. We could get Jax up in top, Sion mid.
Yeah, there is the chance that tank mid there, Lane, and the Sion mid there for Jackies as well. We've seen a couple of games around the place of like the Ornn mid. It was a thing much more in like Season 8, Season 7 around that point, playing the heavy tank mid, but there's a chance of that too. So now, Heretics have got to do this mental gymnastics. Maybe they've heard some word rumors of scrims, which we haven't here on the broadcast side of things. So as we go into the second round, which largely we expect to be bot lane picks and bans, AD carries support, Heretics have to keep that in mind. They're banning AD carries right now because that's the one thing they definitely don't have.
True. And I mean, slimming out the pool as well, you can see the Team Heretics joining that train. Kalista was one of those other picks as well that's usually picked up in the first phase when left available. Now that that's gone through, the AD carry pool is really shrunken for Team Heretics. Maybe the benefit is taking this Tristana down bot, opting in for something else. Corki's the only other thing I can think about here. And leaving Nidalee as sole AD, but Nidalee loves things that have, you know, like heavy stun. That's why Sion, Jackson solo lane just feels so good. But now that Alistar's gone, yeah, few AD carries left, no one wants to dive. Makes sense.
You have good ability to tag onto the other stuff in terms of Nidalee. Hey, need setup. So does Kai'Sa. Going towards a big engage, get a big stun, unlock that plasma. For Kai'Sa can fly towards that backline. And in the case of Kai'Sa, if you're afraid of the Maokai ult, you can reposition around it. You E to the side, get out of that, dive into the backline after that point. Sometimes you have to choose your terrain a little bit better to make sure you don't just back off away from it.
Rel.
Engage support's notably still up on the table. That Rel comes through. And of course, we did say chance of that Tristana going into mid or bot lane. Now we'll see whether they lock it. Of course, likely to go into that mid lane, but given what we've seen on the other side, let's count our chickens before they hatch.
Rel Tristana are a really good 2v2, and you know that they're going to probably play Nautilus on the other side with the synergy with Kai'Sa. Just going to wait and hold up. I mean, the Alistar ban also fished for this Rel, so Heretics know what they want their bot side to be. Jhin, Tristana mid. Okay. Bit of range, bit more utility added in. Alongside that hard engage as well. Seems pretty well rounded for Team Heretics, but now this will not answer a question.
Yeah, we'll figure out what... Look, if the Gragas is in, look, against something is going support. We'd see Stend play the Gragas support just the other week.
Could be Gragas mid.
Could be that too. Mate, at this point, I'll wait to see what they lock in. We can have our theories of what's going to get locked in. Gragas is locked in. I would imagine it's Gragas support. We will see if it's the Sion mid. I'd imagine the Jax being a very good matchup to the Gwen. That goes into that top lane. Sion goes mid. Little bit worried about that against the Tristana, because Tristana will be pushing that in an awful lot. Looks like it is. Sion mid, tank mid, locked in for Jackies.
I just knew that the Nidalee wasn't going to change because, you know, no offense a lot, I would not trust him with Nidalee top when I feel like it is just such a high, micro-intense lane. And if you miss space, you just get punished so hard. So, I don't know. Again, it is nice to see Isma back on one of his comfort champs. He's played it once this split already, but again in ERLs, if you remember Casey Blue only from last EMEA Masters, when Isma was filling in, he pulled off a stunning game on this champion in Div 2. But now that we've got everything nice and settled, nice front lines, big front lines, if Nora and Isma die, I think there's got to be some concern. But yeah, interesting comp from GX to kind of send caution to the wind in a game 1.
Yeah, we, funnily enough, we did see, again, some tank mid lanes coming out elsewhere in the world. I think there was a game of Orn mid from RNG over in the LPL. It's the only game I can think of it off the top of my head. Can't remember about the LCK side of things. What it allows you to do is play that heavier carry style from your Jax in the top lane. It's a good matchup versus that Gwen. I like that turnaround because, let's be honest, you know, you lock in the Sion early, they go, yes, great Gwen angle. Well, now the Gwen doesn't play against that Sion in the 1v1. We'll see what happens with the matchup in the mid lane, though, for this all-important series for playoff stats.
It's an elimination match. It is the last one that holds its input here over the LEC. We decide what 2 teams make it into playoffs, which team goes on an extensive holiday. It is that simple. I'm going to redefine it for you. Nice side note, the whole of Carlson's family is here. Big shout out to them. They've all got a Carlson jersey on.
Clan Carlson.
Yes. It's really nice to see the Carlsons out. I feel like I'm talking about a TV show. It's really nice to see all the Carlsons together. Big fan of your son. Very big fan of your son, or cousin, or a nephew, or
family relation.
The family, wherever he fits in. Now, we're going to explain how your son gets into playoffs. How does he walk towards MSI when it is such a big event? I'm going to pause first, though, because it's a body slam into Camilo, a crash down as well. Decimating Smash, then uses Flash. Big summoner spell that's now on cooldown as Camilo tries to trade back. He gets Lethal Tempo up, and Jun at half HP suffers a bit. Now, the GX 2v2, not dead in the water here, but Jun won't have to heal up with the passive, and means lane a little bit less volatile than it could have been.
Sure. Hang on a second, Isma's going for a pretty deep invade here again.
Cosplaying.
Yeah, really wanting to pull him off the first camp. That's kind of annoying.
Lots coming in. Last cone taken. Wait. Sheo's dead. Sheo is just going to die. Lot, Counter-Strike, Flash, Bramble. It's nice, but Decimating Smash on top. As I said, dead meat. First blood to Giant X.
So Sheo was well behind enemy lines, and I thought, well, you know, maybe it'll be okay, he can get out. Obviously not the case there. Goes down very, very early on. Wonder how this will affect the lanes of Heretics, because now you have your jungler very far behind. You know, you start your camps at 130 or what have you. See, when he gets towards this first camp now, he's going to be at least 30 seconds behind. Yeah. That is very, very problematic against a jungler which takes off, speeds up, gets ahead of you, and then forces you behind. This is why Nidalee is so annoying to play against as a tank jungler. Isma has the golden opportunity now to roll ahead with the game.
Did she also set up in all 3 lanes, right? Maybe not as much in Gragas, but like the power of this Nidalee is always about early ganks and where she can go. For GX, they're giving that on a silver platter now for Team Heretics. As I was saying, we didn't get to talk a little bit about what happens here. All they need is a single game in this best of 3. One singular game, and Team Heretics lock themselves in. It's as simple as that. Even if they go on to lose the series, one game, one slip up from GX, and Team Heretics are safe.
However, if they do win the whole series, GX are out. There is no tiebreaker for them.
Right.
The tiebreakers come if GX win the series. Now, it does depend on whether they 2-0, 2-1. 2-0 means that it's Heretics playing the high tiebreaker versus Vitality. If GX drop a game, though, but still win the series, at 2-1, they will be playing the tiebreaker with Vitality. Of course, with Vitality currently in France, that will be played, believe, tomorrow, actually, because they're not here to play the games right now.
So you can look forward to that Tuesday League of Legends. Oh, and I thought Tuesdays were spent just at home with, you know...
With what?
With family and food.
Have to think about that.
I kept it very well rated. Don't worry, PG here is Camilo slowed down. Decimating smash to good damage. Jackie's doing better in the lane than we expected, and Camilo out of 50 HP, or rather 80.
Typically, I would expect something like that. Tristan to just be pushing very heavily, trading very well. Of course, with the ability for Sion to kind of chuck that E through the wave, the roar of the Slayer, if you get that slow, sometimes you can open up for a big decimating smash. Jackie's, I mean, look, he's obviously prepared for the early lane on this champion, helped by the fact that Camilo had to start with that W2. Now to see, okay, laning phase looks like it's going well. And of course, you've now given you the top lane a great matchup, which Lot is using to great advantage there. How does that work?
He might take a little bit more. Sheo at level 3, getting bopped around again. Isma's damage not to be dismissed as standing his ground won't work either. Isma looking for the pounce. Carlson in the way. Under the turret looking for the trade, but an instant flash out, and Carlson can't match. Isma swipes through in this top side of the map as a 1k gold lead.
This is disaster early game for Sheo, because not only did you die for that first blood, there are a lot of other problems coming in from that as well, because, you know, we look towards what happens with our map being pushed in, and you know, this is pushed in. That's not what you would expect having the Tristana mid lane. You were pushed in on the top lane on the minimap, you were pushed in the mid lane as well. Things went to pot with that. It means that none of your lanes can kind of help you after things start to fall apart.
And all lanes right now are pushing in. All lanes feel good. Sheo's on constant defense, and there's a defensive ward placed by Heretics over Raptors. Just wondering where the next strike from Isma's going to be, because he wants to keep the ball rolling, as you all expect. But as you're talking about Nymera just before, I mean, Carlson's in a lot of trouble up here. Lot's trading's been good, and, you know, I'm not used to seeing Lot in a position of power, because I feel like Lot has been one of the weakest performing top laners over the course of this split. Granted, this is his first year in the LEC, but, like, still, when we have had other rookies come in, with Carlson having big plays, with Nuko doing the same, you kind of put them up to those expectations, but I don't think Lot has hit it in most of the weeks.
I think Madrid really revitalized this guy.
It did.
Because we expected a lot out of Winter. You know, there's only so many times you can use the name pun, but we expected great things out of this player. I think he's part of a great new class of top laners. Potentially, we've seen some of that upper ability. Madrid brought some of that back after a difficult spring. Now the question is, okay, was that a blip? Was that just the arena effect, being in front of a crowd in Spain there? Or is it something that has actually been a full revitalization? We'll see more out of him. He's had a good start here, and of course now he's 1-0-1, impacting the game early. Let's see how far he can roll with that one. GX as a whole, off to a great start. You are not meant to have a 1.5k gold lead at the 6-minute mark. That's not meant to happen.
Yeah, you're definitely cheering for it, aren't you? The 2v2 in the one of Lot is holding out quite nicely here. And Lot takes a bit of a hefty chunk, but even without teleport, remember, he's got grasp and he's also got his phage, so a bit more health to work with here as I look towards Carlson down bot. Noah and Jun, the wave is in a slow push. Really nice wave state for GX, and Carlson can't stand up. Also, Isma taking the dragon. It's like a death knell, but if he does, walk up to that wave indeed.
Carlson now knows he is, if he didn't know before, he knows he's in on the weak side of the map. As it happens, Isma took a little lift damage taking the dragon, as of course you do. Choosing to recall on the bot side of the map, not looking for a dive. It's a little bit harder to look for the dive, I think, when you have the Gragas support who's a little less tanky than, say, someone like the Rel or Leona, who can dive a lot quicker, easier, and not die on the return of it. So they choose to take the higher... the lower risk option. Let's be honest, GX are so far ahead anyway. I think they've got a lot of what they wanted out of this early game. They don't have to push it too hard right now.
Maybe the idea of putting Jackie's on Sion is that so that when we get to mid-game and Jackie's casually, you know, gets caught out often.
True.
That on Sion, it's going to become harder to do so. He'll hit side.
You can't die in side lanes if you can't die
and
at
you have
all.
to overload side lanes to kill the Sion. So it's like, you know, if they're going to send everyone for me, at least we're going to make it worth it on the other side of the map. GX obviously working with the punches a bit. I get it. It's very 5-ed.
We just had a note from production as well. Thank you, production. That this is the second Sion mid in 2025 for Tier 1 League of Legends as well. So
the first one was RNG?
No, that was Ornn mid. So I was making the comparison saying, well, you know, you got the tanking game.
Because I was thinking of Xiaohu for some reason. I don't know why.
Well, he ain't there anymore. He's gone off in his ways to Weibo.
3 years ago.
made a World Finals or so. He's doing all right for himself, I suppose.
They could have won.
Did you see the same finals that I did? I'm sure about that one.
Every other game that we didn't see that wasn't the finals, they could have won. I think that's a very different story.
It is.
It's like the sadness of BLG, you know, when they could have won, but it was a good form.
However, funnily enough, bring it back to what's on team here. But however, there is a thread here. You know, that inconsistency, not knowing what's going to happen.
Boy,
Carlson.
It worked, but Lost ulti's out as well. Solo kill territory. Carlson gets the needles to fly. He's got full snips ahoy. But meandering around the turret for now, Carlson has to think about, does he want to risk it? Flash in tow, but a lot to match the same, and all plates given up even with the next wave.
Shadows here. Do they want to play around? Well, they do. There's the ultimate.
And it's going to catch him as well. No mana. Twisted advance is a counter-strike in. Carlson spaces nicely, still gets stunned up. The sapling helps out, and Shao gets the shutdown. Team Heretics with their first kill of the game.
It's a little annoying for Heretics that the kill doesn't go to Carlson himself because he really wants that goal for the individual matchup, but still, Shao, after a really difficult early game, making an impact. He has given a trade-off to, as we just saw there, camps being taken by Isma in his own jungle. It's a chance that Isma again can start clawing ahead of that that kind of like just rate of farming. But at least he manages to impact the top lane matchup. Importantly so, we know how important the Gwen can be towards late game.
Jackie's a bit, I'm surprised this matchup, but I guess with Warden's mail early, I mean, it's only going to get worse. However, Camilo will scale with range, I'm sure, where eventually that Tristana will just be autoing outside the Q range of Jackie's on that silence. So keep an eye for that. At least for now, Jackie's is keeping pace with farm. It really is one of the only lanes where I can say that. Look at bot. 10 CS lead between Jhin and Kai'Sa. Look at top. Same again. Carlson's obviously been struggling. There's obviously been jungle attention too. And so you're just going through lane by lane, seeing GX and where that 2k gold lead has come from, how they got the 3 grubs, how they got the first dragon, and how they're setting up for the next one in a minute 30.
Has the level 6. Not going to look for anything. Well, there is also Isma here. Jones, do you want to go for a flash bounce? Flack? Yes, he does!
Nice body slam, sets up with the explosive cast. Flack flashes immediately though, but under turret. Noah ulti's in behind the deadly flourish. It's Donkey-licious for the trade, but it's a 1-for-1 in the end, with Isma getting a bit of a helping hand. The main thing is that Flackett's dead and Noah got to stay.
Sorry, Donkey, what?
Donkalicious.
That's... I think you may have just done a neologism. You've invented a word there. That makes sense.
I'm the Jack Spectre of today. I foundationalized the word.
Ah, jeez. More things that we've learned here. But still, very important. Flackett loses both of his summoners. Jun does use both of his. But whenever you have a trade where bot lanes are involved, the AD carry dies, they're losing gold, they're losing XP, which means that Noah gets a bit of an extra bonus there too. And of course the kill goes towards that realm. Not exactly nice for Heretics. So GX, again, good early game for them. They managed to really get ahead of things. It's not necessarily in the jungle matchup, but maybe that changes here.
And the wave hurts Carlson so much here. Counter-strike at the ready. Carlson has his flash available. Will he get to use it? Out now finally, but Isma follows up easily. The needlework, there's not enough healing. Autos will suffice. Isma with kill number 2, and GX will just not give up on this top laner.
Heretics are really struggling to contain Isma. Wherever he turns up, Heretics need to be very, very respectful. And as we were saying before, actually the gold lead in the jungle wasn't that crazy, given that it's the first blooded jungle. Gets the ability to walk into the enemy side of the map too. But he is impacting the map really, really well, like a pressure valve.
Look at Lot, picture in picture there. That's 3 plates taken within the laning phase. And, you know, it happened towards bot as well. There's a 1,500 gold lead between a Jax and a Gwen. And we talked about the matchup, and I feel like a lot of people just know by now that snowballing that matchup leads to a lot of success. Side lane's going to be so hard to deal with when Lot's already got his Trinity forced by 11 minutes 45.
Plus Jax, pretty good against double AD carry comps too.
He is indeed.
So puts on the counter strike, ignores your auto attacks, maybe forcing a buster shot out of Camilo in inopportune circumstances. So credit to GX if this does work out and it transitions into a good game from Lot. Of course, it's a great game right now. This was made possible by the Sion being flexed towards mid. Draft, it was the Sion locked in early, bit of a bait. They're saying you will play the Gwen into this. No, we'll actually switch that around, get the Jax in, and he can be a very good matchup. Of course, GX are going to have less traditional carry power from the mid lane. You're not going to have someone like a Victor, Porky, Tristana, what have you, more consistent damage sources, but it has allowed this Jax to get really, really ahead. And what's even worse now, 3 grubs, 2nd dragon down. GX have absolute objective dominance in the early game.
Once again, I feel like it's a similar story as, talking about BDS. And I know you had a passion about this. where we've seen it, I think you could say in Madrid as well, like, obviously this team, when they find early game leads, they're really good at navigating that into neutral objectives.
And this is against Sheo, the guy that brings Dragon priority to your teams. This is one of the things that Odoamne was talking about on the desk pretty consistently throughout the split. Well, Sheo brings you objective priority to your team in a way that, you know, BDS are missing right now. GX, they have been really, really good at mastering this early game. And considering that when I looked at, say, Isma when he was on SK before, I thought, well, you know, if the early game doesn't go well, sometimes he can kind of fall away from it. It's really good to see him have such a good early game impact with the team on an objective level, because Isma, when he actually sticks to that plan A, gets ahead of the game, gets onto the objectives, has been providing a lot of value to GX as of late.
Well, I mean, I tell you, it's not going to be the last objective taken in this game for sure. It's a minute 30, and Isma has full control, 80% of the map right now. Maybe give 70 to be generous. Less generous. 70% of the map's his. Deep board's consistent and obviously hovering around Carlson top. This hasn't stopped. He's just stuck to Lot because he knows it's a free Counter-Strike, it's a free spear, it might be a free kill, and Sten walking in shows the proof right there, looking for the crash down, respects it, but Magnet Storm used on the way out. Sten, maybe a bit of an over-escape.
Not sure about that one, yeah. Have Sheo over the wall. They do have the Malcarl if they want to run GX out of the jungle. Be a bit much for a blue buff. Do they think they can get a big play after it? No, I doubt it. They don't have teleports to call to the play. Just trying to defend their own buffs for now. They'll at least stop Isma from taking it cleanly. It'll reset.
Well, that play was awkward now. Without Magnet Storm for like, what, 45, 50 seconds. Herald now seems even more impossible. Sten on the edge for an engage. Sheo trying to get back his own blue buff, but the engage follows through from Jun first. Slow down while bot turret just dropped, by the way. Nature's Grasp, that's another ulti that in front of the objective you would love to have. And Heretics, this early game is just complete empty at the moment.
And now you've used your Malcarl. That is your big get out of here button, where you have to respect that. You don't have that to stop someone in a side lane for the next few minutes. You don't have that to stop a play around the Herald, as you were just talking about objectives recently too. Typically, Malachi is great on blue side, using his ultimate to say you're going to get pinned against the Herald pit. You'd love to be able to play around that, but that is the dire straits to it. This is a 4,000 gold lead, 15 minutes. That's ridiculous for this time
You're playing an Italy Cup, you're very happy. You're like, yep, we're doing exactly what we wanted to do. And with Leandro as well, I mean, I'm sure that Italy's got a bit of extra gold to pounce back on as well. I'm also looking at a mid laner that has Frozen Heart first. Now Negatron Cloak is the next build path, and as you said already, Namira, there's double 80 carry in this comp.
But eventually, at some point, if you get a load of items on the 80 carries, that would matter less. You're not going to get those items at this rate. You know, the Heretics need to find a way to blunt this all-out aggression that's come from GX in terms of the objective-based gameplay so far, the dominance over the map. They need to find a way to get some of that map control back, because at this point, the tanks are just going to run rampant. They can jump forward to Jackie. He doesn't care he's got flash and ult. Best he can blow is one of them.
We might jump on him. Lethal Tempo is helping a bit now, though, but again, attack speed's a little bit slow. He ulties out. Jackie just walks it off like a bad hangover.
Yeah, he was sat there for a while, thinking of it. Don't need to blow ult. Don't need to blow ult. Okay, all right, guess you convinced me on that one. He's that ult, but that's it. No, he's safe. That ultimate's not the longest cooldown ever. Sign has one of the highest base HP regens in the game as well, and he has a refill pot, so it's not like he even has to go back to base. He sticks around, regens up a bit of HP, starts stacking up that Soul Furnace W a little bit more, and that's all Heretics have got. A mild inconvenience towards Jackies at this point.
Mild inconvenience, well put. 5,000, the lead growing still, 55 seconds. Dragon number 3, and that's one the Heretics, you have to think, need to contest, because at this point, you lose that, you lose Soul Point, you'll be in Baron, Atakan territory, and there's so much more leverage for GX to play through as those timers tick down.
Important note, by the way, we're talking about, hey, you need to get towards certain items to kill these tanks. I think this is quite intelligent, actually, coming through from the AD carry, saying, okay, Infinity Edge for the Jib. We're not going to go towards that Collector. That's not going to be valuable. We need to get to... No, that Mosquito. We just saw what happened with the... just started tickling the side on that. If you can get towards Lord Dominus Regards early after this, you will at least have some significant damage. If you can lock him down in front of you early enough, the Sign will have a lot less presence in teamfights.
True. I mean, at least now as well, that Kaiser's going to be diving backline. There's a little bit more volatility. But keep your eyes peeled. That Dragon, 5 seconds. Right now, Heretics are more angling towards the top side, trying to find Isma, some of these defensive wards. Maybe also trying to hover Carlson as Lot backs, has TP. Dragon's now getting pinged, but...
He's got 2 items, man. Like, this is so unfair. He has an entire item up, 2 items to 1 onto Carlson. Hasn't completed his tier 2 boots yet, so, well, then again, neither's the Gwen, but Lot is in such an unparalleled level of power at this point. GX have been very much setting him up for success in draft and in gameplay. Heretics, at least they haven't been dying that much for the last little while. I thought this game would just go free-falling after this point. Shao at least getting that kill onto Jackson on a side lane. Avoiding objectives for now, realizing, look, but we are in no state to fight. I think that is the right mindset. You can't really walk up and contest that much right now.
So Isma, as he takes it, regardless, it still leads to Soul Point. It still puts GX in a much easier position as the time comes in 6:30 for that Baron to spawn. They can draw out that Dragon an extra minute on top, and then suddenly you've got the leverage of both sides of the map that they'll probably own, both sides of the game that right now GX are holding full control of. And Team Heretics trying to wither out the storm right now and not lose everything on the map, because you can see Isma continuously invading and just taking away as many camps as possible.
No, and I think that conversation you were starting there is really important. Like, they're trying to weather the storm for now. How much can you give up? Realistically, you have to give up all of this. Not a bad trade there, actually.
There is burst, but I mean, Jun's tanky enough. Jumping in, you'd think Shao would be, but he gets blasted. Isma also running in, you'd think would be a bad idea, but they're still so strong. The dive continues out of Noah Shred. Well, the all-in from GX works out anyway. They're there in a flash. Heretics thought they could fight back, but there's no chance. Noah, the unsung hero, has been scaling up alongside them. Now rears his head, which is looking mighty fine in game 1.
What Heretics thought was a quick pick leads to 4 of them dying. 4 people hit the ground. It's only Camilo which survives, and he has to use his flash alongside the teleport. We do get a pause.
Oy, oy, oy.
Not exactly sure what that's about. We'll give you more information when we get around to that. But Heretic, that is crushing. We were just saying, hey, it was fairly disciplined before that point.
Okay, well, the XGG aliens have come in. They're smiling at me, but what do they want?
The what aliens?
The aliens, you know, the XGG, the smiley aliens. The smiley aliens, they're looking at me and they're saying, what's wrong with our PCs? What's going on? Jackie's has shrunk into his chair.
Is that a really bad pronunciation of xenomorph?
No. We'll find out. And it's been a rough game for Heretics. Like, you know, we often talk a lot about, like, okay, their laning's improved, like their early games have improved, Shao's like the glue that keeps it all together. This game, there hasn't really been much to say in words of praise for them, because they've kind of just slowly rolled over. Isma's taken over the early game. Top got crushed. Lots having a good game. Jax is best champ. There's a reason that you don't give this guy Jax. And so I feel like all the pieces have aligned for GX for a game 1, which is a good road, as we're talking about, to making sure that they can get themselves locked into playoffs.
No, it keeps coming back to that conversation of, hey, this seems like a really good start on mid-flex. Do I think it's going to be good in every game? No, I think there are some cases where it can be punished, but I think in this one, opening up, you were saying this top laner to have best champion in a very good matchup in the Jax versus the Gwen as well, set up for success. Mid lane's going well in that laning phase too. I like this draft a lot, and hopefully we'll get to see a bit more of it.
Well, ready checks coming through, but my screen is still great, which is kind of usual when I play League of Legends, so I don't really know any different.
Isn't it sepia technically?
Sepia, is it?
Yeah, sepia.
I thought it was sepia. Pronounced sepia or sepia?
I'm saying sepia now, and if I say it confidently enough, I think I'll get away with it.
It feels like an artistic thing where, like, in South Australia, they say pool, but in the rest of Australia, we say pool. But then people don't understand the difference between pull, like pulling a rope, and swimming pool.
Oh, yeah, that does make sense.
It doesn't make sense.
We have such great philosophical conversations.
We have important conversations, which will remind me to get you back to the game, because we're doing that now. Lot, you missed it, but he just whacked a turret for half HP down bot. And it's now gone. That's an inner turret. So, gold lead. It might not say it at the top of the screen, but I guarantee it's like 6-7k after this one fight.
So, we were praising Heretics just before this, saying, it's not here just yet. It's not here. Aftershock comes on. You got the Drunken Rage from Gragas as he gets the damage reduction. Heretics, I think, thought this would be a quick pick. You know, just one bit of CC forwards, you can kind of follow up with the range from the Jhin. Obviously, that wasn't the case. Great follow-up from GX. This is the bonus of having something like a Kai'Sa to follow up so quickly alongside everything else. GX are so far ahead, 7,000 gold thereabouts at 20 minutes in. We keep saying, hey, well, this shouldn't be this much gold at this point in the game. Well, it keeps doing that, and it keeps getting larger and worse for Heretics.
And the reason why Isma, with junglers that can take over the game, take the reins, he's gotten a lot of praise. When we see Isma and like Sejuani and things like Skarner, I don't get the same vibe, but Even though the Pantheon's winless, I'll see that. I'll see Wukong. I'll see the Nidalee. I think something very differently is inner turret top goes down. 7.5, keep counting because that's going to lead them right towards Atakan. Uncontested while Carlson just tries to get some gold back on the map.
Well, they have objective bounties, which is the bonus of being so far behind, but doesn't feel that great right now. Atakan goes down. Of course, that increases the value of the petals which you get and gets ability to start resetting these fights.
What happened on the other side of the map? Carlson has TP, but GX, you know, win this one outright. Nature's grabs to be a good disengagement. Carlson TP'd into the middle of everyone. Jackie's flash decimating smash to the two-man. Buffed out by Camilla, but not the rest. It'll be the cleanup crew and mopping up as the hard bit, but tipping out the dirty water. That'll be Giant X closing this one out.
GX have very cleanly looked for fights. Champions like the Scion, like the Kai'Sa, are so strong right now because they respond so quickly. Opening is shown by Heretics after they try and defend that Atakan, and GX immediately pull the trigger. The teleports are too slow to come in. I think that's one of the reasons we're seeing more semi-globals and quick response patterns like this. Look, there's an entrance in towards this bot side river. Scion says, all right, the fight's starting. You are not going to get the quick enough teleport. This teleport comes in far too slowly. When you have a Scion, when you have a Kai'Sa, you can start the fight, you can end it before the teleport's even necessary here. Carlson, he doesn't get to impact this fight. Sadly, it goes from bad to worse for the entire team.
One of those things where you're like, oh, I need to be there, but...
And you do,
you do
just like 10 seconds earlier. It's a problem.
Because you weren't. It stings you a lot. Now, mid was also opened up, and while this is going to be a massive cope take, like...
Okay,
this is going to be as silly as saying words like cappuccino, ballerina, or whatever that stupid meme is. That,
the brain rot,
the armadillo, crocodile, like all that. Dude, TikTok's so brain rot. Anyway, as we come back, and hi to everyone watching on TikTok, by the way. As we come back, Team Heretics have once won a game. It was against BDS, I believe.
Yes, it was.
13.5k gold lead. They were down. I don't know how the conditions fly into anyone's mind here. I've seen crazy things. That's all I'm going to leave it with. They're finding some objective bounty gold. They've minimized from 9 to 7.5. They did the same when it was 8, back to 6.5. It's massive cope. But if anyone can do it, apparently Team Heretics can.
Just to cut back on the hope, production observers, can we get a toggle to Heretics vision? I want to see how much that they see on the map right now, because I'm going to imagine it's very little. They see nothing. They see nothing, and this is why they have to play so far back. Look at Camilla, look at Flacket. They can't even walk up to defend their turret. Again, this is
ignorance is bliss. Not knowing is some of the best thing in life. There's a lot of things in life I wish I didn't know.
Briefly alluded to Xenomorphs earlier. Turns out in your own jungle, no one can hear you scream because there's no vision there either.
Oh no, now that I get.
Yeah.
Now Soul's an issue.
This is Kimilu, the last survivor of the Nostromo.
Oh my god.
He actually is the only unkilled member so far.
Well, what can he do? Soul's now to GX. And again, I'll keep breathing in that good stuff because Soul bit of an issue when you have champions like Nidalee, who can just go to Prowl and then do whatever Sheo. Blending into the environment. But unfortunately, there's a lumberjack here, and Jackie's with the right skin, but the wrong day for Sheo. He's trying to buy time, do whatever he can do. There's a Rel here as well. Gives him movement speed, but Sheo, I mean, what can you say? He hasn't been able to play this game. Delaying the inevitable while Jackie's cuts him down.
Took a lot longer to die than I thought he would.
True.
It just doesn't really lead to that much. So Camilla is actually making a foray into the enemy side of the map for the first time. Feels like in a very long time for Heretics. Pushing now on the other side though, GX, a reminder that they have Cloud Soul to run at you quicker. They have 3 grubs.
No wave though.
Well, they're coming soon, mate. They're coming soon. They got 2 of them, in fact.
You're right. There are more than 1 minion waves in League of Legends, and Giant X have got 2 of them. And now
getting out of hand. Now there are 2 of them.
It really is. And look, Camilla's come back to base. He's flashed on. He's not stunned up by a lot. Flashes out this time rather, and Jackie's gets stunned back. Heretics fighting back. They've got AoE. This is what I said. It ain't over till it's over. The curtain's going to fly. Jun is the target. Noah blocks it up, but Nature's Grasp is still alive as Isma. Narrow dodge. Lot gets out the top, and Carlson zones out through the rim. It's only 1, but what did I tell you? As Jackie's, even on Scion, that dude gets caught out.
So, turns out, there is still a Gwen in this game, and there are still 280 carries. So we said, hey, they are going towards the tank-killing items. They both have Dominus Regards right now. We said, hey, really intelligent itemization. It's the best you can do in this game to say, look, we need to kill this front line ASAP. Camille's now going towards this bot side, trying to, again, just get a pocket of pressure for Heretics, get some control of the map back. However, this is the lane which has its inhibitor up right now. The other two, this early into the game, having inhibitors down is a problem. GX can go straight towards that Baron, force Heretics to respond, teleport in from GX as well, forcing the issue.
There is a ward there, but again, for Team Heretics, it's just going to be destroyed immediately. So this Baron inevitably going to go down. Jun doing damage control in case anyone gets near. And for GX, still this game is theirs. They've just got to, you know, bowl down the pins, I guess. However, no, I'm just kidding. I do think this should be GX.
Yeah, there is a certain point where playing Devil's Advocate is a little disingenuous.
I mean, it's so hard to in this game when you're like, man, GX would just run the whole riff. Camilo again, he's being cheeky onto Isma, gets some damage back, but he's now at half HP. And as you said, those minions channeling in. There may not be supers here, but with the inhibitor up, Giant X have their target in mind.
So, inhibitor in the middle. Oh, top lane actually wasn't taken. My bad, though. We'll take it now, though. It will take now, though. Here comes the Malkail.
Okay, Nature's Grasp. Jackie's ulti out. Deadly Flash doesn't connect. Decimating Smash onto Sten does. Lot zoning out. Sheo is going to take one for the boys as Giant X poke him out a little bit. Camilo's in lethal tempo mode. He's keeping that up, but Giant X get out of his vision. Out of sight, out of mind, I wish I could say, but Team Heretics see Giant X running in as a big storm wall. And Camilo can only barely just hold back. Giant X have broken down 2 inhibitors now, and surely a third is next to come. TP.
Full Zon is brought up by Lot. Sten could look to kill him on, well, engage on the arrival. Carlo, Lot jumps back. A lot of damage.
Really nice from Camilo to buff, but you're right. The damage hurts up and up where they're going to find triple in hit regardless. This might be like Helm's Deep, but more realistic. 10k gold lead. The problem is now, Team Heretics, how do you fight off all 3 waves? Top just needs to be catered for, and then the pressure will be there. So Giant X not getting everything in a row, but wave clear is enough for now. Noah's dancing in the back, and here we go again.
Yeah, so those were some of the waves without the super minions. Now the next ones, they're going to be a little bit more tricky. Triple inhib down. Baron buff still in as well, and you don't have a Malkail for this wave. That's a problem. You're not going to be able to stop GX walking up nearly as easily.
In there, Sten with a good engage, but they're zoned off. Carlson's going to drop the ulti as well, but lots in, goes Golden. Need to work number 2 with one held in hand. For the time being, Carlson used it, but Team Heretics, their turrets are dying. They may hold up the fight, but Giant X is just going for the rear. And as Noah jumps in, it's going to be a trade with the Nexus bare bones. Camilo's fighting out with lethal tempo. Nexus still there. Flush away. Jackie's just autoing it. He's got enough damage because the team will then converge. A hard-fought win, but a well one for Giant X in game 1.
I'm trying to think who I would want to praise the most there. The Scion Flex is so important. Iz was early game fantastic too, but Lot smashed that top lane wide open.
He did. Giant X, one more step towards getting themselves towards playoffs. All it takes is this 2-0.
He doesn't like that. Look at him, he's a good boy, but he don't like that.
Maybe we could play some A rounds or something like that. I mean, this is math, right? New towers, new objectives.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat. Red Bull gives you wings.
Okay, look.
I'm showing mid.
I'm keeping. You should.
I'm coming.
Kill the back. That's it for I will kill him.
Don't back. Okay, stay high bar.
Look. I got the gun. Nice! Rel after rel. Nice! Nice, good job, guys. Down.
Oh, guys. This Sion is unkillable. This is a bug.
Guys, make sure we can end now.
Oh shit. Big guy.
Yeah! Clean! Nice, good job.
No bug. Just a Sion that was an absolute raid boss. And one of the best games I've seen GX play.
Yeah, I mean, it did get handed to them on a silver platter because I feel like... Okay, so the thing is, we're kicking it off real quick with the draft already, but...
Wait, the first thing in a segment and it's draft? Let's go.
Well, that's very vanilla, but you know, now it makes sense. So the thing is, what happened here, it was a very interesting trap set up by GX because they respond to the Maokai first pick with the Sion Italy, and then Thematic is like, ooh, there's a little tanky boy on the
Sion blind pick, what?
Sion blind pick. Carlson, you ready to lock in and just carry this game? Picks the Gwen, insta counter pick with the Jax, and then everything just went downhill.
Added context, Carlson's parents are here. So probably...
What does that showing off to his parents. Okay, that makes sense.
TH coaching was probably like, yes, lock him in the Gwen, let's go. He's going to absolutely make a fool out of this Sion.
I don't think the coaches are changing the draft plans for the parents.
I don't know. Also, hello, Carlson's parents. I'm sorry about this game. But yeah, and maybe that explains why the jungler had such a bad early game in Sheo.
Yeah, I think for me, Sheo's been so pivotal.
His parents aren't here, so.
Heretic's success. But in this game, he tries to go for a cheeky invade because Nidalee is showing on mid, but Isma's already put a ward down, which spots him, and then he ends up dying, and he's super delayed for his own jungle clear. They just run him down, you know, nice and slow. They know he's here. Isma's like, I know where you're hiding, take the notes. And then once Sheo dies here, he's so delayed that Nidalee can just do whatever she wants, and Lot also gets first blood kill here, which makes it even harder for Carlson to play this matchup in top. And then it's further snowballs with Sheo now being so delayed on the map because he died level 1, that by the time he's taking Crab, Isma's taken bot Crab and can kill him up top, and it's just a disaster.
And this makes a lot of sense because from this point on, when you pick Maokai, you're thinking of yourself, oh, I'm the glue for my strong lanes, right? In theory, when we pick Maokai, we have the Gwen top that's supposed to win, you have the Tristana mid that's supposed to kind of get prio, and the Maokai's job is pretty much just, oh, I'm just going to walk around, you know, be the glue, provide the CC so that my laners are winning 2v2. But now all of a sudden, you go into the game, and Sheo is probably feeling this sort of pressure on himself where he feels like, I need to do something new because all of a sudden, I don't have winning lanes, I don't have winning 2v2s or anything. And we even saw in the graph with Carlson earlier with the CSD.
Oh, you did him dirty.
Yeah, well, the thing is...
He did himself dirty, I'm afraid.
The matchup is not, you know, completely doomed. It's just one of those very difficult matchups where all you need to do is you need to play very aggressive early so that the Jax doesn't take over. Sure, the Jax got the kill, but at the same time, he was also winning lane before he got to spend that gold, before he got the XP. And it just showed to me that he didn't really have the experience to play these matchups as well as he should have to become a win condition.
Mission failed successfully in that regard, unfortunately. And it was one of them where, you're right, the trap that was laid out. It's so beautiful to see, I think. When a trap does get laid out by a coach and then it works out, I bet Kyoto just the whole game is just like, let's go. Yeah.
I mean, it's crazy. This would be one of those games where you're like, you got me, you know, can we just draft? Because the thing is, at the highest echelon of play, you need to constantly be aware of these sorts of traps.
Which this is.
Yeah, which it is, yeah.
Technically.
Well, okay, stop throwing shade. Just let me finish my point. So, so this is one of those stats where you need to be constantly aware of because you know that it's just going to be game losing if it ends up being sprung. So it just, I don't know, it was just a great trap because on blue side, you can't really dodge it. Even if you go 4-5, you need to pick something on top lane a little bit more neutral than that.
And the weird part as well is you're thinking, oh, okay, this Sion blind pick on mid, surely that will get punished. No, it didn't. He just gets so much armor. He's completely unkillable. And it didn't matter how many auto attacks he was tanking or anybody was trying to kill him. Like Camilo, I don't think he played particularly bad this game. I think he failed to punish the Sion in the first few levels. And then after that, Sion gets a warden.
How do you feel looking at this?
Bro.
You're an ADC trying to hit the Sion, do some damage.
I don't know. Like, I'm telling my team, guys, I need 3 items. And then maybe I can do something.
Look at him. Everyone's just hitting him, and he's just enjoying his life. Look at him. He's just walking forward.
Yeah.
I would also think it's a bug, maybe, because that doesn't look normal.
That is true. But obviously, great game from Jackies. I guess it...
Guys, this Sion is unkillable. This is a bug.
I mean, I would feel like that as well. But honestly, he is the last person when I think of in the LEC who I'd be like, okay, play Sion mid. Because when I think of Jackies, I played with him. I think of him. He's this cocky kid that is like a playmaker, a showmaker, you know, not showmaker from Korea because he's not that good, but maybe he will get there at some point. But he always wants to be the pop-off player, the one that just makes, you know, a lot of plays, feels himself like he's the, I wouldn't really say the star, but he's the one who has the most power in the game.
Do you think this shows growth then in him? That he's like, it's a do or die game and he's willing to back down and pick the sound and be the supportive member for his team?
I would say so, because my biggest critique of Jackies was the fact that his champion pool was not adaptive enough. He was always playing the stuff that he liked, but now going out of his champion or out of his comfort zone to pick new champions that, you know, shine exactly as you said in this do or die moment. Because right now they really needed a 2-0 to lock playoffs. Because even with the 2-1, you have this sort of anxiety, this sort of, you know, stress that you'll be having playing tomorrow against Team Vitality, and having a clear ticket to playoffs so that you can play or so that you can scrim and prepare for your upcoming best of 5. Is something that you really want to cash in.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up because the situation has changed a little bit for Team Heretics. They now need to win at least one game if they do want to make sure that they get to those playoffs and they don't really have to play a tiebreaker. That's kind of the same situation. So I'm glad that it's added the stake. So from what you've seen in game 1 then, the fact that it was kind of a draft snafu is kind of good because I don't think does he have another one up his sleeve? Probably not.
At the same time, though, Giant X laners across the board just looked so much better. Bot lane was winning, mid lane was winning, top lane was winning, and of course, part of it is the draft. But bot lane, for example, Jhin should not be pressured that hard by the Kai'Sa, in my opinion. Like, the matchup should be completely fine, but everything that could go wrong for Team Heretics did, and they only need to win one game, but this wasn't even close.
Yeah, they didn't even win 2% of a game. So
but now with Team Heretics going blue side again, it feels like it's okay. It's a repeat. They're like, okay, you got me. Now it's time for us to maybe not fall in the same trap again or in a different one. I would love them to be a little bit more careful because, as you said, GX laners have been really, really good. I feel like maybe this is the sort of moment where pressure gets to Team Heretics, and GX is thriving in this because all the way back to the Roadshow, this is where they thrived the best and they had the best results.
Yes, and good for them is that Jackies cannot pick Sion again because it's fearless, and Ginny is standing by with Jackies to hear about his plans.
Thank you, Afia. I'm here with Jackies ahead of their next game, and I would love to have a conversation about that Sion, because in the pregame interview, you're like, yeah, maybe I'm going to get caught in side lane because it's my brand. Sion is not your brand. What's going on?
Well, I can't get caught on side lane if I'm playing Sion, right? Like, usually I have the ult to escape, but I don't know, I feel like sometimes you have to get off brand if the champ is OP, and Sion is just broken. So, and I'm better than Lot on Sion, so it just came to me. That's it.
All right, well, that's some very hard-hitting analysis. Thanks so much for your time. Good luck in the next game.
Thank you.
Casters, take it away.
We will indeed. All right, game 2. It just came to Jackies and won't come to him again because it's not how Fearless works. But the biggest question is whether Team Heretics can fight back as myself and Nymira. Run you through game number 2. That was a stop. That was a slobber knocker. That was one-sided. Giant X just got caught with the game, and they're like, I don't want to let this go. Props to them. Match point. Here we go. Yone first on the table. Virus follows. Question is, things like the Sejuani. We've already got Maokai off the pool. Rumble's now gone. Where else do we go?
Well, stuff like the Talia was also banned last time. That is as well. I guess we'll see whether the Vi makes it through the draft. That was GX's third ban last time. Now, the good thing about Fearless for Heretics is that GX don't get to do that exact draft trap again. True. They don't get to do that Sinus to mid lane, as you were saying. Do they have another draft prepared? Are they going to last ban that fight? Probably, you know, last ban, you tend to just take a little bit of time with it. Wait, sir, just collect your thoughts and make sure you're communicating and using that time. And it's not Vi this time. I believe that was banned out the last time. Izir gone. Sejuani open, very powerful for both of these junglers.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, Sheo, you look at his history and he just doesn't like this Vi. Arguably, it's been banned most of the time, but Sejuani most picked. And Sheo on something defensive that, again, we use the word glue a lot, can really stick the team together again. That's going to be their attempt here. We'll see how Team Heretics can pull together maybe some melee solo lanes.
Of course, the Yone's not on the table, self-banned by Heretics. They would love to have that, something along those lines if they go towards it. Now you're looking at more something like that. Silas, I guess, in the mid lane if they want to go to.
And best of top is also a thing you can think about.
Which is huge for Carlson too. One of the very best besters in the league. On the other side, though, Shinzao, Misfortune. Isma gets himself that early powerhouse in that champion. And Isma had a really good early game last time, so if you get ahead of the game again, see what he can do on the Shinzao.
Oh, I forgot Jace.
True.
Normally just banned away. I mean, this champion is S tier in top lane.
Yes, but in Europe, it's been about the place in Europe because yeah, it's very hard to play it.
S tier for Kana.
Yeah.
Maybe not for everyone else.
Yeah, for sure. I think there are some players which really utilize it well. You're not afforded that many mistakes on this champion. If you make a mistake early and say a Shinzao runs into your lane, Jace dies very, very quickly. So Lot will see if he picks something that can either survive or punish it. I mean, I guess in terms of actual lane counts, there aren't that many things. You can go towards something like a Yorick or whatever, but I think Lot could just go towards the team. It's actually, I say that, I mean, they could just play the Ornn mid. We said, oh, the Sion's gone. We did relate it to the Ornn in the last one. What do you reckon that's going mid?
I mean, it's mid or it's just a flex, right? But for now, we hold off. I guess they're going to look at the support. Engage tool picked up, and Nautilus seems like the best one left available. Leona also an option. Rakan's also up. Just keep that in mind here as priority given over to GX for their 2v2.
Yeah, surprised that the Nautilus is locked in at that point. I mean, it's fine, right? It's a good ability to follow the Ezreal through his E. You can't escape that combo nearly as much. But, I mean, if GX are playing those tank mid laners, do maybe have to pay some respect to that one, thinking about it. Not just going towards Lot. Lot's a very good carry top player typically, but, you know, if you open up some different angles, put the tank into the mid lane, allows him to play more of that.
All right, answers, options. Let's see, because now that you've forfeited your top laner, this is probably going to be easy for Heretics. They get rid of the options that they don't want to play into, Cassante being one of them, which seldom seen, but regardless, like, it does hover in our league. I'm glad the champion's kind of more rubbish now. Like, no one wants to see Cassante, I guarantee you. So at least that's gone, guaranteed, as support bans for Giant X getting rid of some other tools that can get in the way.
I mean, the Braum is an on counter. Maybe I'm maybe I'm tunneling this too much. Maybe I'm.
Maybe it's more for Misfortune though. That's it. That's the other problem.
Yeah,
like...
for sure. But I saw that one hover. I thought, oh yeah, the champion does exist.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll talk about that more. Of course, it gets hovered again. Heretics obviously a little bit wary of some tankier options available to GX by banning that Cassante instead of the Akali, which gets banned away. From Jackie's, presumably. And the Ornn hovers there again, but we'll see what they lock in after this point. Of course, the Jace can be flexed to mid lane for Camillu as well if they really want it to, so GX not necessarily getting an out-and-out counter towards the Jace in a top lane if they flex it away.
And when we come back to it, it's going to be locked in surely. Just had a big think about it, GX, and we come back and long-range engage, front to back. Built up for this Misfortune. Noah's going to have a field day here if they get into those full 5v5s.
Victor hovered. I think that would be... The thing is, if you lock in the Victor, you're pretty happy with your damage profile. Your long range, your Ezreal, your Jace, your Victor, all of them very good at hitting people from long distance away. You would be locking in a very immobile mage, though. Yes, you have a great amount of damage, but with the Ornn ult getting to push you out of position, with the Nautilus able to kind of potentially flash ult, your positioning needs to be on point. You have 3 champions which can get very much... blasted off the face of the planet with a good combo from GX. Rakan comes in, obvious combo with the Ezreal too, both of them good in laning phase and very mobile. And we will see what happens. I mean, as we said, technically, I guess the Ornn could go into mid lane. Unlikely versus the Victor now. I think that will go top lane. So Jackie is looking for his pick, most likely.
Is it really going to be the Silas? With Xin Zhao as well, feels nice, but you know the lane in the first 6 levels is kind of hell with Victor just outranging. They're going to do it anyway. And so they have a bit more setup. But I tell you what, for Giant X, I mean, it does feel like we are really sticking it down to like these simple comps. We know who our front line is. We know who our damage dealers are. I feel like Giant X have maybe simplified things a little bit this week.
Yeah, I mean, I think this time Jackie's who gets to have a bit more fun in terms of his actual playmaking, playing very different champions in Game 1 and Game 2. Sion in 1. Silas in 2 can steal the quickness, can steal the Chaos Storm. Oh, it's the Arcane Storm now. Whatever, the Chaos Storm can steal that Sejuani ultimate 2 for that quick engage. So he has options available to him, and you'll need to do that. I think between the Ornn, the Silas, and the Nautilus, you can get towards those longer range backliners. Yeah. On the side, of course, you got that Javik plus the Ezreal, very good range, but they need to be able to survive that initial engage. Their positioning must be good.
The only question I have is for Giant X, this is the first Silas game of the split, first Xin Zhao game of the split, first Ornn game of the split. for Lot, Isma, and Jackie's in reverse order. You're not saying their first time in the Champions, but you know, going on the stage, like, this has been coming out of scrims, this has been coming out of the back end. This is not something we have seen throughout the whole regular season as we come to our last day today, but going into Heretics, obviously, Giant X must be favored after that first game. It was just such a big sweep. They cooked with draft, they got away with it. Can they do it again? They need a simple 2-0. They lock in with a 2-0. It can be anything else not. Let's try that again. Do not get a 2-1.
He's been learning too much German grammar. Doesn't know how to order his words in English now.
Long week as well. They need a simple 2-0 and Giant X are in. I'm going to make it super simple for you. Look at this. No, not yet. Wait, I'll show you in a second. We must remind you of Madrid and other things in runes. Then I'll remind you. But Giant X, it's a tall order, but one they've already contributed to so far in the start of this series.
Runes through as well. We'll soon be able to show you what Jake really wants to show you on screen.
1 minute and boom. Okay. Reminder. There you go.
So this is in case of a Giant X victory. They win 2-0, no tiebreaker needed for them. Now, if they win 2-1, so they lose this next game but win the next one, there's still a chance they go towards that tiebreaker against Vitality. Basically, if GX wins, regardless of score, there will be a tiebreaker. It just depends which team is in it. If Heretics win the whole series, they're in, there's no tiebreaker. But if they win just a single game, Heretics are locked, nothing needed for them.
Well, now you have it. Now you understand. And it's super simple because in this early game, we have a lot of time to think and wonder about this. The 2v2 going to be a lot of fun when you have Misfortune Nautilus, so Team Heretics might have to play back a bit. And I feel like in these early lanes, at least we've got soul lanes this time for Team Heretics that should be performing a lot better.
And already haven't died of First Blood level 1 in the jungle as well. Double up lands onto Flacket, nice to do that. Camille's doing well. The area onto Jackie's in the mid lane too. Let's see what can happen now with Cheryl not having to play from so far behind as he did in that first game. Look, I think Isma has leveled up a huge amount. I think he came in with a great early plan for that last game. I think he has leveled up a lot for GX, but I don't think we really got to see the true level of what we expected the jungle matchup to be, given how that share has been just as, if not more important for Heretics on the other side. In fact, the only reason they probably are at this kind of win margin is because of Share. He's been a wonderful leader, a wonderful shot caller, presence on the map.
That's a big carries because of him. And now attention to Heretics, by the way. I was talking about first-time champions for Lot, Isma, and Jackie's and Giant X. Carlson the same. First Jace game at the split, but
flash forward.
You don't get it normally. While we look at Camilo, there is a commit. Isma lands, but over the gravity field, how hard's that to go in? Jackie's at level 2, retreats while Shara covers again.
So Jackie loses the flash. Wave is in a good spot for him for now. One of the things that you like doing with champions like LeBlanc, Silas, stuff like that. Get the wave in this sort of position when you're still at a good HP and force a mobile mage to walk up a little too far into you so you can jump beyond the wave, take hard trades and maybe call the jungle over from the bot side, see what that leads to.
Instant heal from Sten.
Here's a Rakan, quite hard to actually zero him out for full, but still, getting the summon is good.
Just popped afterwards by Noah as well. As you expect, Jackie's getting a hard trade in this lane. 3-6, absolute roughness. Like playing melee versus range into a Victor. It kind of sucks.
Yeah, Victor's one of the best champions at kind of like punishing you with single auto attacks and stuff. One of the good things about Victor is that he has a couple of different tools to either trade not through the wave or hitting the wave at the same time. If you want to push the wave and hit the enemy champion, you can use the Death Ray for that. You can use the Q for trade through the wave too. Very quick, of course, when you get that kind of the Q auto cancel with the area on top of it. Very good short trades.
And you'll watch in a second as well. Jackie steps up. There's an auto in hand too. Hits a minion instead. Camilla's just holding off, and nearby, covering is Isma, but still, that's going to be a base, and Jackie's going to have to TP back in.
Yeah, he was looking to use the last of his HP anyway. It's just seeing if Camilla could force him out before he collected all of that farm. Your first back of the game often quite important as mid lane because you want to get as many components for the next stage of lane. Gets back with a Dark Seal, some boots, and a refill pot, so he's very happy that. Just a Dark Seal on the other side. Big Dark Seal to enjoy himself, of course. It helps you snowball off that first part of the game as and when it comes. And given that GX going to throw a lot in terms of that flash in the early visit mid lane, something that you do have to be aware of those mid laners. Those first fights of the game can be quite explosive.
Not the only lane going well. Carlson already trading up a lot, and But top lane is just going to TP back in, but no real CS leads granted off these lanes so far anyway.
Which I think is pretty good for all.
And it's definitely good when you're on the weak side, absolutely. Is Jun, his first roam. Sten's just going to look at him. Level difference slightly, but Camilo nearby makes it so that he doesn't want to fully commit. So the early game, chilling a little bit here. And we've kind of dialed back on those lane swaps a little bit, which is nice. Like, we're still getting like 4 minutes, 35 minutes when Grubs now spawn at 8 minutes into the game. That was, it was quite odd.
I think with those early swaps, because I think there is actually a conversation to be happening about them, but we're not seeing them now. We're not that far into the new patch cycle with Sprout Blossom season, with the changes to the Grubs timing. Of course, we still have the lane swap detection for the first 3 minutes of the game. We've seen a lot of teams globally, and G2 regionally as well, for instance, commit to multiple swaps before 10 minutes. Say, okay, as soon as you get past that 3 minutes, just blam, 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 4 swaps sometimes before 10 minutes. Not every team wants to do that. I think right now, the lanes are stable enough for both teams to say, look, it's acceptable. Let's not throw any noise into the pattern here. Let's just keep it simple.
And it is nice to see the adaptation now. I wonder if our observers can go back to mid lane. We're looking at a 2v2. It's an Ezreal. Look at that minion, observers. What is that guy doing?
Wait, hang on. That's a...
what is he doing?
That's a great point. It's just got stuck on the turret.
Hello.
Hang on.
Hello.
My dude. Minion is... I
the thing is, it took a ranged minion before you. Maybe he's on strike.
Hang on. Wait, this is the anti-Nico. Nico adds 1 to the wave. This dude's just said, nah, not today. Clock me out. I'm not going on shift.
Happened to be on a Nico game where it's banned. Okay, thank you, observers. I just needed to know. I have. Stop spamming it. I have taken note. We're going to find out if that minion takes any damage. Wait for the minion wave to be pushed while Dragon goes down first. And then... I mean, now I just need to know his story. Let's call him Gerald. That's okay. Gerald. That's Gerald the minion.
It's still there, by the way. It's still there.
It's killable. I feel like it's killable.
It is. I mean, in client, I could select it.
Now all I want to know is his story.
How did he get there?
He came from far away. He was Shen's cousin, but he didn't make it into ninja school. Maybe the same can be said. Carlson's got his 1v1 territory, and Show's coming in over the wall as well. Ulti perfectly hit. Nicely done, and Team Heretics, the complete opposite story of game 1.
And with no teleport on the Ornn to come back towards the lane, Carlson might be able to stick around for a plate. Sejuani on the top side still. He's a little bit wary if Israel was on the same side of the map. If he has that flash, should be fine. Just there. So, Jace gets ahead. That's important. Yep. Lock destroyed Carlson in the 1v1 in game 1. Let's see what he can do with a little bit of early gold himself this time.
The Ornn's getting better for him in the meantime, though. Jackie's now with half a level lead. Chaos Storm just going to be used. That is from Jackie's as well, so he's hijack now down. Minuet's going to get pushed. I'll keep you updated about Gerald. Don't you worry about that. We don't have to worry, because Grub's coming up. 10 seconds. And Camilo getting this push out and maybe teleporting back with a little bit more, maybe boots. Yeah. Might be important here as Bot goes top.
Can I just say, I'm actually quite disappointed that the Ornn is on the same team as the Sylas, not the other. Because I like calling the Sylas stolen ult the call of the forgery god. It's fake.
Very smart.
A little sad about that. Thought I'd let you know. It's very important to me.
I call the fraud god. That's just as good, just saying. Jin's coming in. Wants to reap a reward with that hook, but TH just pull off for the time being. Look at where Giant X are going with the silence with the Zins out. I'd be very scared only having a Victor Sejuani here.
Yeah, especially with Lot walking up the river. Didn't have that teleport to commit, so it does have that call of the Forge God, the real one, of course. Trying to see if he can pull that across the team. Not needed in this case. First one's taken down. I suppose Heretics are staying around the area, but it doesn't look like they're truly contesting. Lot will instead go back towards the turret, and no contest. 3 over the side of GX.
3 grubs. Again, 2 games in a row, and I mean, using their inherent power that they have at this point in the game through mid-jungle very, very well. That's always the annoyance when you're playing something like a Victor, is like your time to come online is just so long. 20, 25 minutes in the game before you start really ripping through. You get a team fight where you're untouched, then maybe then. We already set up in draft. Like, there are good setup angles for Noah. Great angles that Lock can play through as well. As all in there from Jackie, starting to get a little bit more confident. I was saying before, Gerald died. Wait, mid lane, how did he die? Where did he go? Nightmare's going to rewind button, he's going to find out.
I can try and find it. Look, you just keep yapping, I'll find it somewhere.
So there's, the minions kill him or what? So, ladies and gentlemen, at 8 minutes into the game, a wave was pushed by Camilo and Stend. Then it pushed in. It got unclogged. He got unclogged as Chaos Storm going to be used mid. Jackie just going to get tickled. He got unclogged by the minion wave, and he actually came to life.
Does Ornn make like Drain Unclogger? You know, you have like Doran's Blade, Doran's Ring. Can we get like Doran's Clogger?
Doran's Plunger.
It's the one.
For the minions. That guy will be missed. 8 minutes, the longest surviving. Thank you, Observer. Look at him. Oh my God, he gave up Strike. This is a sad story. This is
like
still a better love story than Twilight, though, wouldn't it?
Like your manager finally sees you out the balcony. Here comes the ult.
Sets up really good ulti. Set up onto Isma. One in return. Jackie sends out the Glacial Prison. Sten stands still as Shao's ulti. And Camilo, of course, TP'd to be there.
Very low kill game so far. 11 minutes in. Had a couple of attempts, but only that first blood onto the top lane from Shao and Carlson landing so far. Not that much gold in it.
Do you reckon that's the longest surviving minion in a pro play game? Like, those things are like, you know...
That's, I mean, it'll be... It did survive a long time. However,
I have a job for you.
Do you really think that you can look through all the data and look for lifetime of minions? I'm not gonna lie, I don't think that's a stat. Look, minions are, this sounds a bit morbid, minions are meant to die.
If you have a slow pushing wave and a very long lane, let's say both inhibitors are down, or something like that. No, okay, so one inhibitor's down. No. All turrets are down top. Let's use an example.
Of your brain
I'm going to draw for this, right? I would like a big mini-map.
Okay, all right.
I've lost the power to make a big mini-map.
Yeah, okay.
Let's say they go all the way. That's like 5 minutes with a very slow pushing wave. With one range creep that doesn't die.
You had a Nivea wall which just blocked off the lane and you kept stunning them with Victor fields or something. Well, you can't do that if you're on home minions or whatever.
But you're right, no, there are ways, okay. Yeah, Molecule, I just made his night very difficult.
I'm so happy. Look, I haven't seen you this entertained in quite a while. Dragon is going down, so Heretics would like to get themselves their first objective on the board. Of course, they didn't get that many last game.
They didn't get any dragons last game.
This is their first dragon of the series, which, look, this game is already going a lot better for them. They have a slight gold lead. Yes, they're down to 3 growths, but they do have a lot of wave clear, so the grub pushing, not that threatening from GX. It's worse if you get cross-mapped, right? You're on one side of the map and you can't wave clear on the other. But Heretics, they are much happier than the last game. Felt like last game from draft and from the level 1 game fell apart. This is much better, and hopefully now we can see some of the later dragon setups that we know that Heretics can pull out. Maybe we can see some of Shao's ultimates on the Sejuani, which he's been a long-time player of now in the LEC, work his magic.
Now we might even see like top lane in reverse, right? Like Lot is a level behind right now. Maybe make it half with the bars we see on our screen, but it's going well for Carlson. He has a 30 CS lead, a 1k gold lead. Nice backstopper from Jackie's as he picks up his proto belt first. Camilo wanted to go back and probably get his first item as Sten. Just going to get rid of the ward here while Jackie's is on patrol. He'll just disappear. Camilo will look for the next wave, and it's Herald in 2 minutes. That's about it. But for now, when you see a Victor on the Rift, when you see the lanes as they are, I mean, outside of bottom, obviously, like with the Misfortune, Noah and Jun having a great time, you think, okay, we're chilling as Heretics. Like, the game state is very relaxed, as it needs to be.
Suppose when it gets chill like this too, it does technically favor the Ornn in some situations, as you were saying before.
Yeah,
look,
I guess with their setup, yeah.
It's you know, what is an acceptable deficit to be at with the Ornn?
Oh, I know this question.
Yeah?
About 1.5k. Anything more? No.
Okay. I would actually say
What is 1.5k for $500?
Wait, what is 1.5k for 500? Aren't you just like trading like 1.5k for...
No. It's like Jeopardy.
Yeah, the game show. Yeah.
All I know, I've watched The Bucket List. Banger movie. I mean, it's okay, it's old, guys, it's old. But for like people who are young out there, Camilo with a sidestep, Jackie's jumping on. I'd be looking at Bucket List right now. Morgan Freeman would be saying, well, you're kind of in the depth of it. I can't say the other word. As Camilo holding for himself under turret, though. Jackie, solo kill imminent. Flashes, gets it, but the last turret shot is successful. A 1-for-1 as the junglers now make do.
And a whole lot of fireworks. Stolen Chaos Storm traded. 1-for-1, both of them trading kills onto each other. That's really a decent chunk. That's
Sidestep though, re-engage, it's great. Here's Flacken as well, but bullet time layers down and Stan. He won't be able to escape. Noel picks up the kill with Isma mitigating the damage. Flacken now at a good range, but look at the health bars. They're still healthy enough, and Shao knows that. He's run out of his ult, he's run out of time, and Team Heretics lose face a little bit there with an extra kill going over to GX.
GX couldn't stick around that much longer after that point, because there was a teleport on Camille to come back into the play. We're saying, hey, first game of the split on the Silas for Jackie. So Jackie is, I've always known him as, in my mind, he is one of these players that plays the lower range mid laners with loads of mobility and makes some big plays out of it. Goes a little far here, but I think it's the sunk cost fallacy of, look, I've got to trade 1-for-1 now, otherwise they'd be able to clean up with something like a Rakan flash ult anyway. And then, of course, he uses his W to go over that wall without quite really realizing how scary that misfortune is.
Yeah, sits back and lets it rip. You know, it's a 1,500 gold lead between 80 carries, and while I was complimenting top, it has grown for GX. Noah again in a fantastic position. While Herald does go down for Team Heretics. We come back to Live and Carlson, close to getting this top side turret. First turret of the game as well. But no, 1 minute 30. We're going to start talking about TPs again because Dragon's coming up. And this one is a big one with Hextech Soul this game.
For sure. I think that when you have champions like Jace, Ezreal as well, the individual Hextech Soul for Dragons rather, for the attack speed and the ability taste, both very valuable in terms of the stats you give as champions. A lot is going to be clearing out. Carlson.
Full Forge God. Isma's going to jump in. Carlson flashes away, still gets knocked back, but knocks back Isma in return. 3 Talon Strike looking for a knockup on the blast cone. We'll find it mid-air. And with a flash over, Lot's going to make sure a CC seals the deal. An unfortunate escape made good by Isma.
Isma is having a good series. Flash away from Noah. Something picked up by Heretics least, but getting that cancel on the blast cone mid-air. Isma had a great game in game 1 on that Nidalee. Look, I'm not going to lie, Isma was a player which I was unsure of his future within the LEC, given how he was playing at some points on SK. I think I've revised that opinion now with the situation he's had on GX. I think Madrid was great for them as a team, but I think Isma individually, I think earlier in the split, there was a lot of criticism being leveled towards him. I think he's been a great part of GX the last couple of weeks.
Well, GX are just, in this series, they're definitely feeling it. I mean, it's almost 2k gold lead. We got to pick, and Carson was the strongest member on Team Heretics. And we are once again in a position where I'm like, hang on a minute. There's some core carries who are going to be doing a lot of damage in this next fight. And this next fight's coming up in 5 seconds with Dragon now spawning.
Okay, Jhin has that ult, has that flash.
Quickness, interrupted for the time being. A good bullet time though. Camilla ripped to shreds. Letting the cannons out. Let Team Heretics rip as Shao gets into Herald to escape. Gets some knockups on the way out, but he will make his way through. Camilla's dead for a while though as the Herald goes back around. Team Heretics, I don't think they want to stick around. True Shot Barrage gets some damage as Lot is still alive. He doesn't get poked out. Team Heretics don't get a single kill from the fight as Herald will die. And it's just going bare side up again.
Heretics don't even get the Herald charge into the mid lane turret because they use it to try and be a getaway vehicle for Shao. Yeah, he makes it out alive. 2 of his teammates don't. Shao's not really in position to do that much around the Dragon now. We're talking about the value of individual Hextech Dragons. The Soul itself, of course, insanely valuable too. GX will have first march on that one, 2 up to just the 1. Once again, continuing a string of really good objective play from GX. They have been very good at playing around them. This is a very good, I thought it was a good gravity well, rather, in the middle of it, and I thought, okay, they'll be able to stop out the front line. It's just not enough to protect against the bullet time over the top, though. He said Noah was set up for success. He was getting a lot of gold. Obviously, he uses it very well there, and even some good driving on the Herald. Can't really undo the damage that was done by that bullet time at the start of it. Typically, when a fight goes long like this, there's all this little work, but...
I respect the screaming, but please, like, fight is over, then scream, okay?
All business, Jackies, all business, damn.
I mean, that's the dude that said Simon was a bug last game, you know, sarcastically. Yeah, so Isma, a much better spring, I think we can kind of highlight after a little conversation there before. And yeah, Isma, when he can set up the team, when he can really get ahead early, has shown a lot of success.
No, I think he's improved a lot from split to split. I think he's also improved a lot from the very start of the split as he integrated into the roster too, because like the first couple of weeks you're thinking, is he really just going to be continuing on the same kind of struggling performance in the LEC so far? He has improved from that. It's been great to see. Look, I'm a big fan of seeing players go beyond what I expect of them, challenging our expectations of them. Isma really a player which I've had my eyes on now, helping GX find success. Going on to Camille potentially, but...
Wait, TP, there's no teleport, there's no turret there rather, and Camille should just be dead. Abscond of Duck Team Heretics caught out and over for side lane. Why they're that deep when no one's on the map, I do not know. The response is, can they get anything else? Carlson gets top turret. Mid might be open here, but way too strong for Flacker to deal with. And they have no grubs.
Those grubs being all on GX's side. Yeah, it does mean that your cross maps are a little bit weaker. Yes, Carlson going to get a good chunk out of the top turret. Not going to get the full thing, sadly, so it might be delayed investment. See if they could even return to that one. GX might force the issue a little bit more. So now GX find themselves 3k gold lead up in Dragons, getting themselves some good gold onto Jackie, who we said has a lot more playmaking potential in this game. Look, he was on the Sion last time, he was still making plays. I really liked his ability to snap engage with the Sion ultimate here on the sideline. It's like, oh, you know, Jackie's getting caught on the sideline. He's doing the catching now, and they're catching him in mid lane.
They are. Bullet time, he's dead! The amount of times Heretics are getting caught bot, getting caught mid, getting caught in this series, is going to lead them to a tiebreaker at this rate.
And it's not even just the pick onto Flacket, it's the summoners too. He dies while using those summoners. Isma, once again, finding a good play on this Shinzo. I guess that knock up there. Bullet time, well combo chair will spot out Lot hit. Not really much they can do about this guy though. They'll just wave those best he can, and Jackie's on the sideline again.
Almost caught out of Scott Abduct, almost connected him with the Chaos Storm. He was dead. 2 items Silas. Camilo is constantly drowning. Noah has just destroyed mid. Inner turret top does go down. Carlson is trying to keep this game in check. It now literally feels like it is him or it's game over.
And it's really hard to do that as a Jace this game. Side lane, that's fine. You can deal with that. As soon as you get into a 5v5 and Ornn puts his ult your way, you are flashing immediately. And sometimes when you flash, it won't even matter. If you get hit by the slow the first part of it, you have to put yourself out of position. I'm really worried for Heretics here. I'm really worried. If we come to a fight right now around the next dragon, the next 2 minutes, it is very difficult to position well. We called this out from draft. You have 3 long-range, high-damage champions, sure, but they're also largely quite vulnerable to the heavy engage of GX. If they manage to find a Nautilus Assault or an All-Null onto you, your positioning must be good, and that's going to be called into question even more now.
And with the item advantage for Giantx, it just feels like it's going to be that much easier. I mean, I already called out what Jackies is holding onto right now, but 2,500 gold league plus for Noah.
Ridiculous.
It's Noah's game, this, like with Infinity Edge, with Bloodthirster. He's got equal 2 items, but that guy's going to be sitting on more. Jackie's in a 2v1. I'm now holding out because with the ulti out, Jackie's healing, no. Kingslayer, not enough. It's up to Carlson, and Sheo agrees as Atakan is being done bot because Jungler just showed top.
40 seconds dead now, but for Jackies, is there an opening on the map for the Heretics to do anything? They might be able to take mid lane out of turret. Atakan will go to side of GX. Quick misses there from Jun. So Atakan for kill on the top side. Looks like the mid turret will go with him.
Bullet time, no. Flacker just at the edge of range. Minion wave goes down. Yeah, that's a good wave clear tool. Does it instantly.
So protect their mid lane turret. Suddenly, the trade looks even less appetizing. Now, I don't think Atakan is as strong on this season for some reasons than say the GA one going into into the Baron or something last match. However, something which you now see on the overlay as well. These up here are your Spirit Blossom petals. The bloody petals. They give you the experience, they give you the adaptive force as well, and the Atakan upgrades the value of them by another 25% if you have it alongside the fight effect as well. That's a flank.
Onto Noah. He doesn't have bullet time. He just uses it to clear the wave, but where's the damage at? It's just Flacket here for the time being. Teleport being channeled. Jackies goes for the all-in. Isma's ulti's out. Opportunity here for Heretics, but the Chaos Storm, and again, Camilo teleporting out. Caught out 2.5 times, counting the flash burn. And in front of Dragon, they're a member down.
And that is a lot of ultimates used by GX, but you've still lost one of your big damage sources. Now going towards mid lane, Share forced to retreat. Heretics trying to go towards that mid lane turret.
Red line stand in the way, Depth Charge knocks him up. He's going to get away with a grand entrance. The escape now channeling. Team Heretics running through mid while GX are going to take control and take that Dragon. Sten's health bar, part of their engage, is now down, but Jackie's face checking. What? Name something more iconic. What is that guy doing? Carlson, he gets a kill. We're now looking to see how Giantx play the rest of this fight because Dragon felt free, but does it anymore?
So the flowchart was death into, oh, we'll give up this Dragon, we'll go mid lane instead. GX contest, but they way overforce it. Potentially now, with Victor coming back onto the board, Heretics might be able to take an uneven numbered fight in their favor.
Look at Carlson searing charge onto Lot. There's good poke damage, but bullet time comes back up and Sten is just instantly dead. Okay, that's one, but the engage from Carlson jumps on through. Low health bars here from Lot, and Jun Isma gets his ulti back up, and Camilo runs in. The front to back ain't there for Team Heretics. Their Sejuani surviving, but their Victor keeps dying. How is that possible?
Both of these teams were given some pretty good opportunities in the last minute, and neither of them can capitalize in the way that they want to. GX overforce first, Heretics do it the next time, and I think Stend on the Rakan has just been exploded so many times trying to look for a way into the fight. Feels like 3 or 4 times now, even with him not dying in some of those occasions. Felt like he's gone a little bit too far, got locked up, and the bullet time has taken most of his HP. Heretics will now see Soul Point go over to the side of GX. They will somehow have to find that 5v5 a lot more in their favor the next time that one comes up. That's a very hard objective to fight against. So this is after Heretics gave up on the Dragon and said, oh, we'll take mid lane instead. GX called their bluff and said, well, no, we're not going to let you push that one for free. But they overdo it. Well, okay, no, Jackie's overdoes it a little bit.
I think that was a mistake, Coach. I think that was a bit of a mistake.
One of the chains you wish it didn't hit.
Yeah.
And then, of course, we go into the Dragon after this, and you think, well, okay, well, Victor's coming back. We have the uneven numbers fight at this point. But then they go into the choke point against the heavy CC and the bullet time. This is the bitter terrain that you can't afford to go into, and now we're back to life.
Jordan not caught out. GX taking everything from topside jungle. 5k gold lead still there. They're on Soul Point, and Shao just draws in the dredge line into inner turret. Camilla gonna have to wave clear this, but he's scared of Jackie's naturally so. However, finally getting to his second item while Carlson has objective bounties. And Carlson is 3,300 gold up. Now he has TP. Baron's going to start, but it is a hell of a good day to have your family here to support you because this guy needs to pull out a miracle. I do not know how to say that in Danish.
Neither do I. Someone call up GB. Baron going lower.
Okay.
Lower. Is the teleport going to be coming through?
Okay, ulti going in for the steal, but it's pulled off. The full engage. It's easy from Lot. Well done, GX. Simply done. Sheriff flashes over the wall, but the engage doesn't stop there. Isma jumps in. Dredge line pulls him back. Jackie's this time has my blessing to go in. A triple over to Isma, and Jackie's follow-up is beautiful. Carlson comes in. He's left alone, and not even he can 1v5 in the position that Giant X are in.
Wonderful clap back from the Fog of War by Giant X. They start the objective, call in the global, and still find the fight. Jackie's is running them down so far with so much mobility. And this is, of course, how they did it. Jackie stood on the off angle. Shao trying to get vision on the Baron and see what HP it's at, but overextends. And now GX, they don't let the Baron go down low enough for a potential steal. They lose the front line to Heretics very quickly. And then just the chase down is so ridiculous. Look how much mobility the Silas has. Dash after dash, chain after chain. Jackie's just wreaking havoc.
Oh, he's having a field day with this game, isn't he? And look, Camilo has really struggled in the second game. Let's be real, those couple of picks. And GEX have made the most of it. Like, their gold has sprung from there. It's a 7k gold lead now. Dragon's up in 2 minutes 30. That'll be their soul. With Baron, it feels like Giant X can push this to close to 9,000.
GX, at the start of the split, looked down and out. We were talking about, you know, how much of a car crash it felt that, hang on a second, as this was going on to Flacket as well.
Yeah, Isma is deep, but I think it's called for. Flacket just stands there. He used barrier, but it didn't feel like it. Shao under tier 2 also gets destroyed. Noah is ripping them apart. Dredge line away. Stend is lucky to stay in. That inner turret's going to drop quickly. I said 9k. It is already 10. And Baron has 2 minutes left to go. Red Bull, get your money's worth because this is going to go to 6,000.
10,000 gold ahead. GX might just cleanly secure themselves a playoff spot right here and now. The glow up has been insane from this team.
Since Madrid, it feels like GX have switched on. Their final push is Camilo is going to make it death number 7. Sten walks into the bullet time. Team Heretics walk away without anything to say in the series. They'll get another chance at a tiebreaker versus Vitality, but Giant X are the ones who's stinging like a butterfly, looking like the bee. It's GX locking in playoffs, and since Madrid, this team has changed completely. Onwards and upwards for GX.
Destruction from GX as they lock themselves into playoffs, and we will have a tiebreaker tomorrow. That will be one to watch for it. Heretics needed to win a single game today to avoid that tiebreaker. Couldn't do so. GX clearly the better team today. Love their game 1 draft. Love their game 2 snowball coming through as well. Showing good versatility as a team.
They really are. I mean, GX, it wasn't even close. Clean series. Noah, fantastic last game as well. You can vote for your Kia player of the series, by the way, and it's going to be Lot, Isma, or Jackie's. And I'll be honest, you know, Isma does deserve a lot of respect today. That Nidalee game 1 Nymeria talking about before. The Sinzao game 2, Isma carried the hell out of that team, but everyone had a good day.
For sure, this was a team that turned up completely locked in. They knew it was on the line.
Yep.
They played damn well to achieve what was on the table for them. GX absolutely deserved this. This is a team that I thought were completely down and out. At the start of the split, this team was on a horrible trajectory. It is so good to see a team recover from that, not just a set of players. A lot of these players had a microscope on them, but as a team, bounce back from that. Incredible stuff.
It's really good. For Heretics, I think it's upsetting because we've seen this before, I feel, where Heretics kind of got run over, and I think it was the G2 series, just to cast my mind back, where I was like, oh man, Heretics didn't get to show us much, but it was, you know, that was a reason for that as well. Maybe it was a KC one. G2 was a lot earlier in the split. But there's been this series where it's like, okay, Heretics didn't actually get to play much of the game. You know, like Camilla in that series, especially that second game, didn't get to do much.
Actually,
the bot lane got out far.
They actually played really well versus KC.
It was Fnatic, you're right, because it was like versus Fnatic. Well, Team Heretics didn't get to show up, but that was because of Fnatic. Felt like Giant X was a similar story today, but they've got a best of one tiebreaker tomorrow. Single game, unfortunately, but it's like one game against Vitality. That's now locked in. Our split is now done apart from that tiebreaker. Giant X are going to be the fifth team to lock in playoffs with 2 more teams to be decided out of 1.
I'd say it is.
You know what I mean?
It is a real blessing to have the regular season come down to the last day. Now, of course, the next season, it has less stakes to who's in and out of playoffs. But up until yesterday, we had potential of 5 teams fighting for 1 spot in playoffs. That is insane. I love seeing that for our region. Very, very competitive.
It is indeed, and I'm curious to see Isma's thoughts as we pass it over to Ginny on stage after his insane 2-0 carry performance. Well done.
Thank you, guys. Welcome, everyone, to the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in. We're here with Isma. You've made it to playoffs. You're locked in. You're ready to go. You were screaming, by the way. So tell us how you feel right now, the emotions that you're having. So you're also hugging your coach. It's really cute.
No, I'm feeling really, really good. I mean, since Madrid, to be honest, since Madrid, we are just trying to enjoy the game, you know, game by game. And I mean, making it to playoff when we started 0-3 and like 1-4, then I lost versus SK where I played really poorly. Like I was really mad, but in the end we made it. So I'm really, really, really happy.
2 things from that response. SK, because they're not in playoffs. How is that for you?
I mean, I don't really care, like in the way of, I think I focus on me. I mean, I think it makes sense that they're not in playoff. I don't think they're like a good team, but like I just focus on myself. I just focus on my play and I try to play better myself. I don't really care about SK, to be honest.
We've also seen that throughout the split, as you mentioned, where when you start off 0-3, it wasn't necessarily maybe what you guys were hoping for, but since Madrid, you guys have been ramping up as well, and you have been able to really get these wins and obviously qualify for playoffs. What do you think was the main ingredient that allowed GX to be able to do this?
I mean, we were always good in scrims, like really, really good performance versus top teams. But when it came to stage, I think mostly me was like really afraid, like to do mistakes. I mean, maybe because I lost a lot with SK at the start of the year or whatever, but I really was like not confident at all. But I mean, at one point I was like, well, I mean, nothing worse can happen when you are in 1-4. So I was like, okay, I just need to play or like it will be doomed. And we made it, so I'm happy.
So it was a mindset shift where it's like, I can't lose anything?
Mostly mindset, yeah, because I mean, I always knew I was good, but when I came on stage, it's like lose. At one point, I don't even know like what to do, like how to win and stuff. I was really lost, but it feels like it's working now, so.
Yeah, now all you do is win, right?
Yes.
So how does that look like for you when you are going to be heading into playoffs? Do you have that boost of confidence now, and the team's been playing really good together? What are your hopes to achieve there?
I mean, I want to win, you know, because I think making it to playoff is fine, is already good. It's the first step, but I really want to win the league, and I believe we can, even though probably the people like, I mean, when you see Giant X, maybe you're not like hype or whatever, but I really believe we can win. So I will do like before. I mean, I will do like before. I will try to enjoy the day by day, like, and when it comes to playoff, I hope we win.
The fans were really hyped, though, in Madrid. So, you know, don't sell them short. They were cheering for you.
Yeah.
But also, you won Kia Player of the Series. I think that's a great testament of how you've been performing. How would you say your team has allowed you to flourish?
I mean, I think we are winning lane on the last best of. We are winning lane like really often, so it's really. I mean, for a jungler, it's really easy to play. Like this game, we were like 30 CS up on bot. Like Jackie's was winning Salas versus Victor matchup, which is not. I mean, it should not happen like that. You know what I mean? So I think it's. I mean, for now, it's good because we are winning lane.
It's a team effort. Well, thank you so much for your time. And once again, congratulations on playoffs. That's enough from us here. We're going to be heading over to a quick break, and then we're going to be back with MKOI against Rogue. So stick around.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Oh my god. Hey, that's a baguette.
That's a huge baguette.
The biggest baguette has been found, perhaps.
In Berlin, perhaps.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love
Rebels
it.
from Paris, yeah.
I love it. We're getting silly. Oh!
Where did they come from?
They're up on that hill.
Oh my god,
It's Trick.
Look at
It's
him.
two-time LEC MVP Trick and some randos. Let's go.
That's my goat right there.
Why did they come out of the forest?
They came over the hill.
This match, unfortunately for Rogue, I should say, means absolutely nothing for
I'm excited.
Stakes, but I'm really excited about it. Execute's not that excited about it. Maybe he's excited to watch, but he is not allowed to play this game because he tweeted something very unsavory, and Trick is in the jungle. And
he said it in game.
Yeah.
What?
He said it in game.
Yeah, in game. Sorry, in game. And this is Rogue's official statement. What did you think of his statement, Execute's statement?
I mean, to be honest, maybe I'm naive.
Yeah.
But I've kind of believed his excuse of saying that English is not his first
Is
language.
this because you're also a flamer? Is that why?
No, but like, for example, I played with Ebby and Ruby, and some of the things they'd say would be like, what are you saying? But then it's like, I tell them, no, in English, you can't say that.
Ah.
They just believe the good in them, you know?
Yeah,
I'm always
yeah.
skeptical. I'm like, I mean...
Regardless, we get Trick. Trick's, of course, been in the assistant coach position, but now he's in the jungle. And if you only started watching the LEC recently, you may not know the legacy of this guy. Back in the very early G2 days, just after they were Gamers 2, he was insane. 2-time LEC MVP, 4 titles. He was honestly running LEC.
He was good, and the reason why I'm excited for today is, I want to see how rusty he is.
Yeah.
Because he probably, I'm not sure if he has played solo queue in a while, but even when I was playing with him back in Schalke, he just had so much experience. Oh my god, this is so old.
Oh my god!
Jack, take over a bit. I need to reflect on what I've just seen.
The good old Schalke days, huh?
No, let's talk about how you... tell us about your glow up.
My glow up?
Yes.
Hey, okay, COVID was
How did you look smacks?
COVID was about to come in, and then you kind of, everyone kind of got one shot by it, and
this was before COVID. You knew COVID was coming in 2019?
Whoa,
I'm taking my excuse
Thomas.
away, but yeah, okay, those were dark times, It was, I liked food a bit too much.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, but anyway, back to the original point with Trick.
Okay, if you want.
Fine. Okay, I just dieted a lot and I went to the gym a lot, okay?
Okay, great. You look amazing.
Thank you. So do both of you.
Thank you. And Trick, is he going to look amazing?
Well, the thing is, he kind of went reverse. I feel like he looked better back in the Schalke days, and now we kind of did the swap, where, where I sacrificed his looks for mine, and then we kind of did the swap,
Are you calling him... You're not saying anything about Trick, right?
Well, maybe he likes food as well.
Yeah.
I mean, everyone likes food.
But does he like jungle camps?
Well, I'm sure that he does, because honestly, even when I started playing with him in Schalke and even in GX when he was part of the coaching staff, he didn't play with us, but you could see that experience radiate from him. I felt like his impact was always to the max when it comes to knowledge, finding creative ways to gank and create advantages for the team, because that's why he was 2 times MVP in the LEC back in the times where it was actually hard to win LEC, because now it was just G2 show all the time.
Since then, Rogue won it, so it's not hard to win it anymore.
Hey, it happens, miracles happen.
I mean, I do think like Trick and Malrang are kind of similar playstyles, where I feel like Trick, when he succeeded and was the best, he would perma-gank, look to pressure lanes, and help them out. So it's interesting how they've ended up now on the same team, and now are even playing together. And Malrang on support.
Yeah, what is that? Is that your coaching staff's like, oh, Malrang, I know you usually jungle, and this guy hasn't played competitive in like a million years, but still you're going to support, and Trick is going in the jungle.
Okay, so I think it's one of those cases where you look at these two and you're like, who can support better between you two? None of you want it? Well, Trick, you probably haven't played League in a while, so you can go support. They probably saw inspiration from Niski. How hard can it be?
It looks kind of hard.
He showed that it is quite hard.
I thought support was going to be really easy, but...
But at the same time, I'm like, I love Trick in the jungle, but the more exciting part is also Malrang support, because when I think of Malrang in the jungle, I always consider him like the absolute nutcase of jungling. He's always going to find crazy things to do, and now I'm thinking of him on support. Is he going to be more unhinged than that or not?
Also, there's nothing here to win or to lose, right? So you can't be as unhinged. Eternal glory. So we're talking a little bit, and start game, I know, but there's obviously an issue. That is why we are talking just a little bit more. Back to the looks maxing.
Okay.
No, I'm kidding.
You wanted my gym plan or what?
No, that's okay. But I wanted to talk about maybe Movistar Koi also just a little, because we haven't mentioned them, because they are locked into the playoffs. And for them, I mean, any games are nice, I guess.
If they win, they do lock in third. But at this point, it doesn't really matter in the sense where whoever is first or second, I think it's KC who's first. Yeah. They get to choose their pick of whoever they want to face. So
you want to look good.
Yeah, I mean, statistically, you get the shiny points.
Yeah, I think also just going into playoffs, you have this break, and if you start off with your momentum being you lost to Rogue with a sub, it's not the best.
Imagine going into playoffs.
Team atmosphere.
Yeah, imagine you go into playoffs and you're, we got a scrim this week, guys, but we just got our ass kicked by Rogue with Malrang support and Trick jungle. That must suck if it happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're still in delay, I think. Maybe we can put it on screen so people know. Also, for Rogue, I mean, we are laughing at the situation. I'm not laughing at kind of the behavior in game, because just behave. I don't get that though. If I was to be as lucky to be a pro player that is getting paid, I would never say anything in chat. Never.
If
Except
you
for
played with some of the freaks that are in solo queue, you would lose your mind.
I mean, I'm also a yapper, but the thing is, I was privileged enough because back in my day, in like 2014, 2015, we used to have these sorts of workshops. I don't know if I'm supposed to say it, but it's fine. These workshops that was actually made by, I don't know if it was writers, but people kind of close to the broadcast in that sense, where we had these workshops on like, media training.
Yeah.
Which the funniest part was that you had this sort of seminar when it was like how to flame and not get in trouble, in the sense where it was like, if you want to be annoying, if you want to be toxic in game, just keep it civil to some extent, right? Keep it normal. Just
Wait,
say,
what?
Just be passive aggressive.
Yeah, just be passive aggressive. Don't insult people. Don't make fun of like,
So they taught you how to flame correctly?
Yeah, so the thing is, what used to happen is that we had one of the old rioters, they used to drag us in the rooms, and it was like, I think me, Mitty, Nukeduck, and they would just drag us in the fantastic trio over there. They would drag us into a room, and they would read our chat log to just shame us, and be like, guys, that's really not okay. And everybody would be like, yeah, that's kind of bad.
Are you in the same bucket as Mithy and Nukeduck? Because those are some of the most legendary, derogatorily used
no, I was more at the bottom.
trash talkers in the game.
I mean, I was more at the bottom. It's just kind of like, it was like get everyone in there, and then you kind of just like, everyone just mixed in there. And it was more of those things where it's like, okay, don't do this. This is messed up. Do it like this instead. Or just like, don't use these sorts of words because they're annoying. And I guess that's kind of like where maybe some of the new players, they don't really know how to keep it civil, because it can get frustrating in that sense, League. Yeah. But at the same time, there's no excuse to just going off the rails like that.
This is how it is. I'm still stuck on that they had media training. You might need to bring it back for LTA.
I never got any classes, but I just played with like chat off and tried to be a normal, good human being.
Yeah.
But it is tough.
It is tough to be a normal human being. You heard it from Jack Spectra. Let's get into the game.
I take partial credit because I ran one of those sessions one year. Jack Spectra wasn't in it, so he didn't learn how to be a proper human being.
No, it's understandable.
Half the slides, though, to Otowanomi's credit, were very simple. It was like, don't be a dick. Don't be weird to people. You're popular now. Don't make it weird with strangers just because you're a little bit famous. It was like we thought it was common sense stuff. To be fair, I was 23 at the time. Probably shouldn't have been teaching anyone anything. But, you get an opportunity, you got to run with it. And we'll see if Rogue can run with this opportunity. Segue. Yeah, you like that? Because, every cloud has a silver lining, and the silver lining for us is we can talk about Trick again for the first time since 2016. And a lot of you might note that he played many years after 2016, but those were the years we were excited about the Trick show. And if any team can lose to Trick jungle Malrank support,
is it Koi?
It might be.
I don't think it is.
It might be. They get cocky sometimes. You've seen it.
I mean, sure.
You remember Psycho Koi last year, 2024 Koi, winter. Crazy aggro. Same exact level of crazy aggro in spring. Oh, they were feeding. They were feeding like men.
Yeah, sure. Let's run with that. Let's see what they use today.
I'm just trying to spot a little bit of hope. This game does not really matter.
It doesn't matter at all. There's nothing on the line here.
Well, the distinction between third and fourth might matter from like a pride pedigree perspective, but ultimately KC, who are first, will just decide their opponent. And so I don't think that the results of this game are going to change their minds on who they want to pick. I probably assume it'll be Koi regardless, but maybe they feel good about that G2 matchup. That is a conversation for another time, though. For now, entering picks and bans. Full focus here. Nidalee taking off the board. Trick doesn't want to see it. Mayhaps we get the iconic Trick Gragas support. 2016 special. Him, Perks, jungle mid duo. This time it's him and Larson. Can they replicate for the sake of my nostalgia?
What rabbit hole are you going down right now?
I don't know, man.
What Gragas support you mean for Trick, who has played jungle?
This is my Spider-Man homecoming. You have to understand. If Larson stepped aside and Perks got on stage right now, just 2016 G2,
okay,
you understand what I mean?
Yeah, this is no, I get you now.
This is my Roman Empire now, okay?
Okay, cool.
Full nostalgia. Kikis was top. He played Rammus top, and he was a different time. We're not in that year right now. It's a Varus ban. Everything's pretty standard.
Their first pick? Yeah,
also.
It looks like teams are going to take this game seriously. Sometimes back in the old LEC days, we would have some games for fun.
Oh yeah, a lot of Shakos.
Shako jungle.
What I will say is, and it would be nice if the game was semi-serious, because what we learned was when the draft was full troll, all of the fun champions in League of Legends terrible at sieging.
Yeah,
so the first 15 minutes, even if that Shaco was 10-0, it takes him 30 minutes to end the game.
Yeah, fun tangent for you all. In any case, Ari Vi going to be the lock-in from the side of Koi. A powerful early game mid-jungle duo that sets Jojo and Elyoya up for success. The Pantheon response should come as no surprise. Trick going to be looking to play a little bit more aggressively on the Rift with a dive AD carry to follow up with the Kai'Sa. So far, nothing too crazy. We'd be looking at potentially something like an Ezreal for Super. They could also consider locking in a strong top side and then potentially banning more top laners out. Or they could even, I mean, I'd be surprised if they go for something like a Rel. It depends if Alvaro wants to get himself something strong early, but it looks like they're going to go for the strong top side and then look to ban out things like the Gnar potentially, Renekton, maybe even a Garen, Darius also a possibility.
Definitely is. Now we'll see if 80 carry bans are the option for the side of Rogue if they want to limit the pool of potential picks that Supa can bring to bear. The 3-man core that Rogue have assembled is really strong. Great pick, great setup. Kai'Sa can easily follow both of these champions as they dive, but she does have some weak lane matchups that maybe Rogue will look to take away. On blue side, they won't have the luxury of counter picking, so can't guarantee a bot lane with a nice support option. But of course, it does depend on what MKoi want to go for.
They could be thinking about Xayah Rakan as well, with the Poppy ban as well. It just increases the value of that Rakan pick. Of course, Talia is still going to be obnoxious to deal with, but for all intent and purposes, a possible bot lane. Of course, the Ezreal is still available if Super wants to play a little bit more from ranged. It is, of course, one of his most played from the regular season with a Corki close, well, I say close behind it, right next to it, I should say. Yep. Imagine something like the Gnar or the, Jax is also fine. There's always the pocket picks that Adam has available to him, things like Garen, Darius, Set, even a possibility as a response to the Ambessa.
Nico now as well, so bit of respect to Alvaro and just not wanting to give him a ranged advantage. And there was, Vetty, you're just on point with your predictions, gotta say. You're not even in spectator client in a way that gives you like a 30-second advantage sometimes. You're just actually just calling these out.
They're not supposed to know about that.
Oh, my bad. There's clean calls on the Rakan. The broadcast secret, that's my bad. That's an Officio special, also a 2016 callback. Okay, so we got a Yorick. That's kind of hype. I like seeing a Yorick paired alongside a Rel, so a bit of spice here to round out this one alongside the Xayah Rakan. Not surprising at all to see the Xayah, but Yorick now coming in too.
I will say, I don't know if Yorick makes a huge amount of sense in the context of the comp. Like, I think he's a really effective split pusher. I think that he can provide value in fights. Do I think that he's ever really going to threaten an Ahri or a Xayah? I think that's going to be a difficult one to execute on.
But you can make a little wall, and then when she ults, she's,
a little wall, that is true.
A little circle.
Yeah, I definitely, on paper, prefer Koi's comp. I think, funnily enough, both sides really want to dive. I think the biggest difference is that Koi have a decent amount of anti-dive tools simply due to the sheer mobility that they have on their sides. I think that a Poppy would have been really valuable for Rogue, but they were the ones that banned it away. And I think that Koi can play as aggressively as they want. They've got so much agency. They're going to lose Prio in the mid lane matchup. Top side, I think, is relatively slow early between the two top laners. Wouldn't surprise me, though, if things go a little bit more in favor of Yorick until Ambessa gets a few more items under her belt. On the bot side of the map, Xayah Rakan will definitely have control, so I wonder if Koi will look for early ganks towards that bot side of the map.
The gods of analytics are telling me that it's a great matchup for Yorick, although Yorick and solo queue seems to have a lot of great matchups. Perhaps just a strong solo queue pick. We'll see if it transitions into pro play. The final regularly scheduled game or match of the regular season. Of course, tiebreakers on the horizon.
Tomorrow, right? We got that locked in?
Yes, sir. Maybe.
I'm pretty sure it's Vitality versus Heretics.
There you go. I just wasn't sure if the tomorrow, I wasn't sure if the world knew.
Do you think I've leaked something?
I don't know. I have that tingle in the back of my head where I'm like, did we say that publicly? Who knows? What else can we leak?
It's Vitality Heretics, tomorrow at 8 PM.
There you go. Easy.
People might be like, why isn't it Giants? And honestly, I haven't looked at it closely enough to tell you guys.
Game score.
I'm pretty sure it's game score, yeah. That's almost certainly the reason why.
It is. Confirmed. Thank you, production. Here we are now in game. Some posturing, some poking.
Minions have spawned.
Not quite yet. Okay, so strong mid-jungle duos. MKoi with a more powerful early lane phase, although level 1, Kai'Sa can still do some work.
I mean, why don't we just follow Trek? What's he up to?
That's actually a great call.
I mean, also, I'm so nonchalant about the fact that
Where's Ginny? Ginny should just get down there with a mic. We should ask him. Like it's a show, man.
But I just completely, I'm just so used to like, yeah, rail bot lane, that makes sense. And then I'm like, oh right, it's Malrang. It's rail bot lane.
Yeah, if you're just joining us, execute out for a single game due to some unintentional, but regardless, poor comms in game. Some crass language. And while language barrier was the cited reason, intent versus impact sort of dealy. He's not here. So now we got Trick in the jungle and Malrang in the bot lane as it's an absolute fist fight mid lane. Complete insanity at level 1 between Ahri and Taliyah.
What? He TP'd! Larssen TP'd after flashing! Did he think he had Ignite?
I have a theory.
Can we get Larssen's POV?
Pro view.
Oh, we're not going to get his POV.
It's fine.
So he gets level 2 first, he flashes, and then
he fingers in! Because he's pushing on the spot that he wants to do the Unraveled Earth or the seismic shove, but he just fat fingers in. That's right, Koi, that's, oh God. It's like you're embarrassed, you like want to laugh because it's your opponent, but you're also just embarrassed for him. Oh, gosh. And I gotta say, you know, Larssen is kind of the king of rough moments. I remember the...
I'm not gonna bring up the package.
I was gonna bring it up. It's a day for nostalgia. It's not a day for stakes. See, you gotta bring something. All right, well.
Jojo gets first.
Okay, but think about this. We mentioned earlier how rough it would be heading into the next week of scrims for MKoi if they had lost to Rogue with Trick jungle Malrang support.
I mean, yeah.
But how much rougher would it be with Trick jungle Malrang support, Larssen TPing to a minion at level 2? So the stakes only continue to get higher for MKoi's mental.
True.
We are bordering on absolute collapse.
It only takes a single Saliol to change everything.
It's true.
That's all it takes.
100%.
Trick is shadowing.
He's here. It's a good time to play jungle. I feel like Pantheon is... It's not a Gragas or a Jarvan.
I want to say it's a throwback. Pantheon jungle, he's been a jungle pick for many years.
Yeah, it kind of is.
He kind of goes through phases, right? I just don't remember if he was meta back in 2016. That was...
No, he wasn't. No, that was old Pantheon. I think that was pre-rework.
They're the same champ, bro. I don't know how to break this to you. You might think they're different because one's more modern than the other. They still point and click. They still hit you in the face.
Old Pantheon was more broken because his passive just blocked tower shots. So he just walked in, ate a tower shot. W reset his passive, so you'd block another tower shot.
That's true.
Q was a point and click. Yeah, it was broken. His E didn't do anything. No one cared about his E.
That's why Pantheon mid back in the day used to be hella broken because you literally just spam. You run the refill, not the refillable potion, the 500 gold 3-stack
corrupting
potion.
Yeah.
And you just throw spears and you just don't run out of mana.
Yeah.
And it's just super obnoxious to deal with.
Yeah. It's like when GP was strong. You just queued. His lane is unplayable.
Yep.
That's why people call Jaina AP Pantheon, even though Pantheon doesn't have a point and click anymore. That's the origin of that. For those
We get rid of a lot of point and clicks. Problem is, if we go down this rabbit hole, we're going to start talking about old Scion.
Dude.
Yeah.
Shout out old Scion.
There are people on the rift.
I want to tell you right now, if you are a silver to gold player in League of Legends, you could have been diamond in season 1.
Okay, I mean...
And it's not because it's like just in general, the league skill player base has gone up, but like you have to understand how crazy this game was.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that in a good way. It was not good. Like the rose-tinted glasses are on. It was not a good thing that Scion could one-shot people as an AP champion.
Yeah, there was no interaction either.
There was no interaction.
One-shot you.
The interaction was...
He would DFG you, stun you, blow up the shield, and you died.
Yeah, that was it.
Good old times.
Great times. Brief game check-in before we continue our podcast of nostalgia here. We're 6 minutes in. Feels like we've been talking forever. Level 6 around the corner for Adam. Mirwan already got his level 6. Obviously, that's the Omni Vamp. Does make things feel a little bit better. But level 6 for the Yorick. Huge power spike. And overall... Gold lead in mid, really the only big one. Small leads elsewhere for Koi, but really doesn't amount to too much quite yet. Neither side has gone for an early Drake, and we're 2 minutes away from the Grub spawn, which for now it seems like Mirwan's got top pressure under wraps. Mid pressure also in the favor of MKoi, so things looking pretty good as Elyoya. Charging up, Q flash. Will he do it or will he fumble? He gets the Q flash. It's perfect! Follow-up there. Electrocute Elyoya takes that kill. MCoy make it happen.
Yeah, they make it look easy, and that's because the Q flash does connect. Larssen, I wasn't sure if his flash had actually come back up. I think it was, but he wasn't able to react in time, and it's a difficult thing to react to. But he ends up connecting, making it easy for the Charm to connect, and it's an easy kill underneath the tower. Now both the mid and jungle duo find themselves with an early kill lead, and Koi sitting in a comfortable advantage for the time being.
Oh yeah, it's getting more comfortable too. I think the Ahri getting a free kill early was nice to have, helping JoJo secure that that lane prio. Random ignite. A little bit more damage down on the Supa. Malrang going in to finish off the kill. Bot lane. Larssen coming in for a bit of vengeance. Flick back hits two. That's some solid follow-up. Patrick now trying to finish. Skill, but Supa still standing. But it's Malrang. Who else? The playmaker. The autofill support. Gets it done on the bottom side.
I mean, it's a clean 2 versus 2 kill to kind of set things up. Of course, Larssen coming in to clean things up, but he realizes that he's been put very far behind in the mid lane. So screw it, go roaming around the map, see if you can impact elsewhere. Trick can go and catch the mid wave, and they make the play happen. Malrang sees an opportunity, the positioning from Supa ends up getting caught out, an early ignite to get as much damage down as possible. The heal is delayed to make sure the ignite wears off, but at this point he's too low, and then the double knockback comes in from Larssen to set up for Malrang to flash and provide his team with 2 kills. Going over to Patrick as well, so Rogue equalizing the kill score just like that. The only problem is JoJo is continuing to build advantages in the mid lane, now almost with a 1k gold lead.
And that's a pretty terrifying position to be. Ulti has come off cooldown, see if he makes a play before he goes back and picks up Malignance. Now though, Larssen recouping what he can. And we'll see if it's the Patrick-Malrang duo who can start to turn the tides in the favor of Rogue. Either side moving to Grubs. I say that now, looking down at the minimap, Rogue are already on the Grubs, so good spot to be. Adam now weak siding. We'll see if he can survive what feels like an inevitable dive here in bot lane. Made in the mist, taking a bit of chip damage.
Ooh, but look, the little minions are actually holding the wave in place, so there's no wave underneath the tower. They need a little bit more time. I thought Malrang would look to reset here to potentially cover the dive, but Adam is sticking around.
Yep, last rights there. Being between the walls, definitely tough. Flashing away from the knockup. Plays the wall down. Elyoya's in the business thing. Now he's just trying to move away. The feathers are flying. He's backstepping. He's moving through. He's finally going to get rooted up. It looks like he'll fall, but it takes JoJo Pin coming in as well, because it's a bit more healing. They finally claim the feat of warfare, but that was a bit too close for comfort.
It certainly was. Adam was a lot tankier than they were expecting, and they needed 4 members to make the play happen. You know, we talked earlier about Malrang resetting. If he actually, there was so much time in actually setting up for the dive. I think Adam could have just retreated from the tower, waited for Malrang to arrive. But I guess it makes sense that there's a bit of a disconnect, given that your jungler is playing on support, and he ends up losing his life. So Koi get themselves another kill, and it goes into the pockets of JoJo as well, now surpassing the 1k advantage over Larssen.
All right, all eyes on JoJo to try to cement this advantage further.
All eyes on Trick, because this will be his second objective of the game. They did invest 4 members on the bot side of the map, which was a lot of people. Can he get away?
He can. And we've solved the problem. Sometimes you just need another jungler. Trick is the objective guy. Malrang is the aggression guy. They've solved it.
You mean what have they solved?
They're getting both of the things they need from a jungler. They've lost some of what they need from a support.
Right.
But not too much, because Engage is also a support thing.
True. I mean, you can be confident that Rogue's going to fight.
Which is really all you can ask for. You gotta, you know, rage against the dying of the light or whatever. It feels like a too dramatic of a quote.
What tangent are you going on?
I've just got a lot of energy and nostalgia, and not a lot of stakes.
Right.
Larssen, bit of a knockback. Trick now getting involved. Supa just trying to scoot his boot out of there. Patrick laying down a bit of damage. Lethal tempo fully stacked, and Supa will fall.
I mean, I will say, Larssen is being super proactive on the map right now.
Yes, he is.
He is using that ult off cooldown, working with his team to find plays.
Is Trick giving them the Niski effect? Is he just calling shots? On his player cam, he's not saying anything, but perhaps it's gone beyond verbal communication.
I mean, Rogue are coordinating well to find these early picks, and again, even though they find themselves at a gold deficit, all of that is sitting onto JoJo. And the question will be, can JoJo impact the game enough, because these objectives are starting to mount, and so Rogue have a clear win condition still available to them. The gold isn't insurmountable, And the rest of the map is not that weak for them, especially given they just found another pick onto Super.
Yeah, and Ari, a champion who, not completely on a timer, but with this kind of gold lead, you want to make the most of it, try to snowball as quickly as you can. Certainly winning out in the side lane, but not generating a greater advantage quite yet. Still a 2K gold lead, though, as you highlighted.
Going back to the States thing you were talking about earlier, like, Rogue is aware that they're out. You know, their season is over, and right now Koi is basically just kind of fighting for that third, fourth place spot between them and G2. And it's a situation where you're definitely right that from Rogue's perspective, if they lose, they lose. They've had a really difficult season. If they get a win, nice.
Yeah.
But if Koi lose, you're going to end your season losing to Rogue, the last place team.
And we've also seen, you know, frustratingly so, is where you have another engage going through on the bottom side. Perfect combo, shut down.
It's flawless. Onto the target with all the gold as well.
Now can they cover mid, though? That's the question.
They cannot. Koi is going to get a lot of plates here. Their cross-mapping is very good. But credit to Rogue, Trick, Maorang, and Larson. You know, you said they might have solved it. Low-key. Like, they're finding picks across the map.
Okay, the other thing that I'll note, if you're new to the LEC or if you don't, like, remember the final games of the last, you know, 5 or 6 seasons, there are so many teams that have been at the bottom of the standings that the second they were mathematically eliminated, played incredibly. Astralis, Origin, Excel, so many teams. The second it's like, okay, you don't have a chance anymore, they played like demons.
You know, like Schalke?
Schalke, yes, another great example. Oda was on one of those teams, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, he was. I mean, they made playoffs.
Yeah. Well, that was the miracle.
Yeah, but that's
right?
what I mean. They were at a point where they had nothing to lose.
Yeah.
And they needed the stars to truly align.
Just to be clear, though, there's no stars left.
Yeah, there is none. There is.
Rogue are in the tilt them stage, where
it's a moral victory.
They want to leave a lasting impact on the playoffs by sending Koi down an unrecoverable mental spiral.
And also, how Giga Chad is that for Trick? Shows up, wins a series, leaves, and he's just like beats
undefeated in 2025. Oh, I'm sorry, Canyon. Konami.
Wouldn't that just be crazy? He just shows up, and he just imagine if he then types in all chat 1647.
What's the best part about stats? You make him say anything you want. That's the greatest win rate of any European or Korean.
Okay, now I've seen the stakes. It's just it's all on the line for Koi.
They might all be memes, but they're kind of good memes, you have to admit.
Well, right now, Koi do find themselves with a lead, but that lead is dwindled.
Yeah.
Of course, all the gold advantage primarily sitting onto Jojo, who's, for the time being, focusing on playing them through a side lane. Dragon going to be spawning in 30 seconds. So we'll see who has better position on that.
The answer appears to be Koi. They got a lot of pressure there. Top lane still in a relatively even state. So while there are 4 members of Rogue on the bottom side of the map, they don't have bot pressure. Mid is in an even state. And Adam isn't really winning out on the 1v1. The difference in that Eclipse being finished does make this matchup tough, even with Adam having the ultimate available. Or active, I should say.
So there we go. Dragon is now up. Aljoya returning.
They've conceded mid tower.
Trick is ulting.
Adam's going all in. Trick has arrived. Nice escape from Mirwin, though. Quick reactions. Well-timed public execution. Cost him his flash as well. But now this tower might be in trouble.
Yeah, that was very clean from Mirwin. But Rogue are cross-mapping super effectively. They're going to get the first tower of the game. They will concede the Dragon, but they are completely fine with that. And with their numbers, they may even push for the tier 2 as well.
They did lose mid tower about 10 seconds before they took
so
the second tower game. They did. Their cross map was all of them ignoring mid completely and running top with a wave pusher. So I am hyped for the Rogue plays, but they are trading down in terms of gold consistently. But the Herald could make the difference. Is now a TP up.
Backing off. I mean, Adam does have TP, but I guess they're saying that they're not strong enough to fight for it. All right, so ultimately it's still a very winning play for Koi because they ended up getting 2 towers. They will also get the Herald and the Dragon. And so while the idea is quite nice from Rogue, ultimately it is a pretty significant net loss.
Yeah. Well, we're sitting around this 2K situation for Koi. Some of that gold now going up to Mirwin is a little bit of the lead for Jojo Pune was, you know, shaved off. But they've gotten the feats as well. And this is going to be a tough one, because as excited as we are about the theoretical memes and storylines for Rogue and the Trick comeback, this is Elyoya on Vi and Alvaro on Rakan, 2 of the best playmakers in our league. So even if Rogue can even things up, it's still tough.
I will also say, just huge credit to JoJo. I think he's had a really good split overall.
Yeah.
And, you know, obviously his debut into the split was contentious. A lot of people had eyes on him.
Vedius, did you just caster curse him? Caster curse! Nice job, Eddie. Everyone can blame at Vedius. Rogue,
I was trying
the trap baited. Jojo Pune lost in a moment, thinking he can hear the casters. Is that someone praising me, he says to himself? Takes his eyes off the screen, 1 second, and now he's dead. Perhaps MCoy could find vengeance.
I mean, tricky, sneaky. Yeah, sneaky, sneaky, sneaky.
I mean, that's the thing, is that Jojo Pune spent the entire split playing against Malrang jungle. He's not ready for the particular quirk.
Trick and Malrang working
together.
Yeah, I mean,
two gang-focused Korean junglers in the same game, Benny?
You think they're speaking English, Jojo? They're not.
I mean, that... Ooh. Is that the next level of road comms? The split language comms?
Are you aware of the meme?
I am aware of the meme, but also just thinking about it. I took it as a genuine thing.
Well, right now, Rogue find themselves only 500 gold down. They've been able to... Well, they haven't really put Jojo behind. He still has Horizon Focus and the Malignance completed. He's still very strong, but Jojo's impact has very much been limited. Green bars on the bottom of your screen, going ever so slightly in favor of Rogue. They have ways to win this game. Even though the map state definitely favors Koi right now, given the towers that they've been able to secure, the Herald that they're about to drop in mid lane as well. I don't know if they have enough to secure it, though.
TP mid, Trick on the way, Malrang on the way, and not enough to secure it. But MCoy, I think, smartly back away, recognizing the semi-global potential to get a little bit more done as Malrang starts to sniff around bottom lane, see if he can find an Ahri.
Koi doing a good job of trying to keep the pressure up, keeping those waves pushed in as often as they can. Primarily playing through two waves. You'll notice the push in mid and bot, and then just kind of moving through Rogue's bot side jungle to get some nice deep vision. We're now going to path back towards top and catch that wave, push that one out as we expect a few resets to come through from the rest of Koi. I say that, I should stand corrected actually, just jungle camps are going to be stolen instead. And by stolen, I mean Elyoya's camps are going to be stolen by his own team.
Yep.
There's no wave to farm, that jungle belongs to the laners, I'm afraid.
I think that's the right choice. Elyoya had his time in the sun. It's Supa's time to shine now. He needs a second item. Lagging a bit behind Patrick, definitely not an ideal spot to be.
Prioritizing those boots, of course, puts his second item a little bit behind, but still, Xayah very strong even on one item. Top tower is getting quite weak, but I think Rogue should be in time to respond as Adam catches this wave, and now we kind of set ourselves up nicely for the dragon spawning in about 50 seconds. Of course, tied one to piece from both sides.
And maybe this is the first full 5v5 contest that we have in this game. It's been a lot of trading objectives, a lot of playing to opposite sides of the map. I think some of that is Rogue either trying to fall in to find JoJo's shutdown or to play away from the Ahri so they don't have to deal with the gold lead that JoJo has amassed. But now perhaps we see...
I mean, Larson was a full level down, and now he's just even again.
Yeah.
And in terms of items, he's, what, boots behind?
Yeah.
So, not in the worst spot.
Also, as we go further, I much prefer Seraph.
Oh, there you go. The large rod just got picked up by JoJo on his way back into the map. That makes sense. That pretty much is exactly the gold difference between the two mid laners.
Now Otacon spawning bot lane. Alvaro smartly places the ward down first. Adam sees Elyoya. Quick flashing out, respecting the potential of the Q flash from Elyoya, and MCoy are just going to break down mid lane tier 2.
So cross maps continue from both sides. Rogue aren't going to be too unhappy about the dragon secure, but the rest of the map is not looking good as towers continue to fall.
Rogue have thrown out the League of Legends textbook completely.
This is an ambitious start. TPs are going to be channeled.
They're going to force this.
I don't know if they are, Dracos.
They just conceded 2 towers to take a Drake and then start Otacon?
But look at Adam. He says, screw this, I'm going bot lane.
He's going to try to even up the trade. Running the Q forward, Jojo Pune off to the side. Malrang ready to body block. Adam is eating that tower alive. Another Yorick experience. He'll break a tower. Starting to even up the gold difference. Now Rogue have been herded in.
This is very awkward.
They have to hold the line. The ghouls have been thrown in. Rogue marching forward. The cavalry have gone in. Jojo Pune deleted. Super off to the side, completely untouched. So starting to pop Larson. Larson goes golden for a brief moment. Out comes Mirwin. Mirwin trying to get the damage down. Rogue retreating. Larson still doing decent damage. But Suba's going to be able to find the kill. A quick pickup. But Rogue still remain on the hunt. It's a double kill to 1 for 3. In the end, Rogue went out.
It's a team fight victory for Rogue. Their target selection onto Jojo was fantastic. And the engage from Malrang. This man is designed to play engaged champions. I just wasn't expecting.
It's Rel Jungle
It's Rel
from last year.
Look at the snap engage that he gets onto Jojo here. Catches him completely unaware. Insta-stun. Nice flash response, but the stun still connects. The follow-up means that Jojo cannot get away. And while the engage from Alvaro to threaten the backline of Rogue, it just isn't enough. So they turn their attention onto Mirwin. They get that kill, ends up being a trade back. The double still comes through from Patrick. And as you rightly said, Dracus, it ends up being a 3-for-1 in Rogue's favor.
And you can see how many autos Suba got down, but this 2-item point just isn't enough for Suba to carry the team fight in terms of damage once Jojo's just been deleted. And that's the kind of misstep they can't afford to make again, because while that entire sequence of play started off very questionable. Started off with them conceding 2 towers to take a Drake. It ended with them winning a team fight and getting Otacon.
Yeah. I'm somewhat confused as to what is happening right now, Dracus, I will be honest.
Well, I think MKOI are similarly confused, and Rogue are just taking insanely high gamble plays, or high-risk plays.
I mean, I just think the Trick and Malrang are mega locked in right now.
No, I agree they're super locked in, but like on paper, that was a terrible gamble. Like they're playing blackjack, they hit on 17. And deals, what, are you kidding me? They're like, trust me. 4. How? How, Betty? It's not supposed to happen, but it
I mean, both comps want to dive, and I guess whoever dives first just has the edge, right?
Well, MKOI just dove first. Patrick looking for a second here. That's the ulti down. Trick there. Ready with the shield to defend.
Feed with Larson as well. I mean, Rogue quite quick on the trigger finger. I think that's a good summation of this game from them.
Yeah, 100%.
Both in their aggression and in their responses to Koi. Still though, Baron now spawning in about a minute and a half. You can already see the map pressure that Koi has generated significantly slowing down. You haven't really seen them. So my issue with how they're playing is if Jojo is playing in the side lane and he's your strong point, just have Elyoya shadow him. Just have him, or have Alvaro shadow him and just like use them to try and find a pick and sides, create a numbers advantage, and then convert it into something else. So far, they've just kind of been trading farm back and forth. And Rogue's been like, okay. And it's they who have been the aggressors, right? It's Malrang and Trek who have been constantly looking for these picks. And they're the ones kind of dictating the pace. Admittedly, though, Koi is constantly cross-mapping. You kind of look at the map state, and you can see that the general play is on Rogue's side to the Rift. Yeah. The waves are constantly being pushed in. Vision is being invested into Rogue's side of the jungle. They're inherently playing defensively, but fascinatingly, this isn't stopping their aggression. They're still finding ways to be proactive where they can.
And again, I think they're just willing. They're just playing higher risk. They're willing to concede a tier 1 tower to try and force a play.
It's a verdant barrier. He's like, no, no, no.
Which I think is probably the right choice at this point.
Probably.
It will be hard to hold on to that, though.
I think so. Against Talia, probably. And Kai'Sa W.
Oh, yeah. And I assume we have some AP in the near future coming in for Patrick.
I'm expecting it, yeah.
Recurve, presumably a Nashor's, but we'll find out soon. Charm there. Decent damage onto Adam. Barrier's gone. And Adam is also a demon in these side lanes. Still tough for him to do much into Jojo because of the rain disadvantage, but if he ever gets CC'd, the Yorick does a lot of work, and even just the basic sustain on his Q, keeping him relatively healthy.
Okay, so Dragon, 8 seconds.
And they're going to probably just concede topside tier 2 to start this. No, it's full.
Ari goes back to base. The TP will come in from Jojo. Are they quick enough to respond? I think they will be. Yeah, Rogue is going to back away.
Perhaps another fight. Arsenal on the way down 2. They're losing a wave to be here. MKOI, if they just play slow, they should be fine. But off on the side, it's Malrang going in. Jojo P once again isolated. Alvaro starting his ult, but there's not really a great target hit. He's only connected onto Malrang. There's no immediate follow damage jumping onto Patrick. That's a lot of resources burned. Malrang trading his ulti for 2 ultis on the opposing side. So not starting off too bad for Rogue. Eyes on Elyoya with the Vault Breaker. Dragon won't fall. Rogue's still down about 300 gold for losing that top wave and mid wave just to be here.
Rogue have lost a lot of their tools.
Charm Flash coming in from Jojo. Lockup is there. Immediately Larson is down, but he's not. He goes golden for an extra second. They should just be able to finish the kill. Larson still retreating. Larson holding on. The feathers fly. Larson drops an MCoy. Take control of the pit. The spear shot through will not be able to steal out another charm. Landing onto Trick. Mowering with the Q, the Shattering Strike to try to make his way out, but that's the ulti now coming in from Elyoya. The immediate turn back onto the jungler. Elyoya recognizing he might have bit off a little bit too much with the flash forward from Mirwin. A W in from Alvaro. They don't quite have the damage to fight this. Oh, you're ready to go. Jojo coming around the corner as well. Rogue backing away. Not an ideal exchange in the end. Drake picked up by Koi.
I mean, Koi ultimately get what they want, and some great charms come through from Jojo as he connects onto Larson and onto Trick, providing that potential follow-up. We'll see the snap engage here onto Larson. He's caught completely unawares, and this time it's Larson that's chain CC'd. He is able to get the Zhonya's off, but it only really buys him a little bit of time, as the ultimate will come through from Super to finish that one off, helping them secure the dragon. Rogue immediately forced to retreat, and again, another nice charm. Opens up for a potential chase. Trick, though, forced to retreat. Nice use of the wall from Adam to create space between Koi following up. Mirwin even committed his flash, a little bit overzealous at the end there. But still, only a single kill. Dragon falls. Gold still within strike distance of Rogue.
Yeah, back to the 2K difference that they held on to earlier in the game. But you can see now 3 items for Supa is going to make these fights a bit tougher, alongside the fully completed Banshees for Jojopyun. That much closer to level 16 as well. So ult should essentially just be up all the time.
Quite find themselves in a matchup that I imagine they expected to be much easier than what we're seeing so far from Rogue. I think what's crucial for Rogue is that when they snap onto that target, they have to kill them.
Yep.
You talked about how Rogue was a little disconnected because you had that engage happening around the blue buff onto Jojo, but then Jojo was able to create space between him and the engage, and then 3 ultimates ended up used. Larson's ult was gone, Patrick ult and Malrang ult was all used, and at that point you're like, well, we don't have anything left to fight, so we really shouldn't. And then of course they end up overstepping. So I think Koi now recognize this, and as long as they can play around that initial engage, then their re-engage should be more than strong enough to turn the fight in their favor.
I also just think you're at the point now where Supa just does enough damage to carry a fight.
Oh, for sure.
As long as he has the space to work, and it does feel like it comes down to which bot laner or AD gets caught. And the most vulnerable member right now probably is Larson, I would say, even despite having the Zhonyas, because once he's caught out of position, I just don't think it matters. But we'll see 2.5 seconds of going golden, and he'll just die in the end. But in the meantime, Rogue taking the Baron, perhaps attempting the heist, but they're down a man now. Full committing to the play. 6K, Elyoya, can he steal it? Trick and Malrang, 2 junglers in the pit. 2v1 jungle showdown, Trick! He wins those! He's still got the skills! It's Patrick over the wall, he's managed to hold on for every second. Invested now going in. Patrick still living for an extra second. Elyoya now taking down the flash away, trying to get up a Mirwin, dashing, diving, the Drake hound step, keeping him standing. Now Supa going with all, desperate to get this Malrang mounting up and running for the hills, but he'll go down in the end. Wall laid down. Maiden hitting on Supa. Supa not keen, does not want that number. And Adam slowly running away. One-on-one, he's got a decent amount of stain, but not enough to win this battle. Ghouls summoned. Adam down. Baron taken, but no one will get the buff.
Yeah, Koi kind of back to business as usual as they find themselves a nice ace versus Rogue. They'll remove the entire Baron buff. They'll finally break into the base. They'll expose the inhibitor, and while they may not be able to secure it, Koi putting themselves, well, I want to say Koi putting themselves in a good position, but losing the Baron makes ending the game that much harder.
It does.
So the initial pick comes through onto Larson. Jojo tanks it in order to connect the charm, so they get this initial pick. There's little he can do to wave clear. Rogue wisely cross-map and make a play for the Baron, but as you can see, it dies much faster than Koi is able to react to. Elyoya gets into the pit, but he doesn't quite connect the smite. He then gets sent targeted down. He uses Patrick to get out of the pit. Then the follow-up from both Mirwin and Alvaro means that he then survives for a little bit longer. While Patrick does get that initial kill, he's asked to invest so much that Mirwin can then turn things around, and Supa is by his side to help clean up the fight.
Yeah, you can see Adam still decently strong in the next 1v1, but just cannot win out there. The health difference, especially now with the armor pen going through. Look at the damage dealt to champions this game. York.
Yeah.
Say.
He just chips away at people's HP bar, especially with the main now. Koi, though, they will likely set their sights on the next dragon. They've got a bit of pressure on towards the top side, chipping away that tower, but it's going to be a difficult objective to take.
The game at this point is getting just tough. You can see that Patrick, when he dives in, it's so easy for Elyoya to just throw that ult down. when Mir gets on top, it's really hard for him to get out. And of course, Larson wasn't in that fight, wasn't able to use any Unraveled Earths to stop any of that pressure from the Ambessa. Well, maybe Rogue just want to fight again. They do have a bit more AP for Patrick. He has the Evolved W now. Larson's picking up a bit of Magic Pen. Maybe there's an angle for a better fight. Celestial opposition procced. Larson spotting Mirwin on the side, and they're instantly just going to try to kill the top laner. He flashes over the wall, but the Drake is already down. So Rogue might have spotted the flanker, but they'll still lose the objective as Adam wants to keep his sights set in the mid lane. Decent damage. Charm is there, though. Jojapun certainly hurting. Steric's going to keep Adam standing, and now Rogue needs to get the hell out. One more dash forward. Charm flash in. Patrick goes golden, but he's just going to die in the end. Pantheon now desperately trying to escape. All of Rogue retreating. Adam about to fall. Mirwin continuing to dive in. It is a complete and total slaughter. Mowering and Trick split up. Each of them trying to find their way to safety, but MCoy looks like they'll just close it out here.
It's a beautiful engage from Koi, punishing Adam as he gets a little too close to the tower. And once they remove the front line, the chase through comes from Koi. Good target selection, good damage, and ultimately good game as Koi looked to take game 1 of this series.
One or two slip-ups perhaps, one or two moments where they were caught out, but they were consistently trading up in terms of objectives. Rogue's creative plays couldn't last any further. MCoy closing out game 1 and taking their time trying to finish off Trick.
Bit of wholesome in the old chat as Trick wrote, "How is my jungle?" And then Mirwin replies, "Goated, of course." And it's thank you so much. And I mean, he did have a great performance, all things considered.
Yeah.
Their aggression in the early game was great to watch, and I loved seeing Trick and Maorang get off to a proactive start, punishing Jojo on the side lane as often as they could. Ultimately, though, when it came down to the 5v5, Koi was just the better team.
Sure. The better team in a game where Larson accidentally TP'd to a minion.
Yes.
He did that as a handicap to himself.
That is true.
He had to hold back his true power.
Larson had both great moments and pretty significant oopsies in this game.
Yeah, it was 0-6-5. Probably wasn't the game that... But this is the beauty of best of 3, right? You get another chance to do something a little bit more, come out stronger. Because I think Ginny is there with Jojapun, but we're going to give her a second. Make sure everything's good. Ginny, Jojo, how you guys feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. I don't know about Jojo because, you know what? You can answer that question after this one where, you know, you're just like locked in, you're on stage, you're in lane, and your opponent does this. Okay, that's going to play at some point. But anyway, just flash TPs. What'd you do?
Thought you would trade flashes with me, like what happened, so I think it's fine, but yeah, I mean, he TP'd, so it is what it is. But I think he just wanted to trade flashes, and he just misclicked, so.
Happens, right?
Yeah, I mean, in game, it was kind of hard to focus after that, but they played pretty well, actually. I'm kind of surprised because they have Marlon is playing support, and they have a coach as a jungler, so. But they made a lot of plays on the map, so we were kind of, I think, unexpecting how they were going to play, yeah.
All right, well, thanks for your time, and we're going to be heading over to a break. Good luck with the next game.
Damn it. Hey, Dragos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but you have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we'd figure it out.
I don't think this counts.
Come on, let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
We're now approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been.
A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer, and what a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect
They're
fit.
about to lock in.
Oh, what a pick!
What a way to close things out.
Explore over 30 hotel brands in legendary destinations. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
Welcome back. It's MKOI that won game 1 out of this best of 3, but pretty entertaining game, I gotta say. Wow, Trick and Malrang have hands.
This is exactly what I expected from my boys, you know, coming into this game. I mean,
expected exactly this.
Yeah, I was like, okay, it's either gonna be glorious battle where they're gonna go toe to toe, maybe pull out the win. I was hoping for a win, or it was gonna be, you know, a disaster crash and burn. But we got the former, so it was great.
Yeah, it was very, very back and forth. We do need to talk about one thing in particular. Also, your boy in the mid lane.
I think you meant Trick as his boy.
Oh no, I mean Larson. Let's see.
Yeah, after that, it wasn't.
Oh, I mean, we got the cinematic here. This is beautiful. I mean, Larson. He's getting the trades in. It's beautiful.
Are we talking over this production? I don't know.
Keyboards.
Oh, we are. Sorry. Here we go.
Larson TP'd after flashing.
Oh, what the
Oh man, but that really sucks because regardless of if there's anything in it for you as Rogue or not, like you do want to leave the season on a high note. So I feel for him because this is not something I don't think Larson would ever do this.
Yeah, I think that Larson, well, at least he took it well, because if it was me, I would be sinking in that chair all the way down and be like, oh man, I can't believe that happened. But for him, he didn't. I feel like he bounced back pretty well.
He kept trying to make plays, and he didn't completely give up. And it was it was a memorable moment. It's not for the right reason.
Exactly.
But
you know what was actually pretty memorable, I think? Yeah, as you said already, Trick and Malrang doing well. And I think also fighting back into this game. This could be a little bit of MKOI throwing as well, as they've been known to do. But there's a very important question, perhaps, that we need answered in just a second in terms of the support.
Yeah.
But for someone to be plugged into that role and to do that, good stuff.
Really
you as an
surprised.
ADC?
I thought like Malrang wouldn't do very well. I thought Trick would do well. I mean, he's played jungle for many years.
Yeah.
And of course, he has been coaching now for quite some time, but Malrang really surprised me. He was really decisive. He had a good laning phase. It was not the best I've ever seen the Rogue bot lane look, but it was damn close to it.
Well, his engages were snappy, so it's as you said, I didn't really think much of Malrang going to support. I thought it was going to like crumble, but at least him and Trick had good synergy. I feel like a lot of the fights that they had throughout the game were just them having good snappy engages and having good communication, because when you have someone like Trick coming in, ooh, never mind that about Trick.
Who did it better?
Who did it better?
Role swapping to support.
Hey, okay. No! Have you how many times did this guy get MVP?
I don't know. You tell me.
He got MVP at least once, because I can't remember any other time.
Oh, you mean when he was playing mid?
No, on support.
Oh, like
oh, you mean Kia player of the series? Kia player of the series.
Nice plug. But yeah, that one. That's the one I'm referring to. Malrang, I need him to win today, get the MVP, and only then I'm gonna say that he was better than Niski.
Fair enough, but still, we might be seeing something. For MKOI though, I was this was also interesting to me.
Yeah, they're macro this game. I mean, you can definitely tell that MKOI as a team right now, they don't have a lot of brain going for them. They just want to keep fighting, and if the fights work out, nice. But they were willing to drop towers, they were willing to drop a lot of waves.
Everything.
But they had that decisiveness from Trick and Malrang that ended up making this game way, way closer than what I initially expected.
It absolutely did, and I think for MKOI, I was amiss not to tell you in the beginning, because I said, okay, when it comes to locking in playoffs, this game doesn't matter, but it does matter in terms of MKOI into where they could lock into those playoffs, because if you're a higher seed, if you're third instead of fourth, you get side selection if you go up against an opponent that is higher than you?
Also an
important lower than
lower than you, sorry.
Yeah, so if you go lower bracket, that's usually when it matters, because let's say realistically we have MKOI getting third, they get picked by KC, they're not going to have side selection, but later down the road when you're in the lower bracket, you do need side selection, because as a team, when I think of MKOI, that's where they function best. You have players like Merwin who thrive with this sort of champion pool that relies heavily on the counter pick and making sure that you have good lane matchups so that you can punish them and snowball into mid-game power for your team.
Did you make it a joke? I didn't get it.
The difference between 9th and 10th for Rogue as well is big. I can say in Spanish League, I played a tiebreaker for 10th, and I lost it, and I've never felt such
Man, that's insult to injury.
Wait, why did they have a tiebreaker for 10th?
I don't know, it was like for
that seems like
it's
to embarrass you specifically.
It just hurt to the soul, you know?
That's so like, hey, are you sad? Are you feeling down? Hey, here's another opportunity.
Maybe they were like, it's not in the rules, but we want to embarrass Jack Spectre, so we're going to play a tiebreaker. This graphic is so beautiful, by the way. Like, this is insane. But as you said, it is important because if you have someone like this on your team, well, you want side selection probably.
Exactly, you do, because, I mean, most of the time, the problem is with this graphic that we see the good times of Merwin, I feel like. Where he was playing all of these things, he was unhinged, he was abusing red side to the max.
I love how it's color-coded.
Yeah, it's great. But now I feel like the Merwin that we see is a little bit more in the meta.
He's neutered.
He is neutered, which is kind of
sad.
A little bit. We saw him a lot with Cassante, we saw him with Ambessa, which he's playing them good, right? But we want to see this champion pool grow.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem has just been his laning phase. That has also caused that, like, you can't play these crazy picks if you're not winning lane really hard on them. And I think for a lot of time, he was doing that. He could pull out the Nidalee top, he could pull out these weird range tops and get a huge lead. But now, even on the meta picks, he's not getting the leads that we're used to, and just the consistency that we really need to see from him isn't there.
Oh, that's something to look at for playoffs for MKOI as well, for sure. So, next game, are they going to finish it or not? Is Rogue going to give us one last huzzah?
Well, I don't know if they're going to give us one last huzzah or not. I'm hoping that we're going to get more from them. But my dirty pleasure here is to see Marang on a range support, because we made fun of Nisqy.
Nico!
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
that's the perfect comparison between Nisqy and Marang, because that's the plug and play. Who did it better? Because you have perfect, comparison angle.
I see it. Rogue select blue side to first pick Nico from Marang. I want to see it. Let's see if it does happen. And a reminder, of course, no matter how lightly we take this as a pro player, you always want to win, no matter the circumstances. So let's see what draft they pull out and if Larssen completes that TP.
I think he's got it this time. I think the TP will be completed. I believe.
The Giga Chad move is to swap to Ignite.
Is that the Giga Chad move?
I mean, it would be objectively the wrong decision, but
the Giga Chad move is the game is in a situation where you can use that TP to then backdoor. I think that's like the ultimate retribution moment.
That would be sick. In any case, we are jumping into game 2. Of course, it was nice hearing from Jojo, and he kind of confirmed our suspicions, which Rogue caught them by surprise.
Yeah.
I think that their expectations coming into this game was that it would be easier than it was, and then they were, I would say, pleasantly surprised by how active Trick and Marang were on the map. So I imagine they'll readjust their expectations. We'll see how the draft unfolds moving into game 2. Rogue remain on the blue side. The Nidalee once again going to be taken away alongside the Gwen. And so now what does the priority pick become? Azir immediately jumps to mind. Potentially even a Maokai if they want a little bit more teamfight value. Yeah, Azir, maybe even Varus. Varus actually left open this time around. Perhaps Patrick wants to prioritize that on the bot side.
And the Nico banned. They're not going to let the Nico come through. Sorry, Analyst Desk. No Nico this game. Again, everyone taking their sweet time in this draft. I think let's get first pick Azir.
I mean, for Larssen.
For Larssen, the Emperor.
I mean, it's open. They're going to take away the Jhin. So I imagine it'll just be first pick Azir.
Oh, Ezreal's a good shout. Varus instead.
Yeah, thought so. I just think Varus objectively makes the most sense. It has, well, I mean, just one of the best lanes. Honestly, it's a champion I'm surprised that Riot hasn't nerfed more. Because at a certain point they sit there and go, you've been too strong for too long. Nerfy nerf.
Yeah, it's interesting. They go through cycles. Maybe they finally found the perfect balance where he's just good enough in pro play, but not completely broken in solo queue or useless, i.e. the Sejuani problem, where she's so good in pro and so completely terrible in solo queue. Although there's a quick Rumble lock-in. Merwin busting that one out. And Azir now locked in as well. So double AP, we're going to need some AD coming in from the jungle from MKOI. And the question is, does Adam play Varus top lane?
Ooh, great question.
Because that was for probably 2 weeks.
Yep.
Maybe even just 2 games or 2 series. The counter pick. And then essentially we just never saw it again. I think mostly because Rumble was permad, but...
Also, just Varus is a very common ban.
Yeah.
Also, he's a very good AD.
So is Rumble. So, yeah, it's... But in my head, it's exclusively for that matchup.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Now the Aurora.
That's going to be Adam's response into the Rumble top. We've seen it a few times from him this split. It just gives you a nice bit of range. You can also trade really effectively against the Rumble, and as long as you don't get hit by any harpoons, generally you're fine in the matchup. And to round things out, Nefiri jungle. Nice to see more of this champ. Personally, I'm, very lukewarm on the champ. I know objectively it should be a really OP pick, but often I find that the Naafiri itself isn't doing a lot.
I was really hyped for it until it didn't get a pentakill yesterday. I don't know whose fault that is, but I was really thinking that if this gets a pentakill right now, I'll be on the hype train, and then someone stole that last kill away.
I do remember that.
I mean, I think with Rumble it's really nice, though, because if Naafiri's ever on top of someone and then the Rumble all comes down, it just feels like there's actually no getting away from that champion.
That's fair.
But we'll see what the early jungle looks like. Still expect Trick to be very aggressive, even without the Pantheon. Zen can replicate that. But now it's the Ezreal band away, as well as the Leona.
So bot side of the map is very much the priority. Poppy going to come in from Koi. What does this mean that they're thinking of, though?
What other junglers are also played support? It's not... It sounds like a meme, but I just genuinely...
Jarvan has played support.
Jarvan has been played support. I'm just actually thinking, because Rel did make sense. Rel was in the jungle for so long last year, and I don't think that engaged supports are the most complicated champions to play, but I do imagine there is some degree of comfort that can be achieved from Malrang.
Jarvan. I mean, Jarvan was really OP for a while. Remember the Aerie build?
I do.
But I think like Renata's really good into stuff like that. I will say, Koi's engage, not the best.
No.
Like, they have no actual kind of start fight buttons. They can use Rumble Ultimate, of course, but it doesn't really lock people down. They don't have the easiest tools to start a fight, and I think the best thing to actually draft into this is more range yourself. Things like Karma, Orianna, I think, actually make a lot of sense, just because you can kind of try and chip away at your opponents before you actually force an engage.
Yeah. I do worry about the getting over-eager on the Aurora-Orianna engage combo and just the counter-engage from the Azir-Renata Rumble being too much.
Ooh, you know,
this is an AP-heavy
Soraka could also be dope.
Just a little Trimby shout-out.
Yeah, it would be cool, right?
Would be cool.
It's gonna be Karma, though.
Malrang Karma!
Malrang Karma.
2025!
He looks excited about it. And Super Scalista. Okay, that's a pretty strong bot lane, 2 versus 2. There will be a range advantage, though, for Patrick and Malrang, so I think in the straight-up 2v2, they have ways to trade. I like seeing the smile on Trick's face, getting to play Xin. Super aggressive early game jungler. I think it pairs nicely with Orianna, just because he wants mid laners that can facilitate him. And so he's a ball delivery system, knock someone up, get a nice shockwave, can quickly one-shot a target. We've seen it many times into champs like Kalista specifically, and kind of not giving her an opportunity to leverage her mobility.
Definitely have. For Rogue, a very interesting composition. You highlighted before, MKoi lacking a certain amount of reliable engage. You will get a Kalista ult as you go later in the game, but even that, not always the best. Early game is a big question, though. I think anytime we see a bot lane potentially as explosive as this one, any kind of Kalista lane into
I'm a little worried about how slow this game might end up being, just because when you've got Renata versus Karma, like, Zin's not going to have an easy time finding engages, because there's like a Renata ultimate always there to just...
That was my thing about your point about like, oh, I like that you can poke them down at range. I was like, yeah, but like, they've kind of the two compositions that want to be at arm's length from each other, I feel like Rogue have the one that kind of needs to go in. I guess Varus has more range. I guess Varus is kind of the difference maker.
Yeah, because Varus can just build poke, right? Kalista's just kind of awkwardly standing there, waiting for you to start a fight. I mean, yeah, it's a no-engage draft. We'll see what happens.
No engage, all thrills. LEC 2025 Spring, potentially the final game of the season. Can Rogue fire back, bring us to an unexpected Game 3? Get Trick's win rate to 50-50. The 100% win rate dream might be dead, but the stacking bot getting a kill at level 1 dream is alive and well.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Okay.
Enjoying the sounds of the rift.
Yeah, as am I.
I imagine this is what football commentators do when they just say names out loud.
Yeah, football commentary is traditional sports commentary is a very different beast, I've learned.
Oh yeah.
When we joined, one of the head honchos at Riot gave me this book and he told me to read it about sports commentary. And it just said, basically said, just like, don't talk, the action will cut, like the action will speak for itself. I'm like, that is the exact opposite of League of Legends. It's like League of Legends has basically 10 balls on the map at
Hey,
a
but you know what?
time.
Larson's playing Orianna, so now we get to say...
One ball, we own Larson.
Larson with the ball. Keeping it to himself.
Taking a mid.
It's a team game, Larson. You got to pass the ball.
Can't score. Larson passed the ball.
To Jojo. Why
Jojo. Listen, you have to get in the goal. Okay, they're trying to stop Trick from jungling. So far, they're successful.
That is uncool, guys.
Late invade.
Oh, Malrang with the flank.
Trick over the wall. Malrang off to the side. Half the game already taken away. Level 2 for Elyoya. Patrick with Halo Blades. Malrang's going to flash over this wall. No, he's just going to run in and heal because Supa is getting lower. Now he'll flash out. Alvaro continuing to...
All the summoner spells gone now for Malrang. Alvaro is now in a very awkward spot.
He's still here. Trick trying to race to level 2.
He flashed.
Malrang locked up. Committed. Alvaro flashing in as well. Malrang in trouble. Flash in to get first blood. Now Patrick trying to follow up, but he doesn't just have the damage even with the Halo Blades. There's no blight stacks. The level 1, not enough. But Trick's still going. Elyoya trying to dash away. Trick desperately running forward. They're just dancing away from him. Supa continuing to go and win. Becomes lightning. Supa goes down. Patrick up for an extra second. He gets the additional gold influx coming in. Now Trick wants to keep it going. Decent damage, but the dogs are starting to hurt. Both sides will back away. 1 for 1.
It's just a brawl in the bot lane. I mean, Elyoya starts off by stealing away the Raptors, getting level 2, and then the team say all bets are off. It's just a fight for survival down here. Ultimately, I guess Patrick is the big winner because he gets to stick around, get a bit of farm, goes back to base, grabs a tier. And this wave is being frozen by Malrang as best as he can. He's already that scared of Alvaro.
Yeah. When did this become the best series we've cast the entire year?
Okay, it's not. I mean, it's a pretty crazy one to start things off for sure.
Oh, we did go to first hand. Okay, so best series I've cast this week though.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm pretty sure I cast CFO versus Top Esports.
True. Yeah. All right, fair call out.
In any case, 1-1, gold is dead even. And you wouldn't have expected that given how the game started, but yep, that's where we're at. Both AD carries at 8 CS. I do not think that they're going to be able to keep up with that whole 10 CS per minute thing.
They might be able to recover in due time. Trick a little bit behind in XP because that initial stolen camp, but keeping relatively even with Elyoya. And after that goofy level 1, I think things are just going to generally slow down a little.
It's a great word.
It was.
That is an apt description of what that level 1 was.
Again, this whole series, I think goofy is just the name for this. It's kind of just... There are unspoken rules in League of Legends, and sometimes you just forget they exist. Like, why would you fist fight level 1 for no reason? Why wouldn't you just go to lane? And it's like, well, if the guy's on top of me, I kind of have to fist fight to get to lane. That situation just doesn't occur.
I mean, the point at which I would say they could have stopped was when Elyoya flashed after Malrang.
Yeah.
Yes, they got the kill. They did have to spend 3 flashes at level 1 to get it.
Which, they had to send a message.
Which, you know, ended up giving Patrick a kill back, which I guess you could argue was worth, but either way, both AD carries are actually dead even on experience. They're pretty much even on farm. The gold is slightly in favor of Patrick just because he did end up with a kill.
Yeah, also, I mean, 300 gold on.
And Alvaro got the kill, so I guess overall, Rogue are the winners.
Well, Patrick now needs to back up. But again, there's no CC here. No. So the engage from Elyoya does just get a chunk, which will matter in an extended laning phase, but no real kill threat.
Yeah, that's why this game is going to be interesting. So, what that bot lane skirmish was a great representation of is the rest of this game. Because when you just don't have a lot of hard CC, and people just run around a lot, like it's just kind of how it is.
Yeah, but you just gotta walk at them menacing, which as you can see, does not result in a lot of kill pressure.
But Trick has the scariest engage in the whole game, of course, just because he has that. You can build up the stacks on his Q, and the 3rd stack, E in, get the instant knocker, Shockwave can come through.
Also, I mean, level 6. We haven't seen. Also, you don't see as many opportunities for good handshakes when Renata isn't against a opposing like melee support, but still room for some handshakes in lane.
Yeah, this is why this matchup can be quite tough, as you can see, just decent amount of poke coming out from the Karma. And Patrick with range of his own means he can chip away at the HP bars of the lane opponents. But for now, we are a state of bliss as both sides just prioritize on farming.
And Larson once again does have the ball. Keeps passing it to Jojo though, which again, not a conventional strat in the game.
Typical. What's even more surprising is that Jojo keeps passing it back.
Yeah.
Oh, pass it to Jojo one more time.
Well, I think Larson's telekinetically controlling the ball, which does seem like it would be against the rules. He's also touching it, I think. Larson is not very good at football.
No, not at all. That's okay. Try rugby.
Rugby, there you go. They were definitely trying to play rugby at level 1.
thought of something mean. I'm happy about it.
Don't know, yeah. No mean. This is a wholesome,
it's true.
spirited game of League of Legends.
You say that. Koi is up to something.
Trick. Now in trouble. Going in, a few more autos, gets a decent amount of damage. That's a shockwave. Jojupun in trouble now. Trick manages to flash out. Jojupun relatively low, has the buff on him. Holding on for the bailout. One more auto, a little bit more healing coming in. They can't finish the kill, and now it's Elyoyo getting away. The handshake is beautiful. Blinking health bars. They just can't get anything done. Larson cannot finish a kill. Koi on the edge, but they get the kill on Trick.
Damn, that was very well played by Jojo. And Alvaro coming in clutch with the shielding to help escort his team to safety. Larson was just a single flash Q away from picking up one of those kills, but the shielding kept coming through onto Jojo, meaning that he was just out of kill range. And you'll see here, it looks like an easy pickup onto Jojo. The shockwave is going to come through, the damage is good from Trick. He's going to get the shield, and there's the shockwave. The damage looks nice. But look, he has the Renata passive on, and so Larson is hesitant to kill him. One more auto attack, but then he gets a bit of life back from leveling up. The shield is there as well, and Elyoyo knows that if a flash comes through from Larson, it can be a kill, so he flashes preemptively to get away to safety.
Heal from Alvaro as well. Literally every tiny thing that could come through came through just to make sure that kill did not go down.
Beautiful stuff there from Jojo and the squad.
And while the gold is still dead even overall, it's Patrick continuing to grow his lead just as a result of his power in the 1v1 when Alvaro left, and Elyoyo now pulling even further ahead of Trick. Oh, also Adam on the top side.
Patrick might be dead.
Probably ulti in. Handshake still hits. Well played by Alvaro. An extra root now coming in. But Patrick should just fall. Barrier, a decent amount of damage with the bailout there. No hope of finishing the kill. Does manage to proc the bailout, but that's just about it. Supa quickly getting the reset.
Yeah, it's a situation where Patrick, in an ideal world, he throws the hail of arrows, dies, and then the hail of arrows can finish up the kill so that he then doesn't trigger the passive. But yeah, unfortunately, that was a little too difficult to execute. The timing would have been way too specific. So Supa and Alvaro end up finding a pick on the bot side of the map. Gold lead, nothing too significant for the time being, as objectives are going to be traded. Overall, a pretty steadfast and even early game, even though Koi find themselves with a kill lead.
Kill lead solid. Adam in the 1v1 at least for now, building a pretty decent advantage for himself. Doesn't always matter against the Rumble, as we've seen later stages of the game. That equalizer is still super relevant, but definitely hurts for Rogue that they lost a lot of that power they had on the bottom side. Trick was able to get the grubs. Now should be able to take the red as well. So nice little bit of added bonus as there's some movement towards the top side. I think it is just Larson picking up some honey fruit. As you can see, Adam, as good as he is at range, it's still tough to go all in against Mirwin.
They would just ran at him. The damage that he was able to dish out thanks to the overheat was absolutely bonkers, and Adam forced to use his ultimate in response. Mirwin decided not to overchase, realizing that he wouldn't have support from his jungler. So instead, he's just happy to force Adam back. He'll now clear out the rest of his wave and likely back himself as the first item of the game now completed for Adam with the Hex, Luden's Companion, being finished off.
It does look like the Hextech's revolver, though. Yeah. It does. I see why that's what came into your mind. All right.
Yep, the Luden's Echo, and then they merged, and then they become Luden's Companion.
Which, yeah, I guess makes sense that it's a gun. We had too many staffs, you know?
Yeah.
With the departure of Gun Blade, we needed at least one gun added back in.
True.
Luden's Companion.
It's weird that it's a pistol, though.
Oh, yeah, also weird that a pistol is an AP item. Also, all of our champions with guns are 80 carries, and they all buy swords. There's a lot of things that don't make sense.
Yeah. Do you think you reload it? Do you think it just reloads itself?
So
why does that have a sight on it?
Yeah, I don't know.
Not to say that like an iron sight wouldn't make sense. I'm thinking too hard about this. Anyway.
All right, I played Pro Mod in the early 2000s.
How did you know?
You talked about it a lot.
I don't think that's true.
It's come up on numerous occasions.
Have you heard about the Ghost team that I was in?
No.
Yeah, they were good.
All right.
Yeah.
Is that a Pro Mod thing? I don't know.
Yeah, Pro Mod.
I was a console kid. We didn't get Pro Mod, bro. It was a struggle. It was a dark time.
That's where I started. It was COD on the PlayStation. And then I elevated, as the gamer PC players would say.
Yeah. To League of Legends, baby.
Yeah. Yeah, that one didn't go as well for me.
No. Well, I mean, you got a career out of it. I don't know what you got.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I was more thinking about the pro player element. Yeah, I will admit, like,
Who did you famously lose to in the UK?
No. I solo kill Power of Evil.
There you go.
Yeah. I cheesed it. It was really funny.
Yeah. Trick beat Power of Evil, so there's your like 7 degrees of separation in 2016.
I also used to regularly get beaten by Alfari and Maxtor in many UK tournaments.
People don't even know who that is. We're just referencing
Alfari and Maxtor?
People don't even know.
I suppose that's true.
It's been years.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Alfari's most recent contribution to League as a whole, I think, was coaching Broken Blade, which I don't know if that's still on.
That's not fair. He made a finals at Origin.
No, most recent.
Oh, okay. Also, didn't he win NA or did he?
Most recent. No, most recently he coached Broken Blade. Well, I said most recent, dude. What are you trying to make?
Sorry, I missed that part.
I used the right words. All right, Adam. The word he's looking for is please no. Oh, yeah. It'll work. Oh, yeah. Not able to find that one.
Ooh, Jojo now looking for a bit of a play himself, but I don't think he's going to find much.
Shockwave.
Shockwave in response. Just trying to chip away at the HP there of Jojo.
Bringing Mowing on the way in.
About 50% of his HP away. Dragon's still a minute away, though. So they have the Shockwave available for it.
Probably nice to have. Leandry's completed for Jojo Pune, so his poke is doing decently well. So you freeze frames there for a second. Alvaro, handshake onto Patrick. Definitely nice to have. Again, the weaknesses of the composition's highlighted, though. The initial piece of CC does not really have any follow-up, unless Jojo wanted to try and slide and glide his way in there.
Yeah, it's pretty fascinating that like all of the engage in the whole game is pretty much determined by Trick, or if Jojo's really feeling it. You know, maybe if you can find a really juicy slide and glide, that could be one way to start a fight. But it's basically, Koi would like, sure, Trick, go ahead, engage onto us. We love that. Our Renato will get loads of value. Our Kalista can free hit. We kill the front line. We chase you down. We win. Whereas Rogue is kind of like, well, we've got Lethality Varus, we've got Orianna, we can just poke at you. Aurora, really good poke as well. We can chip away at you.
It's like in a game of tag where there's a table and you're both just running around the table.
Kind of, yeah. And at any point, Trick can run over the table.
Yeah, he's the only person who can jump over the table. But both sides are kind of waiting on the other person to jump over the table.
Kinda, yeah.
Neither one of them are agile enough to be the person who does the, the pro tag table jump.
Pretty much. But also they need an objective to do it over. And speaking of, here it is.
Perfect table to run around.
Here we go.
Mkoi, set up. Set up, they have pressure as well. You're going to see a TP in from Larson. Shockwave is available. 3K. El Yo-Yo's got it low alongside having the closest fight. Patrick's ulti not connecting. Alvaro able to mark. Decent damage down, but Trick has zoned them away completely. They can't just take the objective, but it seems like they want the fight. Poke from Patrick hurts.
Well, the Renata ultimate was used so early onto Varus, which meant that it was now way easier for Rogue to find and engage.
Mirwan's stepping up, though. They see the TP coming in top lane. They think they have a man advantage. Flash forward with the handshake. Trick now using his ulti. Patrick going to be forced to flash over the wall. Fates call in. Malrang going to get taken down. Super grabbing that one. So El Yo-Yo looks for the reset. Patrick trying to live as long as he can. El Yo-Yo not confident enough to go for the dive. So they will grab some exit kills.
On the resets of Rogue is when Koi find a nice angle to attack. Adam is TPing away, Larson going back to base, and so there was an opportunity there. In fact, I think that was the other way around. In any case, the point is that Koi found a nice pick. Unfortunately, there's not really much for them to convert it into because they still end up losing the Drake. They get the pick onto Malrang, and they force all the summoners out from Patrick, so there could be another angle, but again, like that Dragon was a great example of how awkward it can be. But why that Renata ultimate is also extremely important. If it's unavailable, then you're very reliant on the Azir ultimate to act as that disengage tool.
Alvaro.
Just a cheeky Hex Flash.
I mean, just hitting every handshake. Malrang. Tether won't complete. Jojo Pune able to just glide away. And now we wait for the next objective as a catalyst to force a fight. But setups on the objective is big, and it feels like wave control has been in favor of Mkoi, although Mirwan's going to be in trouble here. Larson does have Shockwave. Shockwave pullback. Auto attacks coming in. I take it back. He's great at soccer. Mirwan down. Larson solo kill.
I mean, he dribbles the ball between his feet and Mirwan
styles on it, but there's the slide and glide that you were looking for. Patrick trying to zoom out of there, but he's just going to get one pop. Trick now needs to retreat. A bit of a leash for Mkoi on this objective.
And that's just a great future investment idea. Getting the summoners out from Patrick earlier on meant that Jojo was super confident making that play. He's very aware that Larsen's not going to be able to join this fight. And so with their numbers, they tried to force a play and they make it happen. I mean, the good news for Rogue, though, is they kept the pressure up top. You'll notice that the top tower was secured. Koi are going to respond by securing the tower in mid, but looks like Rogue are continuing with the push on the top lane.
Confident maybe that they can take Mirwen down if he does show up. He has the equalizer to try and clear the wave. He will use it. But they have grubs.
Looks like they're not. Ooh.
Not quite enough damage. Mauron going to eat 2 turret shots there, though, for the trouble. They start to retreat. So Rogue maybe a bit overeager on the top side, but Adam moving in. They really want to take Mirwen down. That's the stack up on the queue you were talking about, looking for the knockup. Mirwen now in trouble. Ulti going in from Adam. They want to finish the job. They're Berserk. Crucial disengage ult coming in from Alvaro to keep Mirwen standing alongside the bailout, but the tower might still be in trouble, and that's going to be the tier 2 taken down in exchange for the tier 1 at the very least of Rogue, but now it's Supa who has to be careful in mid lane.
Lots of things are happening all over the map because you'll notice in the bot lane as well, the Herald is going to be knocked into the tower. Will do a lot less damage than the first after the recent changes, but ultimately it's Rogue not quite being able to find that pick onto Mirwen. The support provided by Alvaro was crucial in order to keep that Rumble alive. The Rogue are more than happy to secure that tower, and for a brief moment they did sit with the gold lead, but the gold being even, with a lot of it sitting on Adam. Now the responsibility falls on his shoulders to be the big carry for Rogue.
2K gold lead. On this Aurora, you really have to make that difference. Continuing to play to the side lane, will have the TP up and available shortly. Dragon, minute away.
You know, we had a bit of fun with Jojo in the past about never seeing Anivia before.
That's true.
Do you think the inverse may also be true? Now, of course, Trick is still actively coaching, but
he doesn't know what Fury does. I think because he's active, I think if he wasn't actively coaching, you could definitely make an argument. He's like, I have no idea what this champion does.
But the idea, you know, like
yeah.
You have an old pro come back into play and they're like, I have no idea.
What does this champ do?
What does it do? Yeah. You're telling me when it auto attacks, it doesn't just get lifesteal, it does 7 things? What? It's a Narcissus reference.
Yeah. I appreciate the look, man. As
it's an old one, but it's
as
a
an
good
Aphelios enjoyer, I understand. I understand the number of characters needed to explain a thing.
Yeah, imagine a retired AD carry player coming back and then playing against an Aphelios, and they're like, wait, what?
But, okay, I will say that sometimes there are simple things in game that feel simple that do require an immense amount of text to explain.
That's fair. Of course, a Magic the Gathering player would say that.
Well, I'm just saying, it's like, is Kalista passive that complicated?
Yeah, but it's also not a lot of text there.
It's a pretty decent amount of text compared to 20% lifesteal.
Okay.
Alvaro pulled out of the circle. You can see Adam really hurts. Lots of good damage.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great way to start off this Dragon contests.
But losing Adam's ult is pretty devastating given that he has a 2K gold lead and they weren't able to finish the kill. They do get the heal, they do get the Fate's Call at the very least.
Remember, Kalista stacks make securing Dragons theoretically easier. The stacks are beginning to mount.
Adam, good chunk onto Jojo.
Nice chunk. The poke is good from Rogue.
Just respawn. Redemption to heal up a bit. Ulti is going to connect onto Elyoya, tricking his own away, and they're going to take the Drake. Now the equalizer is laid down. Ulti over the top, but MKoi, they don't have any follow-up. Trick now going to go in. He's caught in the Thunderdome. He doesn't have a flash, so he's forced to stay and fight to the death. He tries to wander in, look for maybe a shockwave angle. But Rogue get the objective.
So Koi get themselves a pick, and Rogue get themselves the Dragon. Of course, it will cost them the Arakan. With no smite available, this is a very difficult contest. Of course, very few ultimates available as well on the side of Rogue outside of the Shockwave. Means that they're not really interested in trying to fight this fight.
Powering wanted to be in the area to try and steal at the very least, but you're right. Arakan 6 earlier, so overall, pretty positive for MKoi. The Drake stacking, if it was third Drake, if it was Soul Point, it might have felt a little bit different from Rogue, but only the second Drake does make this a bit rough.
Yeah, I mean, I wish there was more to break down here, but the reality is this Trick just kind of threatens Elyoya, knocks him away, and then just secures the smite. The wombo combo idea is there. Patrick flashes early, but yeah, Trick doesn't really have many places left to go thanks to the positioning of the Rumble ultimate. there's also a risk that he kind of just makes the fight worse for his team as well because of the direction that he was pathing. So instead he just says, you know what, I'll just sit in the pit and I will give my life. Still though, a very even game, and again, a surprising performance, I would say, from Rogue, especially given where we put Koi in the standings. A team that has demonstrated to be clearly within the top 4. You would expect them to be head and shoulders ahead above Rogue, sitting at the bottom of the league, but Rogue putting up a valiant fight.
We're also past the point where it's, you know, what we expect of them. They just are top 4.
Yeah.
Right? And that's the thing. Rogue, on the other hand, have certainly had some good games this split, but have never been able to turn that into kind of a meaningful streak. In fact, they seem to be fighting toe-to-toe for the most part. That's a good look. Adam has found Elyoya. Elyoya hurting, though. Adam forced to use the ulti. Alvaro finding a solid combo with the Redemption's coming down. Nice buffer going in. Patrick, though, going to be the one in trouble. Redemption coming out from the opposite side. They're trying to turn it. Jojo, he found the sliding glide. Elyoya looking for the reset, but he's already been popped. Tower set up in the mid lane, and now Rogue are in a tough spot. Jojo starting to rain down some damage. Mirwin there as well. Supa blinking health bar, but he kind of wants to support. Patrick looking for the disengage. Laying down a slow. The hail of arrows to help his team retreat back up the river. Trick turning back, hoping to get something else done, but he might have just cost his AD carry his life as well. The blast cone, the last bastion of hope. Patrick out for an extra second, but Mirwin flashing in. Doesn't want to walk face first into this. Knows how much damage Zavaris can do, but Patrick in the end will fall. One more rocket seals the deal. Koi, good fight in the mid lane.
I think that ended up being a 4-for-2 in favor of Koi. I saw the pass from Larson connecting the shockwave onto the backline, and I thought that that was going to be a one-team fight for Rogue. It's Adam that starts off by getting chipped away out. Remember that he's a lot of the gold, and he has to use his ultimate defensively. The Rumble ultimate was absolutely massive for Mirwin, with the Renata ultimate following up. The combo was clean. But look at the shockwave on the back. Great damage onto the backline. Super's immediately forced back, but as that play is happening, Jojo goes in himself, drops the tower down, gets a beautiful ultimate to connect on the 3 members of Rogue. And at this point, it's a 3v3, but it's Rogue that's forced to retreat.
Yeah. And really crucially there, the sidestep on the wind becomes lightning. The W from the Xin that Supa pulled off there keeps him alive, allows him to stay up in this entire fight, making it that much easier for Koi because they know they can't just go all in onto Mirwin without risking their own lives.
Now, Koi find themselves with a much more sizable lead. Of course, the itemization, when you kind of look at it, Rogue's not in a terrible spot. So you look at the itemization sitting on Larson, and he's still in a very comfortable spot. A lot of damage available to him. Of course, Trick is now falling a little bit further behind, still working on that second item, but Adam in a great position too. The damage is there for Rogue. They find themselves a little bit behind overall. They just need to find a good fight.
Larson.
He's the target.
TP going in. Larson trying to buy as much time as he can, but the dog can just go intangible. Oh, you're resetting the aggro. Now it's Adam who's arrived at the fight, trying to finish off Mirwin, looking for a bit more damage. Q back through, trying to style on him. Extra damage now going in, but Elyoya might have bit off more than he can chew. Has to backstep. 1 for 1 so far.
Comes Trick.
Trick on the way in. Redemption there as well. The Weirding coming out. Extra damage now going down. Elyoya might be in trouble, but it's Supa's been shut down, and it's Elyoya who's on the run. Adam doing a ton of work here, backed up by Trick. Elyoya retreating. Bailout there. Alvaro helps secure the escape, but a 2 for 1 in the extended fight.
It's an overforce from Koi as they threaten the dive onto Larson. They should have just been happy by getting that TP out from Adam, freeing up Jojo to push in the top lane, but they wanted to commit to the kill. They had to spend a lot of resources to get it, and then Adam just bought so much time for his team, stalling things out, chipping away at the HP bars, and now it leaves the Dragon exposed along with another tower. Rogue definitely not out of this game yet as we look back. Again, it's at this point you realize, okay, they need to disengage. Maybe the logic is, even if we do disengage, there's the shockwave, it gets used on Mirwin. Nice use of the ultimate to close the gap onto Mirwin to at the very least get a kill for Adam. But again, his priority is buying time. The fact that he's able to proc the electrocute onto Elyoya while he's disengaging, just really great placement of his skills. Sets up for Trick to arrive, the Redemption comes down, and Koi, they have nowhere left to go.
Yeah, just use so many of their cooldowns in that initial play. Running out. Obviously tough for Larson to survive that dive. Nothing he can really do against a champion that has kind of this intangible effect similar to the Fizz or the Vladimir, because the shockwave just so telegraphed. So instead opts to hit Mirwin. The play works out. The poke from Patrick is tough to deal with. There's no tanky front line here. So these arrows keep connecting. Rogue can just chip away at those life bars. You mentioned it in Champion Select. That said, the pressure, the wave control, Koi is still much more diligent about pushing out these lanes, so their objective setup has and a bit more favorable.
Baron is alive, but it's not an easy objective to secure, at least for Rogue. You still have the Kalista and the Azir, which make it pretty quick. Double ulti drops.
Ulti. It's Jojo Kyun in the midst of the entire team. Goes golden, buys an extra second. Supa has now slain Patrick in the meantime, but they managed to get Jojo back. Trick back in the middle of the team as well. Oh, you're going to try to finish that one. All of the rest of Rogue retreating. 2 for 1 in favor of Koi, giving up Jojo for jungle and AD on the opposing team.
Shockwave is still available for Larssen, which makes the Baron Force a very risky thing to do. Rogue, while they are a man down, they still got the objective that they were looking for.
Adam is also terrifying. He has 3 items. He has the Death Cap, he has the upgraded sword shoes. Supa's trying to get the hell out.
They're going to chip away at this tower. I worry about them overstaying here. Look at Elyoya on the flank. At the very least, he's trying to catch the next wave, but another tower going to be secured for Rogue, so...
TP behind. And Koi want to fight.
Certainly do. Jojo is going to TP up in 10 seconds.
Larssen flashing up. They're just trying to kill Supa before the fight even breaks out. Larssen, decent damage. The Shockwave, he just flashes over and it completely whiffs. Now fire rains from the sky. Adam caught out as well. It's a disaster.
And Rogue overstepped. We talked about them overstaying their welcome. The TP's come through. Jojo now back on the map. He sets his sights on a Patrick.
Patrick pushed back. Will now just fall. Beautifully played by Supa, flashing over the Shockwave to extend the fight. And now MKoi set up to take the Baron.
Yeah, so Rogue, even though they ended up losing the fight, they got the mid tower, but going for the second one is where they overreached, allowing Koi to get back out onto the map, punish Rogue for their positioning, and convert it into a tower, some kills, and the Baron.
Nothing much more to add. We can take a look at the play here.
So it's a good Rumble ultimate, but the Wombo combo is now used. So a lot of damage becomes unavailable, and nice spread out from Rogue, making it difficult for Jojo to find a good target to ulti. He connects onto Patrick, but it ends up just being a 1-for-1 as Jojo loses life as well. Flash away from Alvaro, Trick ends up dropping, and you think at this point, oh, maybe they can do the Baron, but again, the Shockwave is still available. Now, Koi set their sights on the enemy jungle. Rogue see this as an opportunity to push more, but they've overstepped at this point. The TPs are coming through, they're being collapsed on, and where do they have left to go? Instead, they chase down onto Supa, thinking that maybe they can get a kill, but as you rightly said, a nice flash from Supa to avoid the Shockwave means that it ends up just being another 2 kills and the Baron.
Easy pickups. Rogue trying to hold on to defense of their own jungle. Larssen, the sole member sent to protect this top high tower. So hard for him to fight this Nefiri. The 1 tower will fall. Relatively uncontested. MKoi have a mid wave and bot wave to play with as well. Just about the worst case scenario for Rogue. See if their wave clear will help them here. But Adam and Malrang using a man advantage mid to try to just bully Mirwin away. No one attending the bot wave from MKoi, so perhaps they can keep this inhibitor standing.
Koi now spreading across all 3 lanes. Jojo using the cannon minion to chip away at the inhibitor.
Jojo really wants to slide and glide. He will push 1. It's just Trick who immediately uses the ulti. Patrick taking a bit more time, trying to lay down a bit more damage. Jojo still standing, however. Trick going berserk, and in goes Adam. Massive damage coming out from the rabbit in the mid lane. MKoi, an inhibitor, but it's going to cost them 2 lives.
The Rogue Shockwave plus Adam ulti combo comes through. They're able to burst down 2 members of Koi and force them to disengage. They largely protect most of their base, and crucially, the dragon is available. I wonder if Rogue can get back out on the map quickly enough to contest it. 7 seconds until it actually respawns. Elyoya is making a beeline towards it, but with the numbers advantage and no TP available on Jojo, this could be solved for Rogue.
If Rogue can find this, this is the start of them making a comeback in the game. Elyoya moving in. Rogue collapsing. Mirwin, great equalizer.
Goes wide, honestly. Doesn't do that much damage.
And no immediate fall makes it so hard for it to stick. Elyoya trying to get in. Goes intangible. Steals Infernal. Walks out, but Trick can't he find the follow-up play. Elyoya just too fast. And Rogue not getting that just is so massive. They're in a huge deficit. Midwave still barreling down. Super's unattended in the mid lane. Elyoya and MKoi just ushering the next waves in.
An unfortunate misplay there from Trick as he gets outsmited by Elyoya. The soul is denied, and Koi pick up right where they left off. The Baron is about to fall off, so their siege becomes a lot weaker. It looks like they're not interested in leaving this base alone.
Using ulti onto Mirwin. Ulti from Alvaro, ultimately not super effective. Shockwave connects onto Supa. Instantly he goes down. Now they're trying to turn it back. Redemption of their own, a little bit too late from the side of MKoi, but they might have enough power to bring this one home anyway. Adam still holding onto his ult. They will lose at least one inhibitor here. Can't afford to gamble on a play. Need to get those health bars back up. MKoi still very much in control in the driver's seat despite losing Supa. But Adam Fishing desperate to find these plays.
I think Koi need to back away though. They've overstayed their welcome and the resets are coming through from Rogue. The problem for Koi is, given how the last fight played out, they have no Barons left. They have to wait 2 more minutes for that objective to spawn, and that's the window the Rogue will leverage to try and turn this game around. The deficit is still significant. The death cap will be completed very soon by Jojo. Adam and Larson are already the carries to watch, as if they land their damage onto the right targets, there are ways in which Rogue can turn these fights in their favor.
But otherwise, MKoi, and they do lack some engage. If they had more CC, this would be a very different game. MKoi should just win. Because the reason the gold looks close is because Adam is so far ahead of Mirwin. Every other role is super far behind in terms of individual gold difference.
The crazy thing is Mirwin isn't even that weak. He's even ahead in XP. Level 17 on the Rumble. Dragon's still 3 minutes away. You'll notice that Koi is basically dividing up around the map, trying to funnel what farm they can into the 3 members as it continues to push towards Rogue, stealing away the jungle camps as well, to both limit Trix's golden experience while also taking it for themselves. Just keep that pressure up, keep Rogue inside their base, and wait for this neutral to spawn. 1 minute, 10 seconds on the Baron. And we'll see how things play out, as Rogue will definitely want to try and interrupt that play.
Good news for Rogue is it's topside inhibitor down, so they can push through that top lane if they want, but it might be Trick caught out here. Equalizer goes down, but again, there's no real follow-up CC, so Trick's just going to wait out the duration before walking back to the jungle.
The cooldown this lane to the game, it's like, I can check it, it's 44 seconds. Yeah. So he's just almost using it off cooldown.
Yeah, you just see, you know? Maybe someone gets caught up.
Good control of Rogue's jungle, though, coming through from Koi. The Baron draws ever closer. Malrang doing his best to get what vision he can. He sees very little of the pit itself, but at least they have an entrance into their own jungle without any nasty surprises lying in wait.
Definitely true. Patrick, though, is lagging behind a bit in terms of damage. We haven't really had the luxury of getting a lot of this poke down before fights. But again, you highlighted it really is as simple as just keep your eyes out for Larson, Shockwave, and really whatever Adam does in a fight. Those are the strongest members. Those are the members who have to perform if Rogue want to take us to a game 3.
Looking up around the top tri-brush. Chip damage coming down from both sides. It's landing from the side of Koi. You can see Adam getting...
Wave unattended. They're going to turn back onto Jojo. Jojo goes golden. In the meantime, they're trying to disengage. Excellent combination with the equalizer. The combo finally coming down. Mirwin off to the backside. Already Trick has gone down. Malrang desperate to flash forward, but he can barely keep the tether standing. Elyoyo resetting now, looking to find a kill onto Patrick. A little bit more damage going for the bars, but it's just not enough. Adam running. Larson will fall. It's just going to take another second. Triple kill coming through. Mirwin to finish it off. An ace for MKoi as they look to close this one out 2-0.
A single team fight was all it took as MKoi assert their dominance in the final fight of the regular season. They're looking to close things out in a clean 2-0 fashion.
And overall, they consistently traded up across both games, while Rogue kept some fights close. MKoi always holding on to that lead just about the entire time. The team finishing top 4. We'll see who their opponent is in the first round of playoffs, and for Rogue, the last time we'll see them until summer. So commiserations, but a solid way to end the split for MKoi. And good to see Trick, if only briefly.
Yeah, I think he had a very solid game, all things considered. Him and Malrang were fun to watch. But Koi, yeah, they do lock in that 3rd place spots. And it doesn't really affect much, kind of whoever gets chosen between the two of them from KC is kind of out of their hands. But of course, you can vote for your player of the series. You can vote now at LEC, Onyx, Elyoya, Jojo, Pyun, or Supa. I think are all great options. But huge credit to the team. A 3rd place finish for this regular season. I think they're going to be pretty happy with that. I know they have some frustrations with some of their losses against the top teams, which happened at the very start of the split.
Yeah.
but ultimately they had a very good season overall. They've been a joy to watch, and I'm excited to see if they can level up for playoffs, as our top 4 is looking rather fierce.
Definitely are. 5th and 6th also, some still remain to be decided. Tiebreaker coming soon at TM. You said it, top 4. It's intense. It's hard to know, right? The new era of KC, perhaps Fnatic, Koi, G2 rising back up, or Koi or Fnatic thrusting themselves into the limelight.
Of course, there's only 2 spots for MSI.
It's true.
And right now it feels like that there are 4
One of them is going to European Chovy and Zeus. That's what Hysteric says. Anyway, that's Carlson and Camilla, for those unversed.
Well, I'm excited to see if they can win out on that tiebreaker tomorrow against Vitality. Of course, yeah, we do actually have one more day of a game.
Yeah, one more day, one more game.
Yeah, but the regular season has now...
Officially scheduled matches are over. There's one tiebreaker remaining.
And then we'll be gearing up for playoffs. We will have a week break next week, so you can have a moment to rest, respite for the players as well, as we then ramp up for what will be an intense playoffs to crown our spring champion and the race for MSI.
Yeah, it's going to be a thrill. But I think that about wraps it up for here. Let's send it down on stage with Ginny, who's standing by with the victorious Supa.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in. Ginny here, standing by with Supa. Congratulations. A convincing win. And with that, you lock 3rd in regular split in spring. Must be very happy about that.
I mean, we are pretty happy that I think after the first 2 losses in the regular season, we come back, we improve as a team, we have bad moments, but after Madrid buff, bring back to Madrid, please.
Yeah.
I think we spike pretty well.
You know, LEC finals are going to be in Madrid, so you got to make it there, right? But baby steps, because first you have to go through playoffs. It's going to be a little bit different, but I would also really like to hear your opinion about this game specifically, because when we spoke to Jojo after the first game, he's like, oh yeah, like we didn't really know what to expect, and Malrang on support. How was that for you in the bot lane?
I mean, I think Malrang surprised me. I played versus him yesterday in solo queue before today, and I think he does pretty well moves around the map because his jungle, he knows where he needs to be. So this is a strong point for him that I believe he does better than some supports sometimes. So that was a big surprise for me. But I think in terms of 2v2, he struggled a bit. It's normal, his main jungle, no? But I think he did well.
Who was more difficult to play against, Malrang on support or Niski on support?
I mean, we lose 0-2 to Niski now, so I need to say Niski.
Okay, well, that's fair enough. That was one of the losses that you've had, and you talked about, you know, coming in, going 0-2, and then, you know, you go to Madrid, you get the buff, you're ramped up, you're winning, you're 3rd place now in this regular split. When you're looking at the playoffs, what are you looking to bring into that? What are the lessons from the regular split that you want to continue having?
I think we need to stick discipline. I think we are a team that when we play into the best teams, we either choke or we either step up. So we need to be disciplined and keep stepping up. And now is the really important moment. I think in the last split, everyone got really disappointed that we lose 3-1 when we could do way, way better. So this time is what matters. So we will take our 2 weeks before the next match, really important.
Is there a specific team you want to go up against?
I'm for sure, I want Fnatic.
Okay.
So it's not on them to choose us, so I would like another revenge. I know that they want, but doesn't matter the rival. I think we will get our revenge for sure.
And when you're looking at playoffs, it's going to be Fearless best of 5. It's going to be a little different, you know. How are you preparing for that?
I mean, we didn't get that much practice. I think we got like 2 blocks of best of 5, but I would say it's crazy. If you reach to game 4, 5 especially, people will love it. I think we saw in the winter split in a lot of leagues, so it's the best moment of the season.
Do you have a specific champion that you would really like to play in a best of 5?
I mean, I pull out my Tristana. That it's not that hard to. I mean, it's hard to pull it in competitive, but yeah, I mean, I think 1 or 2 champions that I didn't play still, probably I will pull out.
Okay, a little teaser. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate it. And congratulations once again on the win. That's enough from us here at the interview. We're going to be heading over to PGL with Shox, Odo, and Merwin. So, guys, take it away.
Thank you so much. Wonderful interview, Ginny. Bye. Supa's hair is looking on fleek, like he just got it done. We don't know who our key player of the series was yet. Perhaps it will be Mirwin, perhaps not, but you'll find out with us. Congratulations to Zero, job done.
Yep.
Was it hard to predict since, you know, they had Trick in the jungle, they had Malrang in the bot lane?
I mean, honestly, I'm a bit scared because I think when we were too relaxed, I think we suck at League of Legends, and I think today it showed that the games weren't really clean at all. So at some point, for example, the last week into SK, I was also a bit scared. You know, we're playing supposed to be a weaker team, and I think we tend to relax a little bit. And I think into SK we did a really great job, like we stormed in 2 games. And today, I think we couldn't hold it. I think we just ran it down a bit, and yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Supa said discipline is your biggest problem.
Yeah, I agree completely.
Yeah, I think we talked about it last time as well, but it's already almost like spring playoffs. I feel like that's when it has to be fixed, especially with MSI, right? So do you feel like you're far off, and is there going to be, I don't know, how do you fix that? Because it just seems like it's something that once it starts in games like this, it's almost impossible to put the brakes on it. Is that correct?
Yeah, kind of. But I mean, I really hope so. And I think it always works. Like for playoffs, I think our discipline goes back to how it should be, kind of. And yeah, I mean, I'm hoping for that. I hope we don't like run it down in official games.
Yeah, let's see.
That's what I expect at least.
We'll see. Supa wants to play Fnatic, Odo?
Ooh, yeah. I mean, it would be bad for me to not touch on the previous
yeah, because they didn't touch on each other. Yeah.
Yeah, there was always the handshake, the dispute, and then the previous instances. I feel like
there's the Madrid games.
Yeah, I feel
They're
like
crazy.
There's a little rivalry brewing over there, but I am excited. As you said, it's not on Fnatic to choose, but at the same time, it is one of the spicier matchups.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if KC can choose from anyone from third to sixth or just third to fourth.
You don't know the rules? Well, I don't either, so.
I think it's they can choose third to fourth.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's a flip of a coin if they pick you.
I mean, I think they're going to choose us and not you two.
Cool.
Aren't you too scary like that?
Can we get the standings up for a second so we can see?
It's just the name, you know, nameplate diff.
I see. If we get the standings up, because you do a good deal here by locking in third place, which will give you a possible side selection advantage, of course, going forward. But yeah, what do you think about this heading into the playoffs? Of course, the last spots still need to be locked in, but if we look at the teams that are already locked in and about the field, do you feel like KC is, I mean, obviously they're the best because they're 8-1 and they're first, but do they feel like they're much stronger than anyone else going into the playoffs?
I mean, I think it's kind of last split. I think like the top 4 was kind of solid overall. Like I don't think there was such a big gap. But I mean, KC for sure is right now the stronger team, and I think they showed in like they did 2-0 in their event. So yeah, I mean, for sure they're the stronger team. But I always said even last split that the top 4 is really close the level, and I think it's us, you know, the top 4 that we have.
Yeah.
Going into playoffs, for me, one of my bigger curiosities is I feel like you guys were in a similar position in winter as well. I think you guys were third as well, if I'm not mistaken, in regular season.
I don't remember at all.
Okay, but I think it's around that. But I feel like you guys grew as a team because previously I felt like you guys were a little bit one-dimensional in the sense where you always had, you know, the Elio Alvaro duo just kind of controlling the map. But I also feel like now everyone's kind of stepping up a little bit more and the game is more controlled, even though you see that you don't have the discipline you would like. What are the main changes or the main differences that you have seen in your team growing from winter to spring, and how it's going to be, you know, different for these playoffs?
I mean, I think everyone, even starting from last split, did a really big effort in like day by day. So I would say it's that mainly. I think, like right now, for example, last year it was maybe I could carry some games, you know, with my picks. I think now we're a stronger team overall. We don't depend on Super Jungle only. We don't depend on Supa carrying the games, on Jojo having great games. I think all of us are strong players, and I think that's our strength. So I would say that.
But on the topic of your picks, what happened there? You're not bringing out as much as
pull up the graphic production.
I hit my coach.
Your coach?
I'm blinding
look at this.
Mirren,
look at this.
Yeah.
This used to be
this
so
is your
nice, but right now you're where are you right now?
I'm washed already.
Like,
yeah, you're right there on the right with some Renekton, with some Rumble.
Ambessa.
Yeah, on the left it's all the cool stuff, and now. But see, this is the thing where I feel like it's happening to you as well. You come into LEC as a top laner, everyone's like, yeah, let's play to your strengths, all of this. 1, 2, 3 splits come by, and they're like, what do you think about this champion? And then they just make you play all of this. Is it the case like this?
I think Supa right now is kind of having more voice in the drafts, and he wants
But you
that.
said coach, now it's Supa?
Yeah.
And I hit everyone, like, at this point. Like, I just have to hear my AD carry. What about Jax here, guys?
But it's the same. It was the same for me. Every time, it's either the coach or the ADC crying
Yes,
super
exactly.
hard because they're like, oh, what if you play this sort of champion that takes less resources so I can have more, so that it's easier for me to play in team fights and all of this. I feel like it's always the top lane curse.
I mean, for sure. I mean, next split, I'm going to be on the Cassante duty again. Like, we only need one buff to Cassante to my AD carry to start saying, you need to play Cassante again, guys.
It's always that presentation when the champion gets buffed. It's like, hey, what do you think of my new favorite champion, Cassante? How about you play it more?
They're min-maxing.
Oh,
The
man.
coaching and the ADC. This is such a nice graphic. I love this so much. This is so sick. Like, I don't think we can make it as such for many other top laners or players.
Definitely not for me.
No. Yeah, you keep saying like, oh, what's my coach? And it was like, no, you love
I was him like 10 years ago. That's when I was playing all my funny champions. I was playing Echo.
When you got to World semifinals?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, back then.
You
So
did
I
that.
could have that graphic back then, but the production value wasn't there, back then.
Sure.
That's fine.
Yeah.
But now it's like, now when you're 10 years in the cage, where he's going to be in, maybe
Yeah.
a lot more years after that, let's see Merwin in 3 or 4 years. He's going to be only Cassante, Gnar, and Nectar Merchant. For sure.
I hope not. I hope not.
So
I
it's
will
gonna,
need support.
I'm telling you, it's going to be 3 or 4 years of your coach in ADC keeps telling you, how about you play a tank here?
Yeah, that's true, that's true.
But there's no way. There's fearless best of 5. So.
Oh, actually, Fearless is so
yes,
good for
yes,
you.
yeah, actually so chill. Like, imagine I have to play like Cassante, next game Ornn, and then we have to go back to Cassante if there's no fear.
We'll see. Tomorrow we do have a tiebreaker, a single one between Team Heretics and Team Vitality. And if you want to watch that, the game starts at 8 p.m. CEST. I also forgot to tell you the key player of the series. I will do that in a second. It is a best of 1, and Team Heretics chose blue. Predictions.
Ooh, it is best of 1.
Yeah.
What do you feel like right now, to pivot a bit, what do you feel like right now is better? I mean, obviously, oh my god, it's such a stupid question because everyone's going to be like, oh, we're going to scout them coin, get the side they choose. But I feel like right now, blue and red are quite balanced.
I mean, honestly, I don't even know what side we choose usually. I have no clue. I leave just all the work to Thef. But I mean, probably blue side, no. But probably in game 4, 5, starts being more value to red side, probably.
Yeah, I would say so. But yeah, it's quite hard. It's quite rough. I mean, Vitality is still a flip of a coin. Depends on Niski if he has hands or not on the day. But I've been Team Heretics merchant for like 3 weeks now.
Me too.
So I think I'm emotionally invested in Team Heretics, and seeing them lose and get out of playoffs or like not even make it into playoffs after I glazed them for 3 or 4 weeks now.
They had to win 1 game today, by the way.
Yeah, that's
one.
Yeah, just one. So if seeing them go out would make me really sad.
Yeah.
I mean, I hope Team Heretics wins.
Oh.
Like, I mean, it's a bit biased, it's for Flacket, Machuki.
I thought you were hate watching Niski.
I mean, yeah, the Nico is kind of disgusting. But it's life,
Yeah.
Sometimes you have to see it.
It's true. Yeah, it's true. Our key player of the series was Elyoya before I let you go. So congratulations to him. Again, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, I saw the other day, Jojo Pin stole 3 MVPs.
Yeah.
There's no way Jojo Pin got 3 MVPs.
Oh, Jojo.
There is no way, yeah.
Why not? You calling him bad?
He's running it down.
Yeah.
Did you see the ace in their Nexus? He's running it down.
Apparently, it was super, super close.
I mean, he got mind control from game 1, from when Larsen TP'd he TP'd on the minion, and then Yoyo was probably like, I guess this is one of these series today.
Did you see that?
I was laning and I seen them up the teleport icon on the Taliyah, and I'm like, what the
You're like, what's going on over there, guys? Oh, that sucks. Imagine if something like that. Did you ever have something really stupid happen? Like, I feel like this TP thing is like on the level of the Cadral cancel, like the TP thing. Did you ever have something like that?
Yeah, I had it, I think. So I think it actually happened like 2 years ago. I was playing and I was recalling bot after we killed the Scion. I think we were playing Fnatic. And I was 50% HP. And I'm already recalling and opening my shop because I'm like, surely there's no way I died to the Scion zombie, right?
No.
And then there's the Jinx rocket from across the map hitting me. And then Scion just punches me one time in the face and I'm just dead.
Oh, I thought they were going to show that replay. I thought it would have been insane. That would have been insane.
But yeah, so like just the Scion just punched me in the face randomly like that and I just died and I was like, oh my god.
I feel a little bit bad that we
and
showed
then
it
Comp was
again.
just spamming emotes while I was dead.
Yeah.
So
I can't believe we showed this but this is like the last game you're going to play in spring, and also, let's just say that.
Okay.
Like, Poor Larson, we love him.
Well, I mean, he took it with a
took it
smile.
great.
I
We
still
love
feel
him.
like he played well.
Yeah. It's okay, you don't have to save it. It's just we love him. Everybody
I did
makes
my job.
mistakes.
Yeah, I did
Everybody
my
makes
job.
mistakes. Who doesn't though? It's Mirren. We're gonna see MKOI in playoffs, and we're gonna see you tomorrow at 8 p.m. for Team Heretics versus Vitality, a single tiebreak to decide who goes to the spring playoffs. So don't miss it, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Okay, look. I'm showing me that.
Un petit peu, jusque.
I'm coming.
Okay, the back. I will kill him.
Okay, bye bye.
I got one.
Nice!
Rel after rel.
Nice!
Shut down.
Oh, guys. This Ion is unkillable. This is a bug.
Yes!
Clean!
Nice. C'est Johnny Sear. Care. You die. Nice, good job.
They're holding. Fine, I think. I'm fine.
Nice, good. Good job. Now look at the Jace, man. Look at the Jace.
No flash. I will jump. Nice! Nice!
I will die.
That's fine. Don't connection now.
Nice!
Nice!
No, stop. No flash.
Nice! Let me. Nice!
My boy.
Oh no, you are 12 minutes. What the f? You are Caliph, Tarot.
What?
He TP'd! Larson TP'd after watching.
Orianna can maybe be here.
Yeah, Orianna
I'm taking. I'm really taking.
No, okay, Orianna.
I don't.
I got that. Better. Save me.
Bro, why this game was so scary? I think I just flanked like a dog.